sport and talk. I couldn't live without my daily dose of 97.7.
Sponsors. Contact our sales team on 0402 352 192 to find out how little it costs to support your local station. Casey Radio 97.7 FM, proudly supporting the community.
The station for the local community. Casey Radio 97.7 FM.
And we're back here on Casey Radio. We've got our live broadcast of the 2021-22 Turf 1 DDCA Grand Final between Buckley Ridges and Springvale South. And we're only 10 minutes away from start time, and the crowd is starting to build slowly. It is obviously an early start today at 11 o'clock. We hope that everyone realises that and gets here nice and early to see the first ball. But it's beautiful conditions, as we've said already. Not a cloud in the sky, and the dew just starting to burn off the grass. All right, we're going to get into our preview of this match. Moose, before we start discussing the teams, I just want to quickly touch on with you, obviously a 10 or 11-time Turf 1 Grand Final umpire yourself. Today we've got Ash Barrow and Andrew Chapman, two very experienced men. And I assume from your point of view, having been a retired umpire, you're quite comfortable with the two men we've got out in the centre today.
Oh, absolutely, mate. They're probably no doubt, the two best umpires in the competition, or else they wouldn't be doing it. And we're lucky that we've got an what do you call him, semi-international umpire.
Yep.
It's like having a Hendricks playing for the team sort of type of thing. So, no, very, very good. I think this is Chappie's probably fourth grand final now.
Okay.
So he's starting to have a lot of experience in these sorts of pressure games. So I'm pretty sure you won't recognise them.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see. But I think from a player's point of view, what you want to feel with the umpire is that you feel safe, knowing that there's not going to be a really bad decision or he's not going to be an erratic umpire. I think, Moose, you couldn't ask for two better going around in that regard.
No, well, exactly right. You know, they've got to make some pressure decisions, and sometimes that, you know, they're only human. There's always a chance that may be an error, but you just hope that everything goes smoothly with them and everything's bowled or very much caught in the outfield. That's what you're hoping as an umpire, but it doesn't always work that way. And sometimes there's no wicket, so you don't have to worry about it. And the batting just, you know, they end up with one or two down and big scores.
All right, very good. Well, good luck to the two men in blue officiating today. And as you said, Moose, hopefully we don't notice them, and they have good games. I'm sure they will. All right, let's have a look at the two lineups for today's game. Hawk, Buckley Ridges firstly, they finished on top, and for a good reason. They were too good for Berwick in the first game, which is the second semi-final. They overrun Berwick 4 for 227, chasing 7 for 226. So a really good hit out for them. So, we'll just go through the order, what we expect for them today. Zafar Sheikh, he's opening the batting. He's had a fantastic year after starting in the twos. Ben Wright, Mahala Udawadi, Jason Hobbs, Troy Ost, Michael Davies, Ben Watson, who came in late in the year, who replaced Josh Holden just on the eve of finals, which seems to be a great move with Watson bowling really well in the semi-final. Matt Goodright, experienced campaigner. Hussain Ali, who's probably underrated bowler in the competition. Shivan Patel, now he'll bowl fast. He'll open the bowling today and will bowl quick. He's worth the entry fee this morning. And Wes Nicholas, of course, the experienced campaigner. Hawk, that is a really good lineup of DDCA Turf 1 players.
Yeah, and what a year they've had. I mean, it's very difficult to make finals, let alone win them. And not only have they made the finals, the first objective is to get in the four, the next is to ensure that you've got a top two spot. But they've dominated the competition this year, and they've dominated the side they're playing today. They've beaten them twice and beaten them reasonably easily. They've also beaten Mary South, they've beaten Hallam twice, they've beaten Berwick. So all the sides in that top five echelon of Turf 1, Buckley have had the wood on. And there's no reason, really, on those performances and that history to go against them today. They just have a very well-balanced and very competitive side at this level of cricket.
Yeah, and Moose, obviously a star-studded lineup mixed in with some old-fashioned Buckley Ridges cricketers, and I think one of them for me is Jason Hobbs. I think he's a key because he holds that middle order together. Do you agree?
Oh, absolutely, Mara, and he's had a fantastic year.
Yep. 323 runs he's got.
Yeah, and the runs he's made has been in pressure situations where they've needed him. You know, when he's virtually come in when they've been three for not many, and he's nearly batted right through the rest of the innings for them on most occasions. Yeah,
I think a lot of people probably at the start of the year looked at the middle order of Buckley as being suspect, but he's he's the reason that it's not. Him and Troy Ost, I think Troy Ost had a pretty good season as well. He's obviously a terrific wicketkeeper, but he's chipped in with close to 200 runs as well, and you've got Slick Davies coming in behind him, and now with the addition of Ben Watson in at 7, that just stabilises that middle order, and Goodright's always handy for late runs as well.
Yeah, very good, and their batting order's a little bit more depth than what people make it out to be, and you mentioned guys like Slicker comes in at 6 or 7 now, Watson in there as another who can hit the ball big.
Yeah, particularly late in an innings, yeah,
give them the opportunity, but they may not need to do that. There's certainly changes things around when you're chasing runs, definitely, but that'll be the key for, the same as Springvale South. They got some very middle order bats who do bat a lot of balls to keep the innings going until the 45th over.
That's right. And with the bowling for Buckley Ridges, Hawk, I know you were a big fan of Goodright and Nicholas as a spin duo, but I think you touched on it earlier, I think it was you off air, that said that a lot of wickets here have been taken by the quicks. Yeah,
I went through the wickets that have been taken on this particular strip, and medium quicks have taken 37 and the spin have taken 24. But I have said over the period of time on our radio this year that I think the spinners in all sides have been under bowled, and I'm not sure whether that's happened at this wicket here. But I think the keys to both games are probably Nicholas and Goodright and Butch and the Straker. I just think if they're bowled a lot more today, you'll see a lot more wickets fall.
Yeah, and I just that Patel, I touched on it. He went for a few in that preliminary final, probably a bit nervous, but I can tell you he lets them rip, and he does swing the ball later in the innings. He can get some reverse swing, so keep an eye on that boy today. You just never know what can happen there. All right, umpires are walking out into the centre of the ground at the moment, and the Buckley Ridges Cricket Club are walking out as well, so we're not far away here from grand final action here on Casey Radio, so stay with us. 30 minutes away. All right, well, I'm going to have a quick look at the Springvale South team first if we can, Hawk, and look, if I'm going to give a tip right now, it's probably... Oh, actually, no, let's look at Springy South first. They're going to go into the team into the game, with a lot of confidence after a huge win against Narry South in the semi, then again very comfortably against Berwick. As we've touched on the batting of Springvale South, but the bowling is interesting for me. The two spinners, Butch and Straker, as you touched on, but also Blade Baxter and Josh Dowling come in really good form. Baxter may be carrying a slight injury. He did wear an elbow guard last week, but still got through his 10 overs. The fifth bowler is interesting, Kyle Martin, and probably Sharp and Quirk. Maybe that's where Buckley can target them.
Yeah, I think they've got a good attack. I think the attacks again are pretty well balanced. I think that Dowling in form at the moment is a prime reason why they can make early inroads into the Buckley Ridges side, and they have to do that. They have to get Undawati in early, and to do that they need to take early wickets. But they're a good bowling side, but so are Buckley Ridges, so there's really no difference there.
All right, Moose, before we get Craig back on as we start the action, we want to hear from you, your bit of a summary on Springvale South and your tip for today, please.
Yeah, well, obviously batting first, I think it's a real advantage. I think always batting first, putting the runs on the score, on the board, does a lot of things, so that's a good thing for Springvale South. On the other hand, Buckley Ridges have got a fantastic record for this year. I think they've lost 2 games and they're right in the ball game. I think it'll be very early. I think if they can get Quirk early, who's been in form, if they don't, they could be in for a lot of runs. I think Buckley will probably just get over the line today.
Okay, Buckley Ridges a tip from Shaw. Now, Hawk, before you take off, what's your quick tip and summary of how do you think things might play out?
I think Buckley Ridges will win. I think what you're talking about before, I think it all evens out. I mean, they're all in good form, but Buckley Ridges has the wood on Springvale South. Have beaten them decisively both games this year, and I see no reason why that will change.
All right, well, good luck with everything today, Hawk. I know you got the President's lunch to go to as well. We'll have you after lunch.
Yeah,
and we'll have you on the show for the live broadcast after lunch. Have a good rest of the day, mate. We'll see you then.
Good on you.
All right, everything in readiness here, guys. Looks like Mitch Forsyth's going to take the first ball. Ryan Quirk's the other batsman at the other end. Michael Davies, it looks like, is going to take the first ball for Buckley Ridges. Yes, Craig.
Can you hear me?
Yes, mate.
Okay, 1 second.
All right, as you can just hear there, Craig Slocum's going to join us for the live ball-by-ball. Coming into the van too is the one and only Cam McDonald. He's out to join us, Billy, so that's exciting. And he's got his can of Coke too, so he's ready to go. Stick the headphones on, Cameron. All right, you can hear the in-there effects mic. We're about to start. Plenty of encouragement from the Buckley Ridges teammates and supporters around the ground. The ground is starting to fill up. You can see a big marquee over there for Buckley. Plenty of support. Springvale South too, with plenty here. And all is in readiness for ball one. And it's going to be Michael Davies for Buckley Ridges to bowl the first ball to Forsyth, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. And I'll say a very big good morning to Cameron, the Iceman McDonald. Good morning, Cameron.
Morning, Jared. Morning, listeners. Morning, Billy. Perfect morning for cricket.
Yep.
And should be a great game.
Mate, 6-time Turf 1 Premiership players, as you often tell us, do the Butterflies still come along this time of the year and on a day like this?
No.
All right, Davies in again from the Harold Road end, and that's a good delivery just outside the off stump. And looks like, Craig, that ball was carrying through and kissing off the deck nicely.
Yeah, it did, Jared. It's a little bit of outswing too, just gentle outswing. I know Slick can definitely bowl the ball the other way. Being a left-hander, I can tell you he does.
Yep.
But, yeah, some gentle outswing and some nice little tennis ball to the keeper first up.
Yeah, and it is a little bit tennis ball, but the keeper's a fair way back. Davies medium fast, and that one's the back of a length. Forsyth watching carefully, plays it out to backward point, and there's no run.
Again, some swing, some straight out of the hand though.
Yep, outswing?
Yeah, outswing to the right-hander batter, yes.
Okay, and just for those listening, we've got something a little bit different today with Slokes on the roving mic. He can move around anywhere in the ground to get a different vantage point from us in the van, which is exciting to be able to bring you that. As Davies comes in from the Harold Road end, his fourth ball of the innings and the fourth ball of the match, and that one carries through nicely to Ost.
Yeah, I believe they've had the heavy roller from either Noble Park or Shepley Oval here during the week, so the wicket's a lot harder than what it would be as normal, so therefore the carry's going to be a bit further.
All right, Davies in again. Really nice start from him. Can he make him play Forsyth here? No, that one swings away. Is that close to a wide? Cameron's got his arms out.
No, I was just yawning, Jared. I thought it was talking of the heavy roller, Slokes. I did notice that that's certainly not quirky anymore. No.
No, he's just the one in between innings, just the light one.
Yeah, the light one.
He and Billy must have been on the same diet, I reckon, Cameron.
38 kilos he's lost. He told me just this morning.
All right, Davies in to finish his over. It's been a good one. It's a full ball, and that one bounced a bit tennis bally, but I think it's hit the...
missed the cut area.
Yes, and it's bounced up, and umpire Barrow's given that one a wide, and looked like that one slipped straight out of the hand, Craig.
Could have nearly been a no ball, Jared. I think the bounce come from the side cut tuft of grass that's standing up there, perhaps.
The fringe that most of us don't have.
That's right. Well, there's no free hit, so it doesn't matter.
Well, the first run on the board for Springvale South, it's courtesy of wide. Slick Davies comes in and he bowls another one outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Forsyth, and it's been given a wide, a late call from Ash Barrow. So maybe too much swing for him early, Craig. Can't quite control the white ball.
Yeah, it is. It is. As I said, it's definitely swinging, and unusually away swing for Slick. So yeah, therefore, he has lost a bit of control, it seems. But I don't think that one was that wide from the understanding.
Well, it was a late call too. It was a late call. We had to think about it. But obviously, all the balls have been out there, and I think Ash has probably said, "Well, I'll give you a few, but if you're going to continue to bowl that wide and not give the batsman a chance, I'm going to ping you." So he comes in again, Davies. This time, can he get it right? He gets him to play and he comes forward, and it's well defended into short cover. And that'll complete, will it? Or we're one to go, sorry, with the wides. We've got one ball to go, and it's Springvale South, none for three. Is it three wides this over?
Fairly attacking field too, Joe. Two slips in a gully, a backward point, and a cutter with a mid-off, all on the offside.
Oh, I must have missed a wide there, and that one's short of a length, and Forsyth's back and across, defending to away towards point. I think it's Patel out there who done the fielding, and that does complete the over. We're none for three. Off the first, no runs off the batters yet.
Yeah, solid start, I suppose, for Springvale South to get the three. That'll get rid of some nerves for them, but wasn't a bad over. They, as you said, it was swinging and just lost the control of it. But that's a good thing if it's swinging and you're losing control rather than just being wayward bowling. So he'll take some confidence from that, Slick. Yeah, thinking that if I can just pitch it on middle and leg, it might nip away and could find the edge.
Exactly. I think as a bowler, you're not too worried about that. And I know I've opened the bowling a couple of times this year with a new wide ball. Sometimes you just get one that goes. It really does swing, and there's actually a small margin for error in a one-day game with obviously the leg side wide. So you've got to try and control it, but it is a good sign. Often it can bring you a wicket. Yeah, this is one I'm looking forward to, Slokes. I'm not sure if you've seen much of him this year.
I did, yes. There's big raps on this fella. The word got around district ranks a few weeks back.
So it should.
He did come down and had a bowl at Shepley Oval one night, so I did get to look at him.
And he's a big prospect, this kid.
Yeah, this is Shiv Patel. He's going to go round the wicket. And he's going to bowl to Ryan Quirk to face his first ball. That's a full toss, and it's down leg side, and he got a little bit of pad on it, I think. No, he didn't. It's a wide. So we've started with 4 wides, Cam.
Yeah, that was just a loosener up. But one thing I have noticed, Jared and Craig, is these players with triple-figure numbers on their back. We're not at a darts competition, are we?
I thought my shirt would be able to fit all 3 on comfortably, so I can't talk.
You could go into 4. You could take us where no one's ever been, Slokes.
Well, Buddy Franklin did last night, mate.
Yes, that was very good, Craig. I won't, no glass, throwing stones in glass houses from me. That's a full ball, and that's beautifully driven through forward point. That's a great shot from Ryan Quirk. It races away towards the boundary, and that one does get to the longest boundary on the ground, and Ryan Quirk's off to a great start.
Yeah, fantastic shot. The first ball from Patel, just he lost control of it and swung wildly down the leg side, and that one he's overcompensated, and the ball didn't swing as much then, Jared. It went gun barrel straight, and it was a nice half volley, and Ryan Quirk leant into it beautifully.
Well, this is the thing. This is what we noticed in the semi-final. He's dangerous, this bowler, but he can leak a few runs because he does try and bowl quick and he does try to swing the ball. That can have its pros and cons, and we'll see how it works out here today. Number 168, Shiv Patel, comes in around the wicket. That's a full toss down the leg side, and has he got some bat on that? It's going to go down towards fine leg. It might be another wide.
It's their 5th wide in 9 balls.
And the throw-in's a bit tardy too. They need to tidy it up a little bit, the ridges. Maybe a little bit nervous. It's none for 10. We're in the second over.
With one scoring shot.
With one scoring shot and 6 wides.
Cam, you tried to bowl this pace when you bowled.
Yeah, I did, but I'll tell you what, I never did.
Same control, did you? I think the young fella's got to slow down a bit here and just find his line and his length, and then he can sort of quicken up in his 2nd, 3rd and 4th over.
I think the change of strike here is going to suit him, Craig. I don't know about the idea of going round the wicket straight away. It just creates more angle and makes it more difficult for him with a swinging ball. But now he's got Forsyth on strike, the right-handed batsman, of course, and that's a better length. Dug that one in a little bit, didn't allow it to swing too much, and it's defended away on the offside for no run.
Yeah, that was quite short, Jared, and it didn't really get up that high, to be honest. It looked a bit balloonish sort of bounce to me then. It's
tennis bally?
Yeah, tennis bally. It didn't look like it was getting through the crease, and it was zipping through. Might get a bit quicker as the day gets on.
The young fella might have also not put as much on that one, trying to get it right. So in he comes again. That's a short ball on the hip, and Forsyth unable to nudge that one away. And Craig, that one looked probably a ball that you might want to hoik.
It did sit up a little for me, yes. As suggested, when I looked at the wicket earlier, it will be this kind of bounce early, but I can tell you it'll harden up a little bit later on and skid on a little bit better.
And as I said before, the preview, that might be one of the things that might have had a captain thinking about bowling first, but I think, as you say, it'll sharpen up pretty quickly. Patel coming in, full of ball.
Well bowled.
That one's defended down towards mid-off.
That was well bowled, Jared. Right up there, almost a Yorker, and well kept out too, by the way, by Mitch Forsyth. So no danger there, but that was a good ball. Looks like he's starting to find his rhythm.
And Slopes, I think the role for Forsyth today is that, as it has been all year, maybe to bat for time, 15, 20 overs before White gets in.
Yep.
All right. Patel comes in. That's a good delivery, but that's well played out towards point, but there won't be any run.
Yeah, definitely. Look, they're looking to get an opening partnership here. That's what it's all about for them. And Mitch just goes along at his own pace. And look, it's shown throughout the scores and the results through the year that the longer he bats and the better the opening partnership is, the bigger chances Springy South are winning.
And of course, we've got a bit more technology with us today, Craig. We've got the Frog Box, which is hooked up, which is broadcasting live through YouTube as Patel comes in. And back of the length, that one's cut through forward cover, between mid-off and cover, I should say. Where's Nicholas chasing the ball out towards the boundary? They've ran 2, they're going to look at 3. Forsyth's gone, it's a bit of a mix-up. He sends Quirk back, I think, wisely in the end. They get 2.
Well, I'm not so sure. The throw was, not if in doubt, throw to the middle, and that's where it went, so they would have made it easily, but yeah, it would have been a risky run, that's for sure. So we're going on YouTube.
We are live on YouTube.
All the technology.
We've got all the technology, mate. So what we've got, Billy set the iPad up. We can see the game probably 7 seconds after it appears, so we can see replay.
So that's an iPad.
That is an iPad.
Can we switch that around so it looks at us? and we'll commentate.
That's where the camera is, over at Craig's vantage point. But it's great technology, and it's great to see that the Springvale South Cricket Club were able to put that together for today's game. I think they've had it most of the year, Craig.
Yeah, they have. I know Craig's he's in Gargo Land.
The president was offering me a chair. So he's been very friendly to me. You guys would normally have a couple of iPads in there, wouldn't you? A Berwick one over each eye.
All right, Davies to start his second over, and Quirk is just hanging the bat at one there. Probably not his best shot, but maybe a little bit of a nervous one as Davies pushed that one across the left-hander. It's none for 12 here at Alex Nelson Reserve in the DDCA Turf 1 Grand Final.
Well, seeing that we're going around the world, boys, we'd better come up with a name for a show for next year, Fox Sports. What are we going to call it?
Well, there's a couple of vacancies at Fox Sports.
No doubt. Oh, yeah, well, oh, gee. Yeah, no doubt.
All right,
we'll find it.
Back to the action there, and Quirk hammers that one to backward point, but it's well fielded and there won't be any run there.
They're both timing the ball really well, Craig. So that shows you that the ball is coming onto the bat because they're really leaning on it and getting good timing. It's not a lot of extravagant sort of use of the arms. They're just timing it, even though straight to the fieldsman, but it looks like it's they're both hitting it all right.
All right, Davies in again. Right arm over the wicket. Quirk plays away towards point, and it's well fielded. He has a bit of a shy at the stumps there, and there's no problem there as it's backed up nicely. But Davies has found his range here, Craig.
Yeah, he has now. He's got that length, but and he will pound away at that length, and Ryan will keep trying to pound the ball through backward point area. And as Cam said, it is skidding on okay. It's a nice, hard new ball, and Ryan Quirk's timing the ball beautifully so far.
All right, you better be on your toes there in the covers, I reckon, with Quirk. And at point, but he tugs that one around the corner, and there's just a square leg and there's no run. Quirk does hit the ball in the air through the offside at times, Craig. And it'll be interesting to see. He's got to get that timing with that wicket to make sure he doesn't get caught at mid-off cover point in that area. He does like to go through that.
There's a lot of left-handers that do that on this ground, Jared.
I was going to say, not unlike yourself. Used to always feel like you're a chance early, but also a chance to go for a few runs. As that one's tucked down to fine leg, Davey's got on the hip of Quirk there, and he'll pick up a single fielded by Nicholas.
Yeah, so a steady start. It's take away the wides, and the bowling hasn't been too bad. Only one half volley's gone to the fence. And besides that, it's a safe start for both sides.
Having said that, Craig, they're at 5-0 for Springvale South here. It's a terrific platform.
Yeah, take the wides away, Cam.
Doesn't matter. They're not going out of the book at 6 o'clock.
No, I think as a Springvale South batting team, you'd be quite happy with the start. It's always a relief not to lose an early wicket, and there's one just played away to Gully there by Forsyth. Nice delivery by Davies. That rounds out his over, and the score is now none for 13 off 3.
And what are these blue tags for? Are these for
3 Cokes? Oh, that's unlimited Cokes. I can see you've already got one.
Yeah, and I paid for it, so I'll just go back and get some money off.
You will too. You've probably got a receipt, knowing you.
Yeah, Cam, you can have free beer, but you've got to pay for your Cokes.
This is stupid.
You can't afford it.
This is ridiculous.
So, Slokes has already cashed in on the free pan rolls, so I've seen him having one of them at about 10:30 this morning.
Wasn't free.
Wasn't free. Oh, there you go.
Slokes, the man that wouldn't know what subs were for 30 years reckons he's putting his hand in his pocket here at Harold Road. Oh, the Emperor. Come on, first. The commish. The commish.
Back to the cricket, please.
Oh, come on, we've got 8 hours. We've got to entertain.
Shiv Patel round the wicket again. He's going to persist with that, and Ryan Quirk gets forward and leaves that one. That looked like a good delivery.
Yeah, better line. There's about 5th stump line there. The ball steepling. That's what the bowler's trying to do here.
So as you can see, I just pointed out the Cam in the box there. We've got a really good vantage point here from the van as it is, but also with the frog box going live onto the iPad. It's a little bit blurry. I think it's trying to pick up the internet, but gives us a good chance to have a look at the ball after.
Yeah.
All right, Patel in around the wicket. Good length delivery, and Quirk is well forward, and that's textbook defence.
That could be dangerous, that, and making a call and then getting to have a look at it.
Yeah, I know.
We never get that opportunity.
Well, we're always right, usually.
Well, that's right. Cam's never been wrong in all his commentary, and we're about to find out how bad he really is, perhaps.
Craig, you should be on late night TV.
We're throwing stones early here in the com box. Very good, Craigle. All right, Shiv Patel in again, number 168. He comes in around the wicket to Ryan Quirk, and he plays that one beautifully through cover point. Don't bother chasing that. Don't bother running. That's raced into the biggest boundary on the ground, which is about 70 metres out there. And that hits the fence quite hard, and that's a boundary to Ryan Quirk. And he moves on to 8, and the score moves on to none for 17.
Yeah, it's just the width there, gents. He's just a bit wide coming around the wicket, and he's not getting that ball to angle in as I said earlier, the only two he did went down the leg side and swung widely. But if he can just bring it back to fifth and fourth stump, he'll be a handy bowler. But if he bowls out there, he'll keep going to the fence probably.
Cam, after this ball, we'll have a look at the field settings for Buckley Ridges. He round the wicket, and that's a good delivery, that one. That's at the top of off stump, and Quirk covered up nicely. With the field, Cam, do they think about putting a deep cover in for Quirk early?
No, maybe not just yet, but if it was me, I would be thinking about going over the wicket. They've got the mid-wicket open, so try and entice Ryan to sort of look to work at middle leg through there, and you'll find that he may play across the line and could get an LB or even a nick.
And that's why I'm not sure
coming around the wicket. No, I'm not liking the angle here.
No, neither do I. Anyway, he comes in. It's a full delivery. This one's jammed down, almost a Yorker there, I think, and Quirk plays it a bit on.
There's no way with him going around the wicket, Ryan's going to try and play it through mid-wicket unless it's right on his leg.
Well, he's not a leg side player.
That's right. Yep. But if he's coming over the wicket and he's sort of angling across, he may sort of play the wrong line, if that makes sense, and more chance to pick up a nick. Because with the ankle coming in, he's not going to nick it from here.
Well, what he's got to try and do is straighten the ball. That's the only chance he's got. Can he do it? He comes in, that's a full toss. That's not what he was after, but Quirk was forward and a bit disappointed with himself that he didn't get that one away. But that completes the over. It's none for 17 off 4. A really solid start for Springvale South.
Yeah, I think he may have that one might have been the first one that he's actually tried to overhit. Goodsy, he tried to hit it a bit too hard for a full toss, whereas he's been timing them really well prior to that. And then he just sort of got it down the ground to mid-off, and there was never a chance of a run. He probably missed a 4 there, but having said that, as you said, 17 from 4 overs, and we may need to have a look at maybe changing Patel here. It just doesn't look...
he looks nervous.
Yeah, he doesn't look settled. He just looks out of rhythm.
He's not playing quick.
Just give him a couple of overs off and let him get the butterflies out and come back in.
Wouldn't be the worst option. Give Watson the ball while it's still swinging a bit here. He's an experienced campaigner. Give him a couple overs, then bring Patel on. Davies comes in from the Harold Road end. He's found his rhythm, and that's a good delivery just outside off stump. And he's beaten the bat of Forsyth. That is a good... It looks like it just left Forsyth late there, Craig.
It's fourth stump. Just that line I was talking about. They've bowled too wide so far, but when the ball's been in the right area, it's troubled the batters.
Of course, Buckley have Hussein Ali too, who can bowl good pace and nice and full, but he's usually preferred through the middle of the innings.
He was just...
He's warming up now.
He was warming up, Cam, correct?
At mid-on, he's definitely warming up, so...
or hinting, Cam.
Always a good thing to do.
One or the other.
Always a good thing to do.
But he's a bit of an underestimated one, Ali. He can... I know against us, he's taken a couple of bags... especially through the...
Of wickets,
and it's particularly late in the innings where he bowls nice and full and straight.
Yeah, I think he got a bag earlier in the year without looking at the scorecard.
5 for against us.
Yeah. And some out here, I think.
All right, Davies, he's an experienced campaigner, played many games on this ground. He comes in right arm over the wicket, Forsyth. Bats that one away to a backward point, and there's no run.
And we had our first for the day, the first inexperienced supporters walking straight behind the bowler's arm as he's running into bowl, Jared. So Forsyth had to pull away before that ball, so let's keep a count on that. We're at 1. I reckon we'll get to 15 before the day.
I must admit, Cam, I'm a little bit surprised there's not side screens there. We are a Turf 1 grand final. Davies comes into bowl. Well, from the Harold Road end, that's on the thigh pad of Forsyth, and he runs that one down to fine leg.
Can we find an old issue DDCA white shirt, and maybe Craig could put it on, and it'd be a side screen at this end of the ground?
A white shirt?
You want to do the funny stuff, Cam? You'd want to wear a red shirt or a black shirt, mate.
White polo, so... Sorry.
You want to do some funny stuff, get it right.
Okay, I'll pay that one. I'm not used to this Mickey Mouse white ball rubbish.
Here he goes. Old dinosaur. All right, Forsyth's moved on to 2. That'll bring Quirk on strike. It's none for 18 here. That's Alex Nelson reserve in the Turf 1 grand final. And that one's cut away nicely, but well fielded by Wright in the gully. How good is that?
Beautifully fielded. Hit the ball very well. That's the area he's trying to pierce. He's got that deepish backward point. When I say that, he's inside the circle for those that can't see. But what a great piece of fielding.
No, there's no third man. Is there no third man, Craig? Because I had to see from here.
No.
Well, that was definitely safe 4. Well done by the skipper. Davies in, over the wicket, short of the length. Quirk, as you can hear through the effects mic there, gents, which is well set up by Billy this morning. Come off the middle of the bat, but it went straight to Davies in his follow-through, and there was no run. And that completes a pretty good over from Davies.
And Ali is definitely coming into the attack here by the looks of things.
Yep, good call.
Got his cap in his hand. No.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
Cam.
He is. He's measuring his run-up. So
They don't give it to the umpire anymore, Cam. That was a thing of your era as well.
But, mate, he's got a hat on. No one wears two hats.
No,
He's got Davies' hat, I think. You'll find. But it's going to be Hussein Ali. He's going to come on. He's going to bowl the third over from this end. What end are we calling this, Craig?
the train track.
The
Miniature railway end?
The
Harold Road Station.
end.
Harold Road Station.
End, yep, that's right.
Well, it's a bit hard to spit all of that out. We'll go with
The train track end.
the train tracks end. Yeah,
Nature
right.
Reserve end, if you like. The Alex Wilkie Nature Reserve.
The nature reserve, I like mine. That or the broadcast position end, the broadcast end.
No, you can, yeah.
Yes. By the way, we know it's not the Harold Road end, and
The northern end.
are we northern?
I don't know which
I don't know.
direction we're in, Ken.
Neither do I. I just guess one of four.
What about the Kevin Murphy end?
Yeah,
He spends a lot
yeah.
of time down this end,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
Yes.
Like,
He does. He gets the little deck chair out. Has he got it? Oh, yeah, there he is. He's got the deck chair.
That's not one that Craig could sit in. It doesn't look like it's supported well enough there, those back legs.
very good, Ken.
All right, we're done for 18 here at Alex Nelson Reserve. 5 overs into the game. Ali's first delivery, and it's a good one, and he's beaten Forsyth outside the line of off stump. That one looked like it moved a bit, Slopes.
Yeah, for the first time, I think we've seen some seam movement.
Seam movement.
Yeah, that landed right on, as I was saying, about 4th stump and went away to 5th stump. It's a great delivery first up.
That is a beautiful first ball to bowl. He looks like he's here to enjoy the challenge. Look at the big smile on his face. He's a good competitor, Ali. I mean, I said not to be underestimated here today. Forsyth, 3 off 16 balls, steadily going about his work, and that's another good delivery from Ali. As it shapes away towards the first slip fielder.
Perfect start. Perfect start. You know, polar opposite to Patel, unfortunately for the young boy. But this is a great start. He's generating a little bit of pace already too from just his first 2 balls.
He does that, as I said. He'll slip through.
A little bit wider, that one.
All right. It made Forsyth think about playing though. After that first delivery, I think. A little bit of angle in and a bit of shape away. Here he comes in again. And that's on the pads, and that's beautifully played by Forsyth. The outfield here, despite being dewy, has been reasonably quick, but that one pulled up. And that's Mahala Adawadi, I think, there. Look at that bit of fielding. Nice throw into the keeper's end, and Forsyth picks up a couple.
Yeah, nice shot just straight onto his pads, and he just worked it through the vacant mid-wicket, or wideish mid-wicket, mid-on. Reason for comfortable 2.
You can hear the Buckley fielders up and about. Here, Wes Nicholas there encouraging his boys. Always got plenty to say, Wes. He's going to be an important player in this game too, Cam. You love your orthodox spinner. As Ali comes in, back of the length and Forsyth's back and across.
Got a funny run-up, Ali, hasn't he? He's only a short little run-up and has more steps than the cha-cha.
So watch that one on the replay, and that was bang over the top of off stump.
A couple of text messages from people at home. Possibly some COVID sufferers that have been forced to our coverage today, saying it's very good so far.
And clearly one of them's not my brother.
No, not yet.
No, he's COVID. He's got COVID.
Yeah, I know he has, yeah. No, Cam Forsyth, a shout out to Cam. Unfortunately, he's stuck at home.
Nick McMahon's another one with COVID.
Is he, Nick?
Yep, big Nick.
Hope you're watching, Nick.
Watching or listening?
Of course, all listening. I hope he's all recover soon. It's not a pleasant thing to do.
And the crowd just starting to build a bit, Craig, but there's still plenty of room for more.
Oh, they'll flock in. Don't worry about that.
The closer we get to lunchtime, I think the more you'll see as Ali comes in again, and that's a good length delivery, and it's played in front of his pad by Forsyth to mid-on. That one come off the bat nicely, but straight to the fielder, no run. And Buckley just pegging them back in the last couple of overs. None for 20 off the 6th completed.
Yeah, only 2 off that over, which was the one through mid-wicket, and other than that, a pretty nice start from Ali. He'd be happy with that. He found a little bit in the wicket as well, Jared, so he wouldn't be unhappy with that. But Springvale South, the same thing. As we said, we keep talking about platform building. 20 from 6 overs, so they have pegged it back to 3.5. The run rate's not an issue, let's be honest, at this stage, but it's nice to have wickets in hand, and this is a very solid start.
But that's the thing about that start too, with 12, 15 off the first 3, you can afford to play a couple of overs in respect to bowling then, because you're not on none for 5. After 6, you're still at 3.5 and over, so there's no panic stations.
Well, sometimes, Jared, it's the ones you leave are as important as the ones you play.
Oh, that's just beautiful, Cameron. All right, Michael Davies coming in to start his 4th over from the Harold Road end, and that's a good length delivery played on the onside, and Davies fields it off his own bowling, no run.
Just like to, just on top of what you're saying there, gents, I'd just like to see the odd single or 2 mixed in amongst. Everything.
What are you talking at?
We took singles, Cam. I took singles every time you're bowling, Cam. From the bloke off the other end, the last ball, to make sure I got down the fascia.
Looking forward to this throughout the day. Davies comes in again from the old road end, and that's a wider delivery. Barrow has a look at it. Decides not to stick the hands out, but that was reasonably wide as I look at that on the replay. That was a good...
Yeah,
very close.
The only singles Craig ever took was when he was at the Storm Club. Or Mirrors or whatever it was called. When he was 16 with a fake ID.
Zoe's.
All right, Davies coming in again. The right arm over the wicket, the left-hander quick. That's a short ball and needed to be hit, and it wasn't. And all the players on the ground had a bit of a smirk there because that wasn't the best cricket we've seen.
Yeah, that went through a bit slower, I think. I think the pace did him in then. It was... he certainly tried to hit it. Square. It was there to be hit, the square cut. Maybe you're right, Joe. Just took a little bit off the ball, and it was... it just... Ryan Quirk just totally missed the square cut, which was there for the taking.
Hey, I've seen you face a ball like that off Jeremy Kuru once down at Park Oval. Do you remember that, Ken? Davies comes in and that's a good length delivery and that's just outside the line of off stump and let go through to the keeper.
Well bowled by Slick. No, I can't remember that, Joe.
You remind us every time we go to Park Oval about that square cut.
Well, they're still looking for the ball. I think it was like Buddy last night and the ball just disappeared. They couldn't find it.
Wasn't that unbelievable scenes last night? Have you ever seen anything like that in sport? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really was.
Didn't think the game was going to get started again. Davies, full toss, not a full toss, full to length delivery. Beautifully driven by Quirk. I thought it was a full toss at first, but it was a half volley and he punished it straight down the ground.
That was a great shot, Craig. You're right behind that. Just leant into a ball that the Jared thought looked like it was going to be a full toss, but it was a half volley and he leant on it and no wrist shot at all and just used the timing of the ball straight down to the shortened boundaries. Let's be honest, the straight here is very short, but that was a glorious off drive.
It wouldn't have mattered, Cam. It would have been 4 on most greens.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Davies just over pitched. Can he get his length back? And he does. That's a good delivery going across the left-handed batter. And that completes the over. It's none for 24 of 7 overs. Quirk is on 12, Forsyth on 5, and there's been 7 extras already. Davies 4 overs, none for 8. Patel none for 13 off 2. Ali just the 1 over, none for 2.
Well, gents, Mick McMahon is watching and listening. He said thanks for putting the show on while him and Jamie were sitting at home watching.
Not together.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They could isolate together, those two, couldn't they? Into the first time, would it? Get well soon, gentlemen. And Joshy Holden's listening in his truck.
Of course he is, Josh.
No, he sent a message too, so
yep, very good.
To see, boys.
Is he working today, Josh? What happens if he was selected?
Well, I assume that if he was selected, he probably would have had work off, Cameron. But he'd be moving some big, heavy machinery around, I reckon, Craig. Old Frankie.
Yeah. Just looking for a few YLs. That's all he used to say.
I don't know. All right, Ali, he's going to bowl to Forsyth. Forsyth had a bit of trouble with him last over. Let's see how this goes. And that one's on the hip, played away behind square, and they'll get a single. Forsyth moves on to 6.
That's what they need, Cam. Just to tuck a few in between, then he can steady for good bowling and put away the bad ball. That's from a batting point of view, that's what you'd be looking to do. So I'd like to see. I think that's nearly the first single, is it?
Yep, Matt Goodright too. I just noticed bowled the ball from slip to mid or to square leg. Now, Craig, as you said, sometimes you're trying to give a hint, but he's definitely warming up his arms and his fingers and elbows. So he may be coming on from Slick's end early.
Goodeyes wouldn't do that out of character. He's coming on.
I think so too.
Definitely.
Yep. That'd be an interesting move with only 2 out and a short straight boundaries. All right, Ali comes on over the wicket to Ryan Quirk, who lets that one go outside the line of off stump. That looked close to a wide, but I think it was okay.
Nah, very good delivery. That was on a really good line, Jared, as a matter of fact.
Just the way the keeper took it might have moved after it had gone past the bat.
Maybe a bit. No, it's a good delivery, that. That's where he wants to be, right there.
And he's doing the opposite to Patel, going over the wicket to the left-hander, which we think does increase the angle for the shot through the offside, but it makes it a harder shot, I think.
Yep.
All right, so he's got 2 slips in the gully in place, Ali, and that's another good length delivery, but that's well played, but it's to Ottawati at backward point, and he's not going to misfield that.
So they're still encouraging the offside shot, but they've got coverage with the 2 slips of gully, the point, the cover, and the mid-off. So you're going to have to place the ball really well to score. Like, that was a glorious shot, but unfortunately straight to point.
It's so interesting, no third man, though. I mean, that was the tactic they had against Berwick in the semi-final. A lot of balls went down there, but they persisted with it. Ended up being a winner. Some of those balls got cut off at gully, but...
Good delivery by Ali there. He swung the ball back in this time. Yeah, we've seen the ball angle across as you've called, but that one's definitely swung back in. He's looking for the LBW there.
Yeah, if you can get that one to straighten up. Quirk's not the best player of his pads. He likes to play the ball through the offside and drive. So that's a good tactic there. Might be able to knee roll him, but there is no mid-wicket in place, which might encourage that shot, which is what you want to do as a bowler. Ali, slower ball. Was outside the line of off stump, and Quirk was up to the task there. He just bunted it away to cover.
It was well bowled, actually. Good. It didn't deceive him, but it was a good change of pace.
Good length for
and he was coming forward and had to wait for the ball to get to him. So shows that Ryan's watching the ball very closely. Played it well, but not bad bowling. Good thinking from Marley there.
Yeah, it was. She looks like a high-scoring day to me, Cameron. None for 25 here early. Not much threat of a wicket yet. That one just on off stump, played away to mid-on. No run.
It'll be the end of the over, gents, and we might see some spin. A quick question for you both, as you're discussing something between yourselves over there. How many people would you think are watching on YouTube at the moment? We've got a figure.
50?
There's 80 currently.
Is there?
80? 80 people already, Cam.
Yeah, well, by about 4 o'clock this afternoon, when there's 240 on the board and they're chasing it down, I reckon we'll have about 500.
Well, Fox Sports made the test match finish yesterday because of this.
Oh, I'm devastated. 80. I would have thought we were in the thousands.
Oh, but that's not including the radio broadcast, Cam. Billy will be able to tell us later how many we got on there.
81 now. Cam's listening to himself a lot.
Hey,
we're one of them. We are tuning in from here.
So now we need to get, but it's what's his name, Michael Buffer, to say, so for the 10s in attendance and the 80s watching worldwide. Come on, we need more than that.
Cameron, there's a lot of people at the ground that are probably not watching the YouTube video. They're watching it live.
Listening.
And they're listening also. I imagine everyone's got the radio on around the ground.
Good ride into the attack, Jared.
It is. That's why we're just filling with a bit of chat here. There has been a bit of a changing bowler, and it's going to be Matt Goodride, who's going to bowl from the Harold Road end, and he's got it over here with only 2 fielders out, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes about this.
He's only got one of those out.
Only got the one out. Nothing straight down the ground, enticing the big shot, and he tosses that one up nicely, and that's a full delivery that's blocked back down the wicket. Cam shakes his head because I think he wanted to put that one on top of the marquee.
No, I was disappointed in flight.
Yeah, because you don't like flight.
No, that's at the airport.
I know, once it gets above eye level like that one's a full toss though, and it's played away and well fielded by Davies at mid-off. Because he didn't get that one, that might have gone through for a couple more. But flighting him up early, Craig.
Yeah, well, he does. He wants a wicket. He bowls to get wickets, this fella, and the best chance of him of spinning it also is to get that slow turn, and he gets a little bit of bounce as well. And if he does get it wrong, you've got to punish him on the full tosses, etc. Because otherwise, he's probably going to get 2 wickets. Let's be honest, he gets wickets most times he bowls. So if you don't get him, he's going to get you.
Yeah, Craig, how would you have gone with a couple of those first 2 balls when it got above the eye line there with mid-off and mid-on up?
I might have hurt my neck.
Because Forsyth's a much more disciplined player than certainly me, that's for sure. Because I reckon I would have tried to bomb that on the roof and I probably would have hit it straight up in the air. That's why he's playing and I'm not. Matty Goodride, in he comes round the wicket to the left-hander Quirk, and that one's got an inside edge. He squirted that one out to short fine leg, or 45. No run.
A little bit flatter and a little bit quicker, so he's changing his pace. Now, Jared, for the listeners out there, the rule in terms of how many you can have out at the moment?
Yep, 2 out until the 10 overs are completed, as Goodride comes in around the wicket and Quirk's forward defending. 2 out for the first 10, 3 out for the next 10, and then 5 out for the last 25.
Okay, so it's pretty basic.
Yeah, but it's interesting that they're choosing not to use the second man out. See how that works for him. Goodride around the wicket, and that one looked like it maybe turned straight into fraction. Doesn't look like a hell of a lot of turn out there as Quirk played that one to short mid-wicket, no run. Scores none for 26, not none for 25. Update just on My Cricket.
It's Matty Down amongst AKA Where Do I Start and Finish has said it's a little bit blurry, the frog box, but he hasn't had a beer yet.
So it isn't just our reception here, and that one's played away to cover for no run there. It's a tidy over from Goodride to start with.
Good start, yeah, very good start from Goodride. He'll bowl quite a few overs. I noticed the over before when Slick at the end of the over, he just looked a little frustrated in his body language, Slick. So it doesn't surprise me that they've made the change, but they're swinging the changes there. They're not allowing the Springvale South batsmen to get acclimatised to the one bowler. Good captaincy, but at the same time, again, we talk about the no wickets. That's the important part at the moment. And really, there hasn't been any real half chances either, Jared. So, solid start for both sides, really. It's
only 3 and
status quo.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Game's no different than it was half an hour ago when we started.
And then to me, this is the man that's been the pick of the bowlers so far, Ali. With only bowled a couple, but he's looked really good. None for 3. He looks the most likely to get a wicket at the moment. Forsyth facing up. Ali, that's a good shot, but it's not going to get past Odawati there at point. I think it is.
206.
Maybe it's not. Not sure who that was there at backward point. I'll pick that up in a minute. Ali just a fraction short there. Forsyth jumped on that one. He likes it through the cover point area, but he wasn't able to beat the field. Odawati's over there at forward square, so yeah, that might be Patel. Is it?
No, Patel's 168. That was 206.
I'm not sure. It might have been Hobbsy.
No,
not sure. We're going to pick it up. Craig's our man around the ground.
Is it Sheik?
It's Sheik. That's who it is. Zafar Sheik.
Zafar Sheik, former North Dandenong player. Very improved this year. He played a couple of weeks ago.
Impressive.
Very, very good.
Impressive in the semi-final against Berry.
Oh, yeah. He can play, boys. Don't worry about that.
His coach, Manjula Munasinger, has worked hard with him, I believe, and has improved him immensely this year. May go to Premier Cricket next year.
Yeah, I think he should. Ali coming in again from the miniature railway end. That's too hard to say. Broadcast end. The northern end. And we don't know it's northern, do we?
It is.
Is it? Okay, I'll believe that.
Well, the west is to our right.
It's probably from the nature reserve end. That's the Harold
Nature
Road.
reserve.
No,
Right, the nature reserve.
It's called Alex Wilkie Reserve. Alex Nelson. It's the Wilkie Nature Reserve. I don't know Alex Wilkie, actually.
All right, we'll just
that wrong.
nature reserve end.
Koalas and wombats.
Ali in from the nature reserve end. Right arm over the wicket, shorter delivery. Didn't get up too high, but Forsyth was up and playing away into the covers there for no run.
But that's good bowling, pushing him back after the first couple of balls had him coming forward. So this is an impressive spell by Ali into his third over.
Practiced the pull shot after that, Forsyth, but in hindsight, it's always a bit easier. But he might wait a few more overs before he starts playing that shot. But there is no protection out there, but it is a very long boundary. But we did see a couple from Quirk race away out there. That's a good 70 metres, I reckon, Cam.
Yeah, every bit off.
Yeah, with the cones right out today. They're usually well in on that side. That one's gone between bat and pad. He's trying to flip that one.
No, it's gone past his outside edge. It's swung away.
Oh.
He's got that swing to the right. Sorry, Jared.
No, that's what you're there for, Craig. That looked like it went through bat and pad and past the leg stump to me.
No, he squared him up like no tomorrow, and he's tried to flick him and has paid the price. That ball was a beautiful delivery.
It surprised Troy Ost as well, because he sort of fumbled that because he didn't expect it to get through. That was a cracking delivery, and I think, Billy, you got a towel or something we can wipe down this window, because Jared and I saw that completely different.
Hey, but this is the advantage we got, or actually the disadvantage. That was on Frog Box. Everyone can see that we got that wrong, but we have got Craig right behind the bowler's arm. Who can see all of that for us.
The interesting bit for me, sorry boys, I'll be serious for 10 seconds. The interesting bit for me was the bounce that went way over the stumps. There's the umpire then at square leg. I've got Moose here listening to me. Square leg and the central. Do they look at that and think, there's a bit extra bounce when a shout does come? And Moose is nodding his head saying definitely yes.
Moose.
All right, just to summarise, that was the end of the over. I think that might have been a maiden from Ali. It was, and it's none for 26 here after 10 completed, so we can have 3 fielders out, but they've only had 1 for the first 10 anyway, so it might not make much of a difference, but good right, the off-spinner is going to continue, and he's from the Harold Road end, and he's bowling right arm around the wicket to Ryan Quirk, who's on strike. Good right comes in, and that's a shorter delivery and spins away, but Quirk just bunts that one to short cover, no run. Ben Wright fielding in there.
Craig, did you notice how when Jared was just saying how he totally got the call wrong with the previous ball? He said, that's the good thing about Frog Box. We got it wrong. We. He's the only one commentating.
No, I've had a text message since I got it wrong.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
No, that's what a text message says. There's no evidence otherwise to suggest, but...
Well, we might watch this later on.
So that's his second mistake for the day, because the other one was trying to face me and score off me.
Around the wicket, floated up. That one's cut away towards cover. They take the quick single. Shy comes in at the bowler's end.
Well fielded by Ben Watson there. Threw across his body to the non-striker's end, and he's got his arms up, but must have been close to the stumps.
I think Quirk might have been
I think he was home. He doesn't show any anxiety that he might have been in strife. But great bit of fielding by Ben Watson.
It was indeed. It was indeed. So put a little bit of pressure on at the non-striker's end, but a good single though. Good single, as Craig was talking about, from Quirk. So
turn it over.
None for 27, puts Forsyth on strike. That's a short ball. Oh, that one looked like a ball that could have been hit there, Craig. And that's the thing, I think, with Forsyth opening, and obviously does a great job, but they're the ones he does miss out on.
Yeah, you've got to get busy. You've got to get busy. He's very lethargic and just sort of casual. You just got to climb into that.
Yeah, you've got to get back and across and whack it when it's that short, because he doesn't bowl that many of those. That one's a fuller ball. They're going for a quick single down towards mid-on. Harley does the fielding, but they'll get through safely, and that moves Forsyth on to 8. And the score none for 28.
Looks like their thought pattern here is to take as many singles as we can off the off spinner, and then get the loose one, which unfortunately Mitch Forsyth missed out on. But yeah, they're rotating the strike now, Jared. So they're starting to get really aggressive with their running.
Back round the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Quirk. Good right, tosses that one up down towards the leg stump, but it's played away to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Frustrated with himself there, Ryan, because he just didn't get it.
Yeah, there's probably a chance
to the left of the mid-wicket, sort of hit himself on the pad a little bit, but it was only ever going to be a 1. It's not like he missed a 4 or a 6, so it's only a single, nothing to get frustrated about with that.
The good right, still pretty tidy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's none for 3 off his 2 overs. None for 28 is the score, and we've completed 11 overs now, so it's 2.5, 2.7 and over.
Remembering that it's 45 overs for those that are tuning in for the first time. It's not a 40-over game, it is a 45-over game. So those last 5 overs is when you can really wield the willow.
Well, of course, they were number 13 off 2, I think it was, and none for 12. 12. So there's been 16 runs since in 9 overs, so they've pulled it back well, Craig.
Yeah, they certainly have.
That's a big like yours, Ken.
They've found their line, Buckley Ridge's bowlers, and of course, with Goodright coming on the other end, slowing it up. Bowling slow to 2 players that probably are predominantly pace batsmen.
Yeah, good captaincy from Wright, I feel. All right, Ali, storming in from the nature reserve end, and that one's defended down the wicket by Forsyth. Who looks solid. Looks solid.
So the question is, at what stage are you none for and you're safe overs, 10 minutes in hand, do we press?
Yeah,
no, it's only early. I'm not saying go now.
Wyatt, I think they like Wyatt to come in around, obviously any time now is okay, but 15 overs onwards, but you don't want to chew too many balls up of his, because he's the man that can make 150. He could do anything extraordinary things, Wyatt, so you don't want to chew too many up. But Forsyth, playing his role. We said this is the way he plays. He's 8 off 33 deliveries. Ali back for length, and that's a good shot from Forsyth. That's where he likes him. He punches that one out through point. 3. They're going to pick up 2. 3. They're coming back for 3. It's holding just inside the rope there, in front of the Dandenong Club marquee. And Forsyth grabs 3 and he moves on to 11. That was a good shot, Craig.
A fantastic shot. He got busy, like I said. He blocked back. He was quick.
Feet movement.
Yeah, his hands were quick through the ball, and he got rewarded. And as I said, just those other ones, he just needs to get busier and look to score a little bit more often. You don't have to hit out. You don't have to take risks. You just got to get busy.
And the thing with Quirk is too, like he's a 13 off 33 with 3 boundaries, only the 1 single. I know what we've found, he wants it's 4 or none a lot with Ryan, so he needs to get busy too. But it's a very solid start. It's number 30. There's a lot of time left in this game. Ali coming over the wicket to Quirk, who's forward defending towards mid-off. No run.
So a nice little shout out to Hallam's one and only John Powell.
Powell?
Listening in from, I'd imagine he's up in the Barham area.
Yeah. Yep.
In the area there, so g'day Powell.
Hopefully he's got the broadcast going through the pub.
Well, he doesn't own the pub anymore.
Oh, doesn't have the pub?
He still lives up there, yeah.
Okay.
I think he still drinks the pub.
I'm sure he does. Yep. On the other side of the bar now. All right, very good. That's well bowled by Ali. Outside off stump, coming forward, Quirk defends, no run. None for 31. On Casey Radio, of course, Cam.
Yes, 97.7.
Sounds of the southeast, as they say.
Sounds of the southeast. So this has been a tidy over.
Tidy, few overs here.
It's made a play every delivery here, and given no width to free their arms. So impressive bowling from Ali.
Yeah, he's been good. He looks like the one that might grab him a wicket too. Still the 2 slips in. Ali over the wicket towards Quirk, and that's a Yorker length delivery, and he jammed down on that one and shakes the hands because he punched it straight into the ground.
I think it might have broken the bat. Quirky, his dad better reel out one of his own home products that he's got for the boys.
The icon wouldn't break.
Is that an icon?
No.
He was the poster boy for Icon for a while, Ryan
Well,
Quirk.
still is technically.
If you drive past there.
Still, yes, that's correct. Dylan?
All right, it's number 31 here, 11.4 overs, 11.5 overs gone. Ali coming in, full toss down the ground, that one's punched for 4. Beautiful shot from Quirk, but that was over pitch from Ali, and he made no mistake there as he hit that one to the boundary, and he picks up his 4th boundary and moves on to 17.
Did a really good over, unfortunately for Ali, with that full toss, and it was a beautiful off drive down the ground for 4, taking the score to 31. And Ryan Quirk moves to 17 with 4 boundaries.
He does indeed, and that moves the score along to 35, Cameron.
Oh, sorry, I'm a bit ahead of the scoreboard. Sometimes these scores are a little slow.
Well, yeah, we don't have a scorer with us today, but we do have a scoreboard over to our left.
We've got 2. We've got there, and we've got the old-fashioned...
And we've got the My Cricket, and we've got Frog Box in front of us.
4. Where's Nicholas warming up as well?
Yeah, but just now, how long are they going to persist with the 2 slips, Craig? I mean, they haven't seen a ball look like going there yet.
You don't often get caught after 6 or 8 overs at slip at Harold Road. So if I was...
Especially the white ball.
Yeah, if I was out there now, it's as well as they've done the pigger back, I'd be still in defensive mode.
And looking to place them in out, potentially in out fields. All right, good right in over the wicket. That one didn't bounce a lot, but Forsyth just punched it away to cover without any trouble.
So with these wristband, the blue wristbands for complimentary drinks, where's the waiter service?
I'm sure Quirk's going to come around shortly. All right, good right. That's a... Oh, and Forsyth did try to belt that, but I don't think he's a slogger, Craig.
No, not normally. I know he can hit it, but I think I'd prefer to have a bit of pace on the ball. It's hard for him to make the pace. It's not quite his go, but... Good on him for trying, I say.
And well bowled too, nearly found the wicket.
It did, it was very highly thrown up in the air. It was well over head height, but he got it to drop a little bit, and Forsyth tried to whack it, and that one's a full one, and that's a full toss, in fact. But it's well fielded in the covers.
That was again above eye line.
Yeah, and a fully, so that one really should have been put away.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. They're the ones, it's not the ball before where we got outsmarted by Goodright, it's the one there that he's got to put away.
Right, tossing it up, and Forsyth's down the wicket and blocks that one.
It's good bowling, this.
It is, he's bowling. He's got his tail up here, good right.
Very good over.
Yeah, he's coming forward. He's coming as a spinner. When you know that they start taking a few little forward steps down the wicket, they're having a bit of a, maybe not a chat, but a glare, and make sure you're in the batsman's eye line. He's got some confidence up here.
And he's holding his nerve mid on and mid off, still up. Although you can have 3 out. That one's a bit shorter. It's punched to Mahela Odawate. It's a cover.
But again, changed his pace, Jared. So each ball, other than the first 2, there's been subtle variations of pace change.
Feeling like there might be something about to happen here. Good right. A little bit flatter and good Forsyth forward. This is a very, very good over from the experienced campaigner. And in fact, that is the over.
It was a great over, Jared. Two balls there, though. I think Forsyth could have scored.
Should have.
But that was probably mainly due to the good bowling from the other balls from Goodrow. That was a fantastic over.
And you can see a drink getting run out. Do you think there's a message in that?
It was a construction worker just running onto the ground.
Is there a message in there, Craig? Or just a drink?
Nah, just a drink, mate. Yeah. I don't think they'll be panicked. They've got batters that can change the tempo pretty quickly, and I don't think they'll be that concerned at this stage. Once it ticked over past 20, I mean, there's still 25 after that, obviously, and you can get anywhere a run a ball those last 25 overs with 10 wickets in hand. So at that under, another 7 overs, maybe 20 more runs, there's your 200.
I know Cheeks always says last 10 you can get up to 100. The last 10 you can get up to 100 if you got wickets in it.
Well, you can. Yeah. It's harder in local cricket. I mean, the higher the cricket goes up,
the wickets are better, the grounds are quicker.
And the players are far better.
Yeah. I mean, it's like going into a nightclub and saying you can get the best looking girl in the place. You can, but you don't necessarily do it.
Well, I would certainly say in the last 5 you could definitely get 50 in the last 5.
Well, here we go.
Wickets in hand.
The spin from both ends here.
You'd be pleased?
You're very
Left
pleased.
arm orthodox, Cameron.
Yeah.
But he spins it. You never did.
No, that's right.
Cam, who told you about this flight story?
What?
About spinners getting a bit of flight. You never did.
That's what I said, mate. Flight. You want to see flight? Go to the airport. Or go to the Wright brothers, mate. The game is but in all fairness, Craig, you've got to know your spot. You've got to know your place. Bowling partnership's same as batting. If you've got guys that spin at a mile at the other end, you don't have to do anything.
Right, Nicholas on, that's a short one and a wide one, and umpire Chapman sticks out the Dukes.
That's the worst ball of the day. That was an horrendous first delivery. Horrendous. Sorry, it was. You've got to call it as it is. Frog Boxer's even agreeing with me. It's not in.
Can't have his hand that goes.
Well, it did, yeah. But
Slick's one that did the tough.
But it must have hit a Zephyr halfway down and moved across to the 4 foot outside off.
Oh, that's a short one again, and Quirk punishes that one. Oh, no, he doesn't. Away field throws at the stumps at the keeper's end, and the Forsyth gets through, but Quirk will be disappointed he didn't get that one through, because that's his strength out there, but he gets a single, gets off strike.
Nervous start by Wes, two sort of very ordinary balls.
Yeah. I'm not going to say nervous. I play too much cricket.
Mate, hang on, you can't. Well, what's...
Just drag them. Just drag them a bit.
Yeah, he's just dragged him. He's a past Fleming medalist. I'm not quite sure Wes would be that nervous these days.
I
Long
agree.
time, got hundreds of wickets.
Yeah, he's around the wicket here from the nature reserve end. That one's down leg side, and that one is a wide. He's just dragging him a little bit down that way at the minute. Not getting his grip right, potentially can. Maybe trying to spin it. Something that you would be unaware of.
And flush.
Probably cost me millions.
Cost you millions.
It cost me millions if I could have spun the ball. Would have played 70 tests, would have been on Fox Sports heading the coverage.
You can't even head the coverage here. All right.
Because you don't let me.
Yes, you're going to get your chance soon. Oh, Nicholas bowls a nice ball there, and that one's covered up nicely by Forsyth.
Plus, I'm not so sure you can sit in Fox Sports with your feet up on the desk.
Billy's looking at that thinking, you do that to my van much longer, he's going to boot you out. You're gone soon anyway.
Yeah, I am.
Nicholas, shorter ball. That one's hit well by Forsyth. Through cover. Slick Davies chasing hard.
And Ben Watson.
Got a good arm. He's got a good arm.
Slick slides, throws towards the bowler's end. And he's hit the stumps. He has got a good arm, Craig.
He's been working on his lines all week. He slick slides.
I said he slick slides and throws.
Oh, come on, Jared. How long have you been rehearsing for?
I haven't. I just watched the ball.
Slick sliding away.
He's dead set been Anthony Hudson like been rehearsing his lines for weeks.
Garbage. Just call it naturally, son. Some of us are talented, some aren't.
Oh, we all battle away.
All right, where's Nicholas going over the wicket to Quirk? And he's forward and he's playing that one out to cover point. There's no run.
Found his line now.
He seemed interested in Quirk. I thought he may have gone downtown there.
Towards the railway.
Not that I'm encouraging him. I just thought he checked his shot.
It would have been uptown because he would have been going north, Craig.
Oh, yeah. Number 41, nearly time for a spell from you. And that one's tossed up. And that one's a not... No, he's put the arms out.
Oh, not happy either, Wes.
It's a tight one.
There you go. We'll look on the replay here as Nicholas did toss that one up. Well, it's fairly wide, but I don't know. It's a line ball.
That chap is a bowler. He should have...
Not anymore, he's not.
Some more messages come through. You won't like it.
None for 42 here. And that one's tossed up and Quirk gets forward and hits that one to cover and there's no run. And that completes the over from Nicholas. No, it doesn't. We've got one more.
Come on. I don't care. You reckon I'm going to change? Because someone...
I'll wait till the end of the over. When Jared finally gets there.
I forgot there was a wide.
Yes, there was a wide. 5 balls here we are. Nicholas has gone for 7 in his first, which is unlike him. That's a quicker one. That's a Cam McDonald-style delivery. As umpire Chapman calls over. Get on with it now, Cam, then.
No, Craig's got some...
No, the feedback was... It's a great coverage, but your microphone's a bit fuzzy, Cam. That's all.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Well, unfortunately for listeners, they're going to have 5 hours of fuzziness.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be funniness.
Very good, boys. You've been fantastic to start this day. It's been terrific banter. As we near on 12 o'clock the first hour's play, it's 11:52 a.m. I know, Cameron, you've got to go for a couple of hours. What have you got
on? Noble Park practice game and Mazenod Old Collections practice games.
Why? I know, obviously, your son plays footy.
Both of them,
but why are you needing to go and watch a practice game?
Oh, because as a good parent, that's what you do. You go and watch, you support your children's sporting pursuits.
And that was the first ball from Goodright. It was played away in the offside for no run.
And let's be honest, footy's a mile better game than cricket.
Oh, shame you're no good at it.
What? Footy?
No. All right, Goodright comes in from the Harold Road end and Forsyth advances down the wicket, plays to mid-on, no run.
He did turn up after the Jew had gone for the first time ever today.
What do you mean? Yeah, mate. You never played a game of seconds in your life in any sport.
Oh, yeah, right. Here we go. Goodright in on. That's a highly... And he's got the wicket. He tossed it right up. Forsyth went the big slog. And Goodright held his nerve and the ball was hit straight to mid-wicket. where Ben Wright took the catch, and Forsyth's gone, and that's the first wicket of the grand final here at Alex Nelson Reserve. Forsyth's gone for 14 off 43 balls. I think some will say he's done his job, some will say that he was a bit slow, but that's what it is, because Wyatt comes in.
Cleared the front leg and really tried to hit it over mid-wicket and just got no timing whatsoever on it, Jared, and it really just ballooned the sort of shortish mid-wicket.
The ball, from this angle, there's a springy south marquee over there, and it was well into that marquee. It was very highly thrown up, Craig.
Yeah, it was, and the last over really probably produced that dismissal this over. He didn't put away those 2 balls. He thought this over that he has to. Picked the wrong one, beautifully flighted up, I must say, by Goodright. I think Mitch Forsyth was going straight down the ground, but due to the lack of pace and the flight and that delivery, he's just dragged it to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, and hats off to the bowler and the skipper there for keeping their field up and not pushing the mid-on back, which enticed the shot. Obviously a bit, and as you said, the bowling in the over before probably made him feel like he had to go, but he wasn't able to pull it off, and it brings Jordan White to the crease, Craig, who's probably the key to the Springvale South innings.
Well, he will be, and it'll be very interesting. Let's see the cat and mouse that goes on early. Will Goodright throw him up to a new batter without the fielders back?
Why not?
I'm not saying he shouldn't or should. I'm saying it'd be interesting to see the tactics, and then on top of that, the tactics from the batter. Will he go downtown straight away?
And isn't it refreshing, Craig, to see someone come out to bat in a cap?
Well, it is, yeah. But besides Andrew Sharp, he's the only one that does these days. But yeah, it is. This is a good contest. This is the game, not the whole game, but this is a massive part of the game right here now.
I'll tell you, nervous starter. Wyatt, nervous starter, but you don't want him to get into 25. Very hard to get out from there. And that he's on the back foot, and he punched that one away nicely, and he nearly misread that one at cover, but he was good enough to recover and stop the run. And Goodright got his tail up, and so have Buckley Ridges here. It's 1 for 42. Solid start from Springy, but Buckley feel like they're getting back into this game. And that's a good length delivery, not as flighted to Wyatt, noticeably.
Yeah, that one was, but again, changed the pace. So, especially with the new batsman coming in, good bowling, been a terrific spell by Matt Goodright.
Certainly has. And that one is tossed up, and he's going for the run. There's a misfield, there's a mix-up. Throws coming into the keeper's end, and Quirk slides, but there was the old misfield, nearly looking for the run out there, but in the end, Quirk realised Wyatt was coming no matter what. He had to get his skates on, Craig.
He certainly did. There was a run there, obviously, they made it, but never run on a misfield was what Ryan was thinking, and Geordie was thinking, well, there's an easy single there, and I'm on North, and I'm coming.
But straight away, Craig, you can see he looks busy. He looks like he's trying to get, get away and get a single and keep rotating the strike.
That's right, it's Yada batting. And you're talking about the pace of Goodright to wide. I mean, he's not going to just say, here you go. He's choosing his batters who he wants to throw it up to, and that's wise bowling.
Yeah, he's
good over from Goodright.
He's been the pick of the bowlers for sure for Buckley Ridges. Was a good over. And we just felt something was happening the over before, and he was able to produce the wicket, Cam.
Yeah, he did. It was a reward for effort, or effort, whatever, what I'm trying to say. He's bowled really well, deserved it, had a couple... He's been the most likely looking bowler to get a wicket, Goodright, and he's got his due rewards.
It's 1 for 43 as we're near on the first hour of play being completed.
Craig, just a quick one I've noticed, without trying to make it a sombre sort of conversation, Springvale South wearing black armbands.
Yeah, I dare say that's for the mother of Ben Goody, club legend Ben Goody, as Nicholas comes in the bowl, Jared.
Nicholas around the wicket, and that's a good length delivery to Wyatt. He's forward playing down the wicket. No run.
Maureen Goody, she passed away unfortunately in the last couple of days, and she's lab boy all at the South, of course, and as I said, Ben's a very much loved person at the club.
Well, our condolences to Ben and his family at this tough time, and it's good recognition from the club for being a great stalwart.
Nicholas in from the Nature Reserve end, and that one's tossed up and played off the back foot. Stephen Roger Warlock from Jordan Wyatt there. And that one goes out to Slick Davies at wide mid off for a single.
Stephen Roger.
Well, he did. He got out-flighted, didn't he? You're right, Jared. And but he still had his weight where it was and played through the line accordingly. Good batting.
Didn't like that, Cam. I loved it.
It was off Richard Dawson, wasn't it?
Yes, that's what it was like, wasn't it?
Last ball of the day.
Exactly what I was thinking about. But he was good enough with his hands there to recover from an awkward feet position. But it's now Quirk on strike to Nicholas. A bit untidy his first over. Looks a bit better here. That one's flighted up, and that one's played to cover for no run.
got a bit of a swagger about him, Jordan White. I like it.
Absolutely.
I like it. Like, they threatened to throw it. He's just puffed the chest back out as if to say, you can throw it, mate. You're not getting me running me out at the non-strikers.
You wait till you see him pull one off the quicks, mate. The chest goes out very quickly. And that's a full toss, but into mid-on. And Wright come across there looking like he might have been able to get a hand on that.
I thought he was going to run him out by 10 yards, but that's the angle, the poor angle that Billy's put us on today.
No, he obviously judged that run very well, Quirk, and that's a single, Craig, that he needed because has been a little bit bogged down in recent times.
Yeah, he does, that's what I was saying. Just keep turning it over in between the good balls and the bad ones, and I mean, that's cricket, isn't it? We've all played so long, I suppose, and that's what he really needs to do.
Interesting field still, Craig, with only looks like the one out at deep square to me. I can't see another one out, and we're into the we're in the 16th over. Oh, good feet work, and he's pounded that one to mid-on to Ali, but he gets no run, he hit it too well.
Good contest this. This one wants to go, and the bowlers are very, very, very experienced, these two spinners.
He looks ready to go here, White. It looks like he's not going to muck around. He's certainly very positive in his approach here. As Nicholas Flatter, that one's chipped away on the onside. Thought for half a second on this angle that could have gone to Hobbs at mid-wicket, but it goes out to the deep. Mahala picks that one up and throws it in with a rocket arm, and they pick up a single, and that completes a very good Nicholas over that one. And the score is 1 for 46.
Yes.
After, what's that, 15 or 16? 16 completed.
16 completed.
Now, Cam, that ticked over 12. How long you got with us?
Well, I'm meant to be leaving now, but who's replacing me?
We can get Neil. He's sitting there.
I've got one more over him. He's saying it's an off spinner, and I'm liking the look of good right bowling. So I thought I was being replaced by Matthew Moore. So I was going to say from the sublime to the ridiculous, but I'm not sure where Big Moore is. But we'll watch this over, and then 12:30 they start, Jared. So it's only 3 minutes down the road. Hang on, what's happening here, Craig?
I don't know.
We're talking about the nature reserve.
Well,
we've lost our ball by ball man.
We hope this doesn't fall over, this Portaloo. Just as he's gone, Goodsy has just gone for a quick toilet break.
Well, let's hope he hasn't got his microphone on.
He will be back.
Oh, he hasn't.
He's taking. Oh, Billy, you can do the ball by ball if you like.
The tyres of the van are back up again.
So we're waiting the. Does this look like Slickback?
Yep, they've brought Slick Davies back on. Well, they can't burn all the spin too early, can they?
Yeah.
Like, I was talking pre-game about this. I know Springy South like to open with Butch, etc., but you're just taking away a bowler. You've got to find that fifth bowler later on.
Yeah, and it looks like when Troy Aust's come up to the stumps, so just to put a bit of pressure on White to keep him in his crease, with Slick back into the attack from the Harold Road end. It's all well bowled. Well, this is a quick run. And an easily run. But again, Craig, this is what we hadn't seen for the first 6 or 10 overs. No aggressive running or attempting to run. As soon as he hit that, he was away.
That's right.
Good batting.
That's great batting and smart batsmanship.
That's what
really
it
is the word. But look, we're all different. They came on the other side. You know, like
he's pretty fit too, looking. Jordan White.
He's a premier cricketer.
I'm not saying that Mitch Forsyth and Ryan Quirk weren't.
No, they're not, but it's the intent. But what you got to look for is a very nervous Chris Rattle who walks around behind the commentary box. I don't like him walking behind us, Chris Rattle. He's on the Carlton Zeros, he says. Fantastic. Good stuff. I know he's on Carlton, though. We know that.
Oh, come on.
They're back.
They're going all right, the Blue Baggers, Craig.
Outside edge from Quirk as that one goes down the third man towards Wes Nicholas. They pick up a single. Move on to 48.
But yeah, he's a premier cricketer, White, and that's why he comes out and does this. He's a class above this level.
He just looks busy. Looks busy.
He's a batsman. He's a cricketer. He just plays. He's prepared to go. Wouldn't say go out, but he's prepared to, maybe risk going out to score.
Pretty relaxed, just having a bit of a chat to the keeper as he takes up. Strike.
Davies in forward. Towards mid-off goes Wyatt, and they go through for the single. It's a good judge of a run too.
Exactly, Jared. That is good. Like, that wasn't that wide of the shortish cover, but he knew from the angle that he was not going to be run out. So he's working his angles as well, and as soon as he hit it, he took off. And basically, in this level of cricket, I know Craig talks about district cricket, which is a bit different, but at this level of cricket, if you take off straight away both batsmen, very difficult to be run out because the fielding is just not quick enough or accurate enough with the throw.
Davies in a bit short. Outside of stump, Quirk cuts it away to forward point or cover point.
I think the other thing, Cam, is that the fielders are now, without going back all the way, they're pushed back to the circle. And we know in T20 cricket, if you hit the ball not so hard to the circle, there's a run there.
Yeah. And I think it's Mahala fielding there too, is it? So
yes,
one of the better fielders they've put there to try and maybe force a run out, which is good captaincy. Pretty solid here from Springvale South. Oh, Quirk belts that one through cover. In the end, Watson was good enough to get around and put the left hand down and prevent it going for a boundary. So they got a single instead. And Quirk moves on to 21. Wyatt's on 5. The score is 1 for 50. And Cameron, I assume you're going to take off?
Well, I'm back at 3:30.
Yeah, you're going to take, and you're going to give me a spell at that stage and take over the main duties. Are you up to that?
Yeah, well, we don't need anyone else then. Just me.
Just you?
Yeah. I'll ask the question and give the answer.
Well, good luck to your boys, mate, playing footy. And, yes,
Change your bowler.
we'll see you soon, as we'll get, I think we'll get Neil Shaw in. Actually, this van, the suspension's good. Luckily, Billy's lost 20.
Oh, Stokes is coming in here.
Well, that's even better. All right.
You'd want to be a quarterback in here with on these two nose tackles.
Can you open up the other door, please?
All right, we're going to change a bowler here too from the nature reserve end. It looks like it might be Ben Watson who's going to come on. And he's replacing Wes Nicholas, who bowled 2 overs, none for 10. Not probably his best work, Wes, but no doubt he'll come back into the action later on. We've seen him in grand finals many times before. And he's a champion player. He'll come back, no doubt. Watson, who was an inclusion late into this side this year. I think it might have been the last round when he came in for the first time. And he's been performing well. So we'll say goodbye to Cam. Grab yourself a can of Coke, travel on the way out with the wristband, mate, and we'll see you in a couple of hours. The famous number worn by Chad Liddell, number 33, Ben Watson. So he's going to bowl his first over. He's got the keeper up to the stumps, Troy Ost. He's got the helmet on. We've got Ryan Quirk on strike. He's got a bit of an in-out field. And he's going to bowl over the wicket. And his first ball's a short one, and Quirk pulls that one away. That one's out towards the Dandenong Club marquee, and no one's going to stop that. That's a bit of a poor ball from Watson, and it was dispatched accordingly. And welcome, Neil Shaw.
Yeah, good afternoon, Goody and listeners. Very warmly shut ball, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a warmly shut ball, if that's a word, but he certainly dragged that one down, Watto, and it was duly dispatched by Quirk. He's moved on to 25, and the score 1 for 54. So Quirk just starting to get into his work now, and he'll be looking to push on from here. It's a really good, solid start from him. As Watson's in, that's a better length delivery, and that one actually hits Quirk on the thigh pad, I think, but squirted out towards cover and no run.
Yeah, and I have been listening to his, and definitely he's a 4-ball player, isn't he? He's not getting those singles, and just especially with the field pushed out to the circle.
Yeah. But there's opportunities, and that one's over the wicket. That one's cut away, but it's straight to point. He's found the fielder again. So those watching on Frogbox will probably be able to see a bit better what we're trying to explain, but hopefully those listening on the radio are getting a reasonable picture in their mind of what's happening down here at Alex Nelson Reserve. It is 1 for 54. Ryan Quirk on 25, Jordan White on 5. Ben Watson in his first over. Oh, that one's cut him in half. He's got an inside edge. He went back to cut. It didn't get up. And he got an inside edge onto it, and it's raced away to the boundary. If you look on the replay here, it did keep a little bit low, that one, Craig.
Yeah, it swung right back in. He's got some movement there, which done Ryan Quirk. Thought he had more width. Yeah. And as we're talking stump numbers earlier, that started on 4th and ended up going over the top middle stump, I think.
You had a good view of that one, Moose?
Yeah, really squeezed him up. They've come back a long way off the wicket, to be truthful, rather than over the air.
So good bowling from Watson, but he doesn't get rewarded, unfortunately. He gets a boundary against his name instead, and that's cricket. It's 29 for Quirk now, and they're 1 for 58. A bit frustrating. That one's outside off, and he's tried to cut that, and the umpire looks closely, but calls that one a dot.
A little bit wider than the one earlier he called, Mr. Chapman, we would have thought.
That was wide.
Having said that, I didn't think the other one was a wide, so that's okay.
Looking on the replay there, it was very close to the return crease, but Quirk had a dash at it. Maybe if he had left it alone, they might have paid on a wide. Watson comes in short of a length, and that one's pulled away by Quirk again, and that's a beautiful shot. He's getting some runs now. That's a boundary. Quirk moves on to 33. He's lifting the rate here, guys.
Yeah, look, he's a lion-hearted player, Ben Watson, as well as the whole family of Buckley Ridges through and through, but he's just dragged them down a couple of short ones. His luck ran out that other ball before, obviously, where he could have easily have chopped on, but just dragging down, and Ryan Quirk paying the price.
Yeah, that was the same sort of ball from the previous one, but it was a little bit shorter, which gave Quirk that chance to use his feet and get inside it. I've just noticed the umpires have called drinks in 2 overs, so we will have probably an ad break.
Yeah, beautiful. We will have a break, and in those 2 overs, maybe Jace Quirk might bring a bit of food around for us, do you reckon?
Or a drink.
Talking to Watsons, I've just saw the mighty DJ.
Yes, in the Buckley Ridges shirt. DJ strolling past with the kids, and looks like he's got a busy day ahead of him. All right, back to the action. It's Slick Davies who's going to continue his second spell into his 6th over, I think it might be. It is. That's a full pitched up delivery and driven hard to mid-on by Wide, who calls no straight away. Still batting in the cap.
Yeah, he might be inviting a half-tracker, maybe, Jared.
He doesn't mind them there from experience that I've seen, Craig. Yeah. Heron bowled faster and faster and hit it further and further when he played at Berwick. He certainly likes them up around the chin. Davies coming in. That's a good delivery, Moose. Did that one do a bit of shape?
No ball. It did do a bit of shape. Yep.
And it was a no ball call by Barrow, but that was well bowled by Davies.
He does do that, Slick. He's got this trajectory. He's got the keeper up, but when he bowls full, sometimes the ball just dips on you.
He sort of rolls the wrist.
He does something, and you think you've got a drive, and it's never not normally there, and he gets a lot of wickets because of it.
Yeah, certainly Wyatt misread it, that's for sure. Slick just maybe getting the ball to talk here. Here he comes. Harold rode in. That one's a full delivery. That's hit straight to mid-off, and there's a call of no, because Mahala's fielding there, and that would have been out if he had a run on that one.
Beautifully fielded. Attacked the ball, was calm, balanced. That's how you field, kids. If you're out there listening or you're watching at home.
That's why he's fielding there too, Craig.
That's right. He's in the hot spot. He's bowling full with the keeper up, so they need their best fielder there.
And he's inviting the run out potentially. Davies pitching the ball nice and full here. Not that one, but Wyatt belts it towards point. There's a misfield. They go for a single, and they do get through comfortably. A little bit of a stutter again.
He's some fair bat speed. He gives it the kitchen sink, doesn't he? I mean, I think he towed that in the end, but
he did, yeah.
At the same time, he pins his ears back fairly often, doesn't he?
Does. 1 for 64 here. Ryan Quirk on 33. Jordan Wyatt on 6. And it's an interesting point in the game, an important part of the game here, you feel, with these two, probably the 2 best bats for Springy in the middle. Slick Davies, the best pace bowler for Buckley. Reaches and he's caught behind. Quirk's going to cut one as Barrow does the very slow Rudy Kurtzen style finger goes up. And Slick Davies has pitched one up, I reckon, a bit of cut potentially.
I'm calling an off-cutter, sort of slowish. Held into the wicket.
Certainly wasn't short enough.
It was too tight to cut.
Yeah, too tight, maybe too short, Moose.
That's why we got you on the radio, Craig. Spot on. Very too close to the body. And I don't think he was allowing for the ball coming off the wicket a little bit. And it actually
pissed off.
It actually come back into him and just cramped him up a bit, and it was a bit too close.
And a lovely take by Troy Ost, who's up the stumps to Michael Davies. And Michael Davies probably didn't start too well with the ball in his first spell. I reckon he was a bit frustrated, but he's hit back hard, and that's a massive wicket. So Ryan Quirk is gone, 33 off 54 balls, a nice little innings. But he does get a lot of those, doesn't he? A lot of those 30s to 50s, which I'm obviously a take as an opening batsman, but a little bit of a shame for him that he wasn't able to go on. And he's caught by Ost, bowled by Michael Davies. And the score is now 2 for 64 off 18.4 overs.
Yeah, just over the last couple of overs, just goes that the ball is moving a little bit more off the wicket than it was with the newer ball.
That's what maybe alluding to in the preview. I wonder if with the moisture on the ball moves, and then it might harden, because on the seam can get a bit soft and then harden up.
Yeah, possibly, but I think the dew went pretty quickly after play started. So
yeah, okay. Yeah. It is an absolute cracking day here, and Jack Sketch is the man to come in. Slopes, and every time he wears this stupid vest, the white vest over the red gear, and doesn't matter how hot it is, he wears it every time.
He probably wears it for Noble Park when he plays footy too. They let him wear that, but
missing out on the practice match right now, actually.
Well, he is, yeah. Our correspondent at home, Cam Forsyth, says it was the fingers rolled over and an off-cutter.
Very good.
Replay man now in action.
That's 1 from 2 for you.
Yeah, well, that's why I brought it up.
50%.
Right.
Keep it up, Cam. All right, and that's a good length delivery, and Sketches 4, and he blocks that one out towards cover. I think there might be Hobbsy out there. He fields. There's no run.
Is there such a thing as a nervous 7 balls coming up before the drinks break, Moose?
Yeah, there is, especially for the way Sketcher plays. Like, he does use a lot of balls up before he goes, and it's a real important spot here for Buckley Ridges to get through those few overs.
Yep, absolutely. Davies comes in from the Alex... Oh, it's Nelson. road end, I was going to say. Well, with Alex Nelson reserve, they were road end, and he plays that one down towards third man Sketcher, and he's off the mark with a single. 2 for 65. Now we've got 2 new bats in at the moment, so it's a game that's interestingly poised with 1 over to go before drinks, Craig.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah, I mean, we can commentate now and give our thoughts. But yeah, in 3 minutes' time, if not a wicket falls, we'll be saying something different perhaps. So, look, he's just got to get through this over. Watson was expensive last over. Ryan Quirk put him away a couple of times behind square leg and down the fine leg with an inside edge. But Sketcher this over. Look, it's at the stage of the game. If it wasn't drinks, do you play the pull shot? Do you play the drive? Or do you just get through to drinks? I think he should just be ready for any kind of delivery and take it for what it's worth at this stage of the game.
I think it's a real good opportunity for Watson to get his line of length. Yeah. He got the new batsman in, and the next 5 overs I think it's important not to get wide the strike. Keep Sketcher on, say the ball, the run slow down as well.
Yeah, good call. And I think that is a good call, particularly about Watson. Went for a few in his first over. He's got the figures of none for 12, actually. 3 boundaries that were off his first over. But this does give him the opportunity. Sketch, as Moose alluded to, is not noted as a real fast starter, but he can hit the ball. There's no doubt about that, and give it a whack. But with 1 over before drinks, you'd think he'd be looking to consolidate here. And if I was Watson, I'd be looking to try and angle in at that middle and leg stump and try and hit the pads. See if they can get an early drink and grab a wicket. If they could get a wicket here before drinks, I'd say they're well on top at 3 for 65, but we'll see what happens. 2 for 65 here. Watson in for his second over. Good length delivery outside the off stump, and Ost, who's up the stumps again, takes it nicely.
And again, a good field set for this last over before drinks. He's put the slip into the new batter. He's bowled the ball in the right area. If Sketcher can stretch forward and perhaps overcommit to something that's not really there, the snick is available.
Watson in again, right arm over the wicket, back of the length. Sketcher cuts that one away, looking for the quick single, and he's going to pick it up. Was well fielded, but did have a fumble, and Sketcher was all over that. He's pretty quick between the wickets.
Yeah, these two will run. Does that create a run-out chance? Of course it does if they are running, but in the same token, they'll pick some runs up that were lost earlier.
Again, it was a little bit too short a ball from Watson.
Yeah, he does have the opportunity to pitch it up here right before drinks to a new batter. Wyatt pulls away there. There might have been someone behind.
No, Slick Davies was moving around. He stuck his hand up and apologised. All was good. He played on.
Tries again, Watson. Right arm over the wicket. Full delivery on the legs, and that one's nicely played towards mid-wicket, but there's no run there. Jason Hobbs, the fielder at mid-wicket, tossed it straight back in over the bails. Well fielded.
Just out of all his balls he's bowled so far, the one he's trying to bowl a little bit quicker is the one that's actually dropping a bit short, whereas that one was a little bit slow and a bit more full.
Yep. Watson in again. Oh, there's a French cut there. French cut, that's well bowled. Wyatt gets through. That was a loose shot, Craig.
Yeah, very loose. He lost his shape. His head went into the air there, and I'm not sure whether he's trying to hit through the covers or straight down the ground. And again, when Watson's in the right area, he's causing some problems here.
Yeah, slower pace. It just certainly caught him out there, I think.
We're right on the angle of that one. That didn't miss the off stump by a lot, I can tell you. No, went through the legs of Ost, who was the keeper. Just got away with that one, Wyatt. But he gets a single and stays alive. And that one's on the legs of Sketcher. He's going for the LB there for sure. Zach does play around the pad a little bit. But that one's okay. Goes to mid-wicket.
A lot of batters do, Jared, don't they?
They do.
Eh?
Well, you test them out for a while there, Craig, and see if they miss, hopefully.
What about the batters?
2 for 67 here at Alex Nelson reserve in the Turf 1 DDCA Grand Final. That's a full-length delivery, and that was a quicker one. It was well fielded at cover, but well played by Sketcher. And that is
good cricket.
Over. That is good cricket, and we're going to have a drink here at Alex Nelson reserve in the DDCA Turf 1 Grand Final. It's been a great couple of hours, or hour and a bit of cricket, I should say. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the broadcast from home or around the ground or in their truck even, Craig.
In their truck or in their car.
All right, we're going to have a little bit of a spell here. We'll be back shortly with more cricket action.
Why not consider the Dandenong Club for your next special occasion? You can book one of the 2 stylish function rooms and have the Dandenong Club staff take the stress and hard work out of preparing that birthday celebration, wedding reception or corporate event. Call the Dandenong Club function manager on 9792-1963 or visit their website at www.dandenongclub.com.au to organise that all-important function. One of Victoria's leading social venues, the Dandenong Club, is a Casey Radio sponsor.
For Melbourne's best shower screens and wardrobes, it's Prestige. Winner of the Australian Home Design Award, Prestige brings you style, elegance and sophistication along with their 26 years of design experience. Sensational built wardrobes, shower screens and mirrors. Prestige. For a free, no obligation on-site quote, contact Prestige now, 97682845 or visit their showroom in Villas Road, Dandenong South, a Casey Radio sponsor.
Hey fellas, don't forget we're dining al fresco at Springvale RSL tonight.
But I don't eat pasta. Al fresco? Isn't he a Greek wrestler?
No, we're going to eat in a nice, warm, outside dining area for a change.
Can I still have my big, thick, juicy steak? And my cold beer?
Yeah, of course you can. The extensive menu is still the best value in town. And don't forget the live entertainment.
Springvale RSL.
My favourite RSL.
Another 3SER sponsor.
G'day, this is Eric Banner for RAD, recording artists, actors and athletes against drink driving. Here's a simple word of advice. If you enjoy a drink when you go out, keep it simple. Unless you're a rocket scientist, how do you really know whether you're under or over the limit? So try this. Either drink or drive. Don't mess around trying to do both.
A message from RAD, recording artists, actors and athletes against drink driving.
This March, rediscover the joy of live theatre at the Drum Dandenong, a beautiful historic building teeming with quality programming. It's a place for people to meet, connect, create and be inspired. This month, X Factor winner Isaiah Firebrace and his band. And the live rock and roll circus extravaganza of Rebel, a tribute to David Bowie. Head to drum.greaterdandenong.vic.gov.au or call 8571 1666, station sponsor.
Our sponsors, Suncrest Outdoor Blinds, offer an extensive range of external awnings, including canopies, E-zip channel blinds, folding arm awnings, patio shades and more. Our dedicated team comes to you on time, every time. Seniors discount apply all year long. Phone 9753 5221 or visit www.suncrestoutdoorblinds.com.
Tune into the Red Hot Hard Rock Show every Saturday night from 6:30 till late for the biggest and baddest tracks in the southeastern suburbs right here on Casey Radio 97.7 FM. The sound of the southeast.
Playing a better mix of old and new. Casey Radio 3SER 97.7 FM.
And welcome back to the Turf 1 DDCA Grand Final here, Buckley Ridges and Springvale South, and we're playing, coming to you live, of course, on Casey Radio. And we just had a little drinks break with the score at 2 for 67 after 20 overs. We've got Jordan White at the crease and Jack Sketcher for Springvale South, and the great Michael Davies bowling at the moment for Buckley Ridges. Don't mind us. We've just had a little bite to eat in the break here, thanks to Jason Quirk and the team round there in the canteen for delivering us a nice little assortment of goodies. Happily snapped up by the gents in this van, which has just got slightly heavier in the last couple of minutes. All right. Play about to get underway. Ash Barrow says he's going to bowl right arm over the wicket, and Slick Davies, having bowled this many overs early, Moose, you'd probably expect that he might be one of the ones that's going to bowl the 12.
Oh, he'll be definitely one of the 12.
And if you're going to pick another one at this stage, it'd be Matt Goodride, I would say. It's interesting that they took him off, but he got the wicket. I think Ben Wright's captaincy so far has been superb.
Harley's been one that's bowled 12 plenty of times for them.
They'll get their matchups. They'll have their matchups ready and who they want to bowl to who, etc. So they've got their best bowler bowling at Springy South's best bat here, so which is good cricket.
It is. Very good cricket. And if you're not in the ground, get down here as Davies bowls a full-length delivery. Wyatt plays away towards point. No run there. We have got a pretty good crowd in at the moment, Craig. I'd expect that this will fill up a bit more, though, as the day goes on.
Yeah, most people get there for the second innings, don't they? I mean, I'm a traditionalist. I want to see the whole game.
Yeah.
But most people come in and want to see the result and cheer their team on.
Of course, if you are listening anywhere and you're driving around or you're at home doing the gardening or something, we do encourage you to get down here and obviously stay tuned, as there looks like to be a single in towards point there. No, he gets the run easily wide. He's a good judge of a run.
Nice soft hands. Very nice soft hands there.
He played it right under the eyes and pushed it out towards Ben Wright at point who come running across, but it was a well-judged single. But yes, of course, as I said, Craig, if you're in the garden or at home, we'd certainly want you to tune into Casey Radio, but we encourage everyone to get down to the ground. Springvale South are hosting, and they've done a fantastic job. The wicket looks absolutely superb. We look set up for a 200-plus game here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, that's right. For a one-day spectacle, you want to see over 200, and it'll be a fair chase later on. Don't worry about that.
Davies in towards Sketcher for the first time. And that's a full delivery. He went for the ankles there, went for the LB, but Sketcher was good enough. He got all the way down to fine leg and picked up a single. Good rotation of the strike between these two.
Now with the dew burnt off the ground, it's the ball's travelling a little bit further now at a different pace, and like I said, for this chase later on, there won't be any hurdles in front of Buckley Ridges other than the total they're chasing.
It was certainly set for a magnificent afternoon's cricket here as Davies comes in again from the Harold Road end. Back of the length and probably wasn't short enough to pull, but Wyatt looks hungry for runs here. He wants to get them quickly.
He did. It wasn't short enough, that's for sure. He's tried to make something out of nothing there and nearly made an error. He can chop on, trying to hit that length.
Interesting, they have got the deep mid-wicket in place too.
They have. Good pick up, Moose. That's why we got you out there. As that one's a full-length delivery, and that one he plays away towards mid-on. They're going to go for the single, and he throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end. He gets through comfortably in the end, but if the mid-wicket fielder was able to get across there, that might have been a run-out opportunity. But again, well-judged run, Craig.
Yeah, well, they're turning it over, and it's a one-day game. You've got to, you must do that. You can't just stand there and wait for the boundaries because these bowlers are too good. You can't just hit a boundary whenever you want to.
It's 2 for 70. Wyatt moves to 9. Sketches on 3. Really good little battle this. Slick's bowling well, keeping the ball pitched up. The only balls that have been slightly short have almost bought him opportunities, so looks like they're sweating on it. We know Wyatt likes the pull shot. Sketcher. Cover drive. That one goes straight through the hands of the short cover. He didn't quite get a hand on. He's belted that before, and he's a bit disgusted in his work there, Hobbsy, I think it is, there at cover. And Sketcher hits his first boundary.
Yeah, full delivery from Slick, a little bit of width, and Sketcher took full toll of it, but I think Hobbsy, he had it lined up and the ball actually bounced over his hands. Unfortunately, it wasn't, I wouldn't call it horrible feeling at all. I think he's a little bit unlucky. I think the bounce done him.
The one thing I did notice is the way Jack Sketcher used his wrist then to try and get that gap, and that's important to compare. The earlier guys were just still playing through with the same wrist.
Yeah, correct, Moose. You've got to just unlock the handcuffs, so to speak, don't you?
Exactly.
All right, it's 2 for 74. We've got 21 overs completed. The game is starting to move here at Harold Road. The game is starting to move. We've got Nicholas also starting to move there at middle.
About that. Time zone.
A bit of
a few moves there, was he?
Wyatt, batting in the cap. Great to see, as Cam said.
This is an important over for Watson, I think.
Yeah, very good. 2 overs, none for 14 at the moment, Ben.
Deep mid-wicket, Bruce. Yes,
I think in the second semi-final, playing on the postage stamp at Park, he only went for 14 in 7. So different ground, different game of cricket, different opposition. That one's a good length, and that's played off the back foot to mid-on and no run.
I actually think he's probably just forward a square there out deep. I think he's got to actually come around about 20 yards.
He's had that mid-wicket at both ends, though. They obviously see something there, an opportunity to get him out.
Still the slip in place.
Yep. Keeper up the stumps. That one's on the hip and that one's tucked around the corner. They might get 2 here. It is Mahela, I think, fielding out there. And they do come back for 2.
I don't think
it's a long way from our broadcast position, but
that's not Mahela, I don't think. Could be Zafar. Is it Zafar?
Zafar Sheikh.
Or if it's not Zafar Sheikh.
I think it's sort of what he... No?
He's further around.
Oh, there is 2 fielders out there, I beg your pardon. They have got a mid-wicket and a deep square.
It's part of the van here, for those that don't know, that can obscure our view at times.
It's a great vantage point all round, though. And that one's just outside off stump and punched down the third man.
Not to say it obscured your view, could you? I was just stating.
No.
Yeah, clear, you just got it wrong.
Can you just sit back a bit there, Craig? So you get so past you.
For a minute there, I thought you'd covered me up, but you stuck the boots in anyway.
No way.
See, Frogbox doesn't go out there, so it wouldn't have mattered, but no, you had to bugger it up on me. All right, Watson full. Oh, that's hit him on the foot, is it?
Through him.
Oh, what's happened there, Moose? Because from our vantage point, that looked like...
It was a Yorker, though. I think it was just a lazy shot. He just sort of fell forward rather than playing forward, to be truthful. He just beautiful line and length. It was just outside the off stump, but I think it was a little bit of lazy batting thing. It was just coming through at the same pace, and he just missed it.
Well, it beat the keeper as well, so it mustn't have missed the off stump by much, and that's the sort of ball or the line that I'd like to see them persist with. Maybe obviously just on the stumps would be better, but he can get a little bit tangled up around that front pad, Sketch. He can from time to time miss that one, and he's an LB candidate. But he survives. They've had a little bit of luck springing south, and that one's another good ball on the pads, and it's played down the wicket for no run, and they have had a little bit of luck, a couple of French cuts and a couple that have just missed the stumps.
And again, he's just found his length being up.
Yeah, he's changed his pace there.
Yeah.
He's got some slow swing.
Watson again from the nature reserve, and that's the arm ball, or the effort ball, I should say, with a strong
There's a
arm.
terrific over there by Watson. It's his best over he's bowled so far, and it's starting to get in that groove.
He is indeed. He's got 3 overs, none for 17. He was a bit stiff. Some of those runs were a boundary off a French cut. So 2 for 77, a score now, and Wyatt's on 12. Sketchers on 7. Davies has now bowled 7 overs. Will he continue? Well, they're going to change. It's going to be
Nicholas is coming on, and just one more thing on Watson. He's bowled 3 overs and had 3 genuine chances.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he could have had 3 wickets in and really break this game open, but unfortunately for him and Buckley Ridges, he's walked away with, what'd you say, number 17?
Number 17 off 3 with a couple of French cuts involved there.
Yeah, it doesn't do it justice.
Yeah. We've just seen his brother walking around before. He'd be pretty handy out there today.
He'd be handy any game.
Wonder if he's back next year, Daniel. He's got the Buckley Ridges polo on today.
He was always going to have that on though, mate.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I'm sure they'd love to see him with the one out there on. But there's going to be a change of bowling here at Alex Nelson, and it's Wes Nicholas who's going to come in to the attack. He's going to bowl his left arm around the wicket to Jordan White, and he does have the field back at mid-on. He's got a long on in place.
Deep mid-wicket and deep cover as well.
So they have started to finally push the field back and protect those boundary balls, which is good captaincy. Of course, we're 22 overs in. They can have 5 out. And they've still got the slip in place.
Still catching up on the scoreboard.
Nicholas in first ball, and he's gone down the wicket, and he's punched that one straight over the bowled barbecue there. And over the marquees it goes for 6 runs. Great shot, Jordan White. He didn't take any time having a look at Wes.
Oh, he didn't, did he? Jeez, he used his feet pretty well.
Not beautiful footwork.
You don't see that very often at this level of cricket. You see who the better players are very quickly, and his footwork and his bat speed was sensational.
He looks on a mission here. He absolutely looks on a mission, mate. From the moment he walked out, he has looked to be very positive. And that can bring you undone, of course, in games of cricket, but it's a one-day game. It's a one-day comp.
The next ball will be flat. It's at the
legs?
At $1.01, right?
$1.01. Cheaper than the petrol prices, Moose.
Absolutely.
Speed at the legs, I would say. He's gone down the wicket again. He hits that one high. It's going over mid-off. Mid-off runs around, but he ain't going to get that, and that's another boundary to Wyatt. His intentions are clear, Craig.
Well, they are. It's a 55-metre hit straight down the ground, and at some stage the game's got to get broken open, doesn't it? If you go along at 3.3 and over, you're not going to come away with anywhere near 200. So he's the player to change the tempo, and that's exactly what he's doing. As mid-off goes all the way back to the marquees now.
He has to. I think that's Slick Davies down there, one of the better fielders, right in front of Springy South crowd.
Yeah,
who he's obviously played for in the past. Now Nicholas going for a bit of stick here. That one's up on leg stump and flighted well, so held his nerve, and he's an experienced campaigner. He's not going to be overawed by the situation, but he does have figures of none for 20 off 2.2. Jordan White, the key for Springvale South, looks to be in a groove here. Nicholas comes in and White's down the wicket, playing carefully back down, and he's on 22 off 25 balls.
Very well bowled by Wesley.
Yeah, no, I'm just checking.
Scoreboard not working at the moment, so we're just trying to get that sorted out. It is actually 2 for 87, and that's a quicker ball by Wes, and it's fielded off his own bowl. He lazily fielded, really, because that had to go through. It was a single, but he did the job in the end, and Wyatt remains on 22. He's faced 27 balls and has looked positive from the moment he's walked out there. He's a huge wicket here today. Wes Nicholas tosses that one up. That's a good length delivery, and Wyatt was forward. Didn't get to the pitch.
Good comeback by Wes in that second half of that over, after the first 2 balls being well and truly outplayed with a 6 and a boundary. But
yep,
At one stage it looked like it could have been a 16 or 18 over and ended up being just the 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call, Moose. He fought back well, and they'll stick with him here, you'd think. They'd stick with him because whilst he went for a couple, he looks like he potentially could get a wicket if he could get White to run past one. He looks very keen to use his feet and get down to the pitch. So it's 2 for 87. 23 overs are gone. The game right in the balance is not probably the right word, but it's evenly poised, I guess. Halfway through the Springvale South innings, you'd expect they'll be able to post something up around the 200 plus. And if they do that, they give themselves a chance, but we're going to watch an unbelievable Buckley Ridges batting line-up late in the afternoon as well. So it's game on here at Alex Nelson Reserve as Watson continues. His last couple of overs have been quite good. That one's a good delivery on around off stump, and Sketcher plays it back down the wicket.
So the reason for the scoreboard for those at the ground, the My Cricket is not servicing how it should, as usual.
Good thing it is still working on the phone, no My Cricket, so we can keep up to date with them. We've got Frog Box across.
Well, we've got the other scoreboard in front of the players' change rooms as well, which is up to date.
All right, Watson continuing from the Nature Reserve end. That's a good delivery. Sketcher pokes it out towards cover, towards Hobbs, and he gets through for the easy single. In the end, he's batting in the cap also.
That's one thing Jack's very good at. He's a very good run in between wickets. Even though he has been run out a couple of times this year, but he is very quick.
He picks up more than he loses. No, that's for sure. He's also dynamite in the field. He probably gets 5 to 6 run-outs a year. So he's one to watch there. But he's a very clever cricketer, and it's good to see him take some ownership, batting up the order this year too. Batting at 4. And that's a short ball by Watson. That's put away by Wyatt. That's going to go down to deep square leg, but it is cut off right on the boundary, is it? And they get back for a couple.
I think that is already that's moved around there.
I was going to say it, but I was too scared to say it.
And a bit of a misfield down there too to get make it easy too.
He had a bit of a fun. He's a great fielder though, isn't he?
Oh, and you're right. You can see that glass, can't you?
Yeah,
he just oozes it.
Absolutely.
Oozes it. All right, Watson in again to Wyatt. And that's cut away through cover, but it's been stopped by Slick Davies, who was caught a little bit off on the wrong foot there, but he was able to recover and field it well, and there's no run.
He's sweating on length here, Jared.
He is.
Absolutely sweating on his length. Anything
remotely short, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's putting the pressure right on Watson's bowling. He seems to be bowling a little bit different to him rather than the other guys. He just needs to bowl the same stuff, I think.
Yeah, he does put you under that pressure, though. Makes it feel like there's a very small margin for error. You're too full, he'll belt you down the ground. You're too short, he'll whack you square of the wicket. But that was a good delivery.
Might have missed a run there.
That one kept a little bit low, Moose?
Yeah, a little bit, but there was a lot of pace taken off the ball too.
So still persisting with the slip. I'd like to see the slip come out into a catching position, to be honest.
Short cover.
Yep, exactly where I'd like to see. But Wright's got it all right so far today. Watson, leg side. He missed one there, White, and he punches his bat in disgust.
You have been practicing those lines, haven't you, Goodsy?
No, not at all. Not at all. Speaking of which, we're going to have Matty Moore come onto the broadcast soon, which is going to be interesting.
Very.
Tells me you already... No, I won't say that. It's 2 for 90 here. It's 24 overs in. We've got 21 overs to go on the Springvale South innings. And it's evenly poised, 2 for 90. They haven't got away, Springvale South, but they're quite a solid start, a really good base for them to build a big score over 200, Craig.
Yeah, well, that they have now, that's right, but the important thing, as we keep saying, the big players, can you get them out, or do they bat through to the end of the innings and post well over 200? So, huge partnership here, got the experienced Wes Nicholas on. Look, it's a great game of cricket, isn't it? We'd love to say what's going to happen, but as we know, we don't know.
No, we'd only be guessing, but it is set up really well. It is set up really well. Now, the fielders come up. The mid-off and mid-on have come up. Wes has brought them up for Sketcher when he's on strike. You've got Davies at mid-off.
184.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll talk about that bit more in a minute. That's flighted by Nicholas. It's hit towards mid-on, who has come up, but he's misfielded it. He's misfielded that early. Not happy about that, and he got the single. Good running, Sketcher.
I like the way they're inviting the, besides White now, who has put them in back, all the other batters, the spinners have invited them to hit down the ground. And they're backing their skills.
Yep.
Good cricket.
It is good cricket. Let's see if it brings a wicket like it did earlier. They are back for Wyatt, and rightfully so. Nicholas around the wicket. Will Wyatt take him downtown anyway? He does take him downtown, but just the single down along on. Checked his shot a little bit in the end. It was a full toss as he moved his feet down towards the wicket. And he picked up a single, so he moves on to 25, he's got them pretty quick. It's only 33 balls. 2 for 92. We're into the 25th over. Springvale South's first innings. They won the toss and had a bat. And what is an absolute glorious day for Turf 1 cricket. Around the wicket, Sketcher goes the big sweep. Nicholas got that one to dip a little bit, I think, Moose.
Yeah, it did drop on him, and but he's certainly looking for that boundary out towards that second scoreboard.
He was indeed. I think he missed that by a fair way, though.
Yeah, good. He missed it by a good foot.
He's going for the roof. Any part of.
All right, Nicholas operating from the Harold Road end. He tossed that one up, got it to dip again. Nice cover drive, but only as far as right at cover.
Good bowling. They know wickets is the key here, and their bowling for wickets is long on, mid on. Now goes back to long on.
Yeah, getting late in the over.
Yeah, good cricket.
It is. I'd almost push the mid off back to and invite the single. Keep wide away from the strike. That's a faster ball from Wes, and it's a good one. That's taken nicely by Ost. There's one ball left in the over. Trying to keep. Yes, it is. Trying to keep my cricket up to date. The scoreboard looks like it's having a reset, Craig.
Yep.
Few technical difficulties. Not in the Casey Radio office in here, though. We're going well. And Sketcher plays that one out. He does get that single off the last ball. And they'll take that, Buckley, I think. Keep wide away from the strike for a bit, wherever they can. And that completes a Nicholas over. Pretty good over from Wes. He's got 4 overs for 23 now. You can hear the birds in the effects mic.
We're at the nature reserve end, but that's they're actually...
Oh, have a listen to them. But the white galahs, I think they are. They're a pest at this time of the year.
Yeah, they are.
They are a pest. They'll get up in the tree there and make a real mess.
Plenty of galahs down here over the years, let me tell you, Jared. No matter what time of year.
One just left, actually, about 12 o'clock.
He did, so he might be listening.
He will be listening. 2 for 93 at Harold Road. Turf 1, DDCA Turf 1 Grand Final, of course. It's Buckley Ridges and Springvale South. Springvale South playing at home, but finished 4th on the ladder. So it worked out well for him there as Watson comes in from that nature reserve end towards Sketcher, and it's on his pad, and he turns that one away towards Mahela Udawate at deep square leg, and there's a single, and Sketcher moves on to 10.
That's good commentary, Jared, and good pronunciations of the Sri Lankan fellas, because it's all about to change when Matt Moore gets in the van. You know that.
Did you hear Bruce trying to say Athol Madali earlier?
No,
Athol Madali.
Well, no.
You called him Mikey.
He must be in St Mary's next year. He's got his name right.
Watson coming in. Oh, that's well bowled. That's well bowled. I had the view a little bit interrupted there.
Yeah, too high.
No, it
looks straight,
didn't it? Looks straight. Just slowed it up, and it just tennis balled. Yeah, he's just changed his pace again.
It'd be great if we could get Mr. Patel to move over about 1 metre. As Watson comes in, that's a quicker ball. That's the one where he rips that arm over.
Good change of pace. Good change of pace. He's keeping wide honest here. As long as he doesn't drag down, that's the ball White sweating on. Other than that, Watson's winning this mini battle for mine.
He's been really good since that first over. He went for 12 in his first over. He's gone for 21 altogether, but there's been 2 boundaries through French cuts. Oh, and he's gone back and pulled that one. There is the mid-wicket, but he's not going to get to that. That is 4 runs. A nice shot from Wyatt. And as you said, Craig, sweating on the length.
Yeah, he made his own length there. I don't think that was too short either, but that's the pressure you put people under. But that's the one-day game of cricket also, where Wyatt does have to move on.
2 for 98. Wyatt moves to 29. He just can't help but think that this bloke could do anything here. He is the man for the moment. He's looked like he's on a mission from the moment he walked out, Moose.
Yeah, he certainly is, and the difference there was he gave him room, whereas the previous one's been cramping him up a little bit. With that one, he did have plenty of room to use his wrist to pull it across.
Yeah. Watson. Hey, back of a length that time. Popped a little bit on Wyatt, who played it off the splice of the bat. It popped up for a minute, but it was never a chance of a catch. But a good comeback from Watson. Showed a bit of gall there to be able to drop it into the wicket again after just getting pulled across for a boundary.
Just pulled it back again.
Yeah, but closer again to his body rather than giving him that width.
Just wonder when the 5 fielders go out to Wyatt. Still only 3 out at the moment. And that's a full one. He goes over towards cover and it just beats Hobbs, who dives away to his left. They're coming back for 2 here. Slick Davies is a good throw. but they're going to get there comfortably, and that one was well bowled by Ben Watson. His hands are on the hips. He's got the teapot going, and it's just got over Hobbs' left hand, which was outstretched. It was a great effort. A little bit of luck for Springy again.
Well, again, yeah, that's 4 overs now for Watson and 4 chances. It was a genuine chance, pardon the pun. Of course, he's got genuine written on the back of his shirt, I presume still, which he's used for years. But again, he's changed his pace, mishit, and that just short cover he wasn't really that short a cover either, but it just lollied over the top of him and landed around about the 30-metre circle.
Potentially, if the slip was out, you might have had another one in there.
Brings up 100 off 26, so 20 overs to go. He's certainly looking well over 200.
Yeah. And let's hope they do, because I think Buckley are going to get 200, to be honest, with their batting line. I think they're going to be looking at that 220 to 240, and then we're going to have an unbelievable afternoon's cricket. Sets it up really well for huge ratings on Casey Radio. That's what it sets it up for, Billy. Don't worry about that. Where's Nicholas operating from the Harold Road end, and that one's on Sketcher's pads, and he just plays that one nicely for a single on the onside. So he moves on to 12, score moves on to 101.
Yeah, turning it over very nicely, giving White as much strike as he likes.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful role for Sketcher to play here with White going as hard as he is, Craig.
The scoreboard's back up and running into there, thanks to Kev Murphy.
Very good. All right, Nicholas in. He comes down the wicket and he belts that one straight down the ground over the top of Jason Quirk. Is it down there? And it's gone for 6 runs straight down the ground. Well played, Jordan Wyatt. He is on a mission, boys.
He is, and I wouldn't want to own that silver car down there because maybe that ball hit that. But again, good footwork, good contest. I know he's hit 16 runs in the last couple of overs off Wes, but Wes keeps coming. He keeps throwing it up. And something tells me that he's not totally out of this this little contest, Wes. Let me tell you.
If he just doesn't quite get to the pitch of one of those, you could see one going up on the offside potentially.
Yeah, correct, and long off your man, and Slicker won't drop it.
No, he could cover a lot of territory there.
Yep.
Despite being a larger frame, Slick, he is a very fast and agile fielder. One of the best going around. So, great contest here. Nicholas coming in again around the wicket, and that one is hit out towards Slick Davies out there at long off, but along the ground, and Wyatt moves on to 38. He's only faced 40 balls. It's 2 for 108.
Good batting, very good batting. His hands to hit that 6 were nice and strong and straight through, and this one he just picked up that easy single to keep turning it over.
Yeah, he's certainly right on top of his game here, Wyatt. He's something to watch. Let's hope he goes on with it for the game's perspective, and obviously Springvale South, but Buckley looking to get him soon. Sketcher this time. He goes bang over mid-on. Is that 6? No, it's 4. One bounce into the fence, and Sketcher, he's getting a hold of Nicholas as well. A lot of work to do for Wes here.
Yeah, well, they played that card with Sketcher last over, leaving the long run up at mid-on. He's gone back now, of course, but Sketcher took full advantage. This time he got it right. Last time he swung and missed, obviously.
So Nicholas been proving to be really expensive here, which is unlike him. And obviously they've targeted him. Springvale South, Sketcher's on strike, and he tosses this one up, and that was slower, and that was a good delivery.
Oh, they played the game, Jared. We called it a couple of overs ago. It was no secret he's trying to bowl for wickets, and we got Mitch Forsyth's wicket off Goodrod earlier doing it.
Yep.
And they're looking for another one, but it hasn't paid off this time.
Might be time for Goodrod again. Left arm round the wicket here. Nicholas, that's a quicker one. Squeezed out the backward point. Loud call from wide. He says no, they've got enough off that over. It is 2 for 112, and the game is really starting to motor along. 27 overs gone.
Yeah, it has, and just as you say, that maybe a change of bowler. I did see Patel doing some kind of exercise, so we might see another spell from Patel.
Do they keep Watson going here? They've used the 6 bowlers. Patel's bowled 2, Watson's bowled 5. That's 7 between those.
Yeah,
Nicholas has bowled 5, though. He's probably the concern.
Nicholas and Patel's probably the keys here to get the 7.
I think Watson's likely to get a wicket, to tell you the truth. I know.
So he's the man going to bowl the 7.
Well, he's gone. Yeah, well, he'll bowl another 2 overs. Look, he's been a bit unlucky. Like I said, he's had a chance every over, and I feel White didn't quite get him last over. He'll probably take him down towards this fan we're commentating from.
It is going to get to the point, though, soon where they keep bowling Nicholas or Watson, that 2 of them can't bowl the 12 because they've used the 6 bowlers. So it'll be interesting. I'm pretty sure they're going to... Oh! What happened now? I seen one just popped up on the leg side. It's come off Wyatt's thigh pad, I think. Dribbled out to the wicket keeper looking on the replay, and Ost was going to take the bails, I think, but then end up leaving it to see if it would roll on the stumps.
The ball nearly rolled onto a leg stump. It's another stump or 2, and it probably would have...
They're just having a bit of luck, aren't they? Just having a bit of luck, Springy. But Watson's bowling well. He's testing them out. He's a chance to get a wicket here. This one's pitched up, and that's beautifully played. Straight down the ground. He lofts it straight over the top of the front box, and that's 6 runs to Wyatt. And a beautiful cricket shot that. He moves on to 44. The score goes to 2 for 118, and the Springy South boys are on a roll.
Yeah, again, you called it beautifully last ball, Jared. Just a bit of luck that they were having, and as much, obviously, one has luck, the other doesn't, and Ben Watson has been a bit unlucky at times, but it's those boundary balls that bumped his figures up to number 33 now in his 6th over.
We could see something very special here in the next hour.
Oh, mate, I feel like that's what's happening here, Moose. If you're in the area, get down and have a look. This has got a bit of David White about it, this innings from Jordan Wyatt.
Oh, geez, wasn't it? That's a piece. Anyone can be anywhere near David White, you'd be going okay. What a player he was.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a 90-over game. This is the 45-over equivalent, I think. He's looking really good.
Pushed the mid on right back onto the fence again now.
It is only a 60-metre hit. He'll fancy himself. Short, that one. That's on the pads, and he's got that one away nicely. They're going to get one. They're going to come back for the second. Not even Mahala can cut that one off. So Geordie Wyatt moves on to 46. He's faced less balls than that, 44 balls. And the score's 2 for 120 with Sketcher on 16 at the other end, just playing a nice little roll.
I used the word batsmanship earlier today, that to hit the ball straight over the bowler's head down the ground for 6 and then just have that deft touch just to know there was 2 down the deep fine leg. Good batting.
All right, Watson in again. Has he gone one too many with Watson? Because he's going for a few in this over, and Wyatt just takes the single now and gets up the other end. So it's 2 for 121, 47 for Wyatt, 16 for Sketcher, and we've got Watson into his 6th over.
1 ball to count.
And he's gone for 35. Probably figures don't do him justice, as we said, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. They're the figures.
Let's put the long one back for Sketcher now.
Yeah, with only a couple of balls to go. Last ball.
Yep.
Good thinking, and I think they'll take the single here. And Watson bowls a good length delivery. Looked like it may have just moved a little bit away from Sketcher, but he was good enough to handle it, and that completes the over. Springvale South, another good one for them. It's 2 for 121.
Yeah, very, very good couple of overs to Springvale South. They're really up the ante here.
Goodright's got to come back on. He's got 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. Either he or Patel has to come back into the attack here, you'd think, or maybe both.
I think the worry is who's going to be going to bowl the second lot of 12.
Well, I think, obviously Davies is going to be 12. I think Goodright's got to be given the opportunity. Give him 3 overs here, get him to 7, and see how he goes. And if he bowls well, you've got to keep him going. He has been by far the best of the bowlers.
Yeah, of course, because we know Goodright, as much as he's flighted the ball to Quirk and Forsyth earlier in the day, he can bowl flat Yorkers and be very, very difficult to get under when it's come happy hour around the 38 or over mark.
Even the park over, you don't see him get hit for a lot of sixes.
Now, I think I have to go with Patel at this end now to see if he can turn his form around a bit from those first 2 overs, because if they don't go for him now, it's going to be very hard for him later. So you get Patel a couple of overs, he might get some reverse swing. He might pick up his pace, the nerves will be gone.
Interesting point. They've obviously got to try and get wide out so you can bring back the guys like Patel and that to get some overs in, but how far do you go to try and get a wicket?
Yeah, well, that's true. So it's Wyatt on 47. He could bring up the 50 in this ball, the way he's hitting the ball at the moment. I don't think he's too worried about milestones. He's looking to make a huge score here today for his club. Comes down the wicket. He belts that one down towards mid-off. It's going to be 1 bounce to Slick Davies. Just checked the shot well enough in the end, but again, he was coming down the wicket and taking the bowling on. He's on to 48. It's 2 for 122, Richie.
It's good, isn't it? Very good, Jared. Hope you're resting in peace.
He's been practicing for sure.
I'll chat to Warney up there.
Oh, this is interesting. They're changing the field. Wright's come in to have a chat to Goodright about what he's after, and they're going to bring that mid-wicket upgrade.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Sketcher will go, as I said before, towards the canteen area kind of thing. To get him to play right across the line.
Could get him bowled.
Yeah, you've got still got coverage out, near the sponsors marquee, the wonderful sponsors, the Dandenong Club, and of course...
Aren't they good?
There's
Oceana.
Oceana's in there, Robbie Walton.
Well bowled, Goodright. Sketcher forward, just defending back down the wicket, no run.
Sonny De Silva's DS advisory.
Yes.
Have a marco there, and Tim Peebles with Super Cup.
Is the lunch been put on by the Dandenong Club today?
Well, I believe so.
Oh, Sketcher goes bang! That's on the roof! Or has it cleared the roof? It's over the roof!
That's cleared the roof.
That is a massive bomb from Sketcher. We'll hear about that one later.
That could put a bit of damage on some players' cars in the car park behind there.
Too. That's a huge hit from Sketcher, who's cleared the charcoal roof down there here at Alex Nelson Reserve. That could be on Harold Road. So he's absolutely bombed that one, and he moves on to 22 now. Score 1 for 20, 2 for 128.
When you say hear about it later, how long's later?
5 minutes? Yeah, that's right. Well, yes, it will start in 5 minutes and we'll hear for it. Remember that one in the grand final, Craig, you'll say?
Well, don't worry, because when I watched on Frogbox earlier this season, they had COVID, and Goodright was putting him into the train tracks. Sketchy got his payback now.
Good money back.
He did. Goodright got hold of him at least 2 or 3 times earlier, so...
He actually bowled quite well against us last week, Sketch.
Oh, don't.
He did. I know, no, you can't hear this. Oh, he'll probably watch it back, though.
He'll watch it back.
And especially at this point in time, there's the highlight package. You'll be watching this back.
I'm not having it.
He's trying to become an all-rounder, and half of it's not working.
Well, he has absolutely picked that up beautifully. That's the biggest shot of the day, no doubt. White's hit some great shots, but that was a massive slog across mid-wicket, and... we've finally got the ball back, gents, and the field has gone back out a little bit now for Sketcher as well. They've probably got no choice.
Just bringing mid-off up, well, not all the way up, just halfway between the circle and the fence, roughly.
First time Goodright's been taken. So good batting, though. They know that Goodright's coming in here to see if he can strangle them a bit, and they've taken him on. That's good thinking from Sketcher. Right, finally ready to bowl. And it's a flatter delivery on leg stump, and it's played back down the wicket for no run.
It's interesting. I've actually nearly got 5 in the circle still with the way that things are going, and it's a fine line just to try and get that extra wicket or not.
Good ride in again. Tossed it up, and there was a slower ball.
Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled.
Balls. And we're just going to have a bit of a change in the commentary box here. Matty Moore has made his way around to the van. That's good to see him. The Turf 2 guru, of course. But today he's going to give his words of wisdom on the Turf 1 grand final. That's a short ball. That's a pie. That is a pie, and he's got away with it. He's just dragged that one down. If you get a chance, have a look at that one on Frogbox. That was a bit of a Nathan Lyon ball from the other day. But Sketchy, unfortunately, wasn't able to get that one away for Springy South. But
that's probably the 3rd worst ball bowled today.
It wasn't great. But he got away with it. He's having a bit of a laugh about it now. It's 2 for 128 here after 29 overs. And shortly we're going to be joined by Matty Moore. But Moose, what are you thinking now, score-wise?
I still think it's going to be 230 plus. Yeah, it really... Look, it could end up... If White's still there at the end, it could be 250 plus.
Yeah. Oh, well, it could be. He could get 150 himself the way he's hitting them.
Yeah. But it's 2 for 128, 29, 16 to go. If you do 6 and overs, 96, that's pretty close to 220.
Yeah. I think it's going to be more than that, only 2 down.
Yeah, I do too.
I think we're looking at 250.
And the wicket is just superb.
And it only seems to be getting better. It doesn't seem like it's playing any tricks. I think Buckley are going to enjoy batting on it as well. All right, we're going to change a bowler here again. They haven't gone for Patel. They've gone for Slick Davies, who's already bowled his 7, so they're playing their cards here, which is fair enough. I don't think anyone would have thought any different. But before we get this over and away, I'm going to say a warm welcome and a good afternoon to Matt Moore.
Hello, Jared. Hello, listeners. Beautiful day, isn't it? Great day for cricket.
It is, mate.
Magnificent.
We've got a Mozzie inside the box, and I got him. Look at that. Yeah. All right, Slick Davies to start again. He's resumed his 3rd spell here. And it's a full delivery up on the stumps. We might see a fair bit of that from Slick here, I think, Moose.
Oh, those death balls, mate. That's what you need to do, eh?
I've got 2 Mooses with me. I better say Maury and Moose.
Yep.
I'm going to say Maury and Moose. Maury and Moose. I'm going to try and train myself. All right, Slick Davies. He's the key for Buckley with the ball in this innings. He's the man that can grab a wicket, and he can bowl good death balls at the end. He comes in from the Nature Reserve. He's tried to spear well at the pads there, but it's beaten the
no ball.
It's a no ball and a wide.
How can it be a no ball and a wide?
Well, the first thing is the no ball.
So do you get 2 for that?
No.
That's what I'm saying. You can't.
He didn't signal wide. He just signalled the no ball.
He did. He went no ball then wide. That's what I've never seen that before. But it was a beautiful take from Troy Ost, who's up the stumps, because that was well wide of the leg stump. But another wide. There's been a lot of those today. Slick Davies trying to bowl full Yorker balls. That one is a half shout, but there's nothing in that. White missed it outside off. Ost was able to clean it up eventually, and there's no run. But he's going to bowl Yorkers, Moose Shaw.
Very much so. The Yorkers are right there, and that's the way Slick goes about it.
And Maury, I think that's probably the logical thing. The only thing is, if you miss your length slightly to him at the moment, he's going to belch you down the ground.
I've been here for half an hour, Jared, and just seen Geordie White just been launching some balls, so absolutely.
That's a good length. There's an appeal for LBW, but I think it might have been a fraction high, Moose.
Not a fraction.
He's
long way high.
He's glove, I think.
No, definitely hit the pad, but
pad only, boy.
But looking on Frog Box, it was certainly adjacent enough, but certainly too high, as we can hear those white galahs in the effects mic. They go and destroy that gum tree over there. Someone got a gun. All right, so Slick Davies comes in. Full Yorker again. He's nailed that Yorker
Beautiful
again.
bowling. Beautiful bowling.
It is beautiful bowling from the champ from Buckley Ridges. Formerly Springvale South, of course, and formerly HSD. Former rookie medal winner as well, Maury.
Now, just a question for you, Moose. Did he do the guard side and rookie double?
As he comes in again from the nature reserve end. That one's back of a length. That's cut away, but well fielded by right at point. No run.
No.
I thought he did.
No.
I don't think he played a lot of Turf 2, because when he was at HSD, he came to Springvale South to play Turf 1.
There's no guard side.
And then went back when HSD came back up.
Okay.
It's all right, Maura. We know you're only getting used to that Turf 2 stuff, but you'll learn over a few years the history.
Davies comes into Wyatt. He's kept him quiet this over. That one's on the pads, and it's blocked away towards mid-wicket. Matty Good right field's there, and there's no run. That's a good over from Davies.
I certainly hope I'm right when I speak to Slick later on. He goes, yep, you're right, Maury. I'll be the first one next season.
I was going to say,
off for 6 months.
Your right to reply might take a while. So that was a really good over from Davies, 2 for 130, and that's 30 overs gone. So we've got 15 overs to play, 90 balls for Springvale South. At a runner ball, that's 220. And you'd like to think, for a Springvale South perspective, they'll get a few more than that.
Well, 5 and over is 225, Jared, so you'd want to be more than that. 2 for 130 with, what'd you say? 15, this is over...
15 overs to go, 90 balls.
This is over 30, though, isn't it? So
30
that's
gone.
29 gone?
30 gone.
Is that right? Because that says over 30, not overs.
Moose, I've got this...
No, I like to be corrected, so you're saying there's 15 to go.
90 balls.
This is going to be a long afternoon at this rate.
Well, I just spoke to Nick Bowl-Brown about the scoreboard. I picked up that it says over, not overs. And we did debate about whether it's the over number or overs gone.
Well, I can tell you, 30 gone. Good right comes in. He flights that one up. It's pushed out towards cover. And there's a gap there, and they'll pick up a single.
And if you had been here on time, mate, you would have noticed that the first over was bowled from that end that they're bowling from now.
That makes this 31.
There was no time. There was no time for me to get here, Moose. I went down to Casey and watched them versus Richmond.
Actually, we might get a score from there. And we might go round the ground shortly, Moose. Can you get your phone out? Well, Maury, I mean. Yep. This one's a full toss. He comes down the ground wide. He's on 48. This time he's only going to get a single. And it's well fielded down on the boundary there. And Springvale South move on to 132 with a loss of 2. All right, firstly, we'll have a look at this ball out of the way, Maury, and then we'll get the score from Premier Cricket. All right, good right. Good length delivery. This one's back in a cut cross, cutting. And it's gone straight to cover, and there's no run.
Carlton playing St Kilda. Carlton batting. Lost Mackenzie Harvey first ball that he faced. So it must have been, sorry.
Good right comes in, and it's patted down the wicket, or down a long on, I should say, and they'll pick up a single. Sketcher moves on to 24, 2 for 133.
So there were 1 for 1, Jared, at one stage. They're now 3 for 153. Goldbus is 85, not out. And Nick Ross is on 19.
All right, well, Wyatt's on 49. We'll focus on the cricket here. We'll get the other semi-final score in a minute in Premier Cricket. What's happening here? Ash Barrow's raised the hands for 6. No, he's just telling a couple of people to move. Unfortunately, we don't have a sight screen down there, and there's a little bit of traffic. There's a dog, there's a few people walking through, and there's cars going past.
There's a car on the other side of the ground, Jared. I can see the sun reflection coming through us. They're not going to get a blanket.
And the dog's running around. That might be Rob Wilson's dog, is it?
Usually is. It wouldn't be easy if it's got a lead on.
And it's not on the ground. All right, Wyatt's on 49. Can he bring up a 50 here in the grand final? That's a full toss, and he's hit it straight. Oh, no, it's got through. Adewate down there at cover. And it goes to the boundary before. It goes to the boundary before, and Jordan Wyatt gets his 50. He moves on to 53. He's brought it up off 55 deliveries. Springvale South are 2 for 137. And Moose Shaw, if they're going to get a big score, this bloke might get 100.
Not might. He's just using his feet beautifully to the right balls, and that was a bad misfield, to be truthful.
It was. That should have been fielded, but it was a full toss. And that's another full toss, and that one's squirted out. He didn't quite get hold of that. Sliced it towards
his head went up a little bit then. Started to watch where it was going to go over the top of that Springvale South marquee there, but he just lifted his head and just took the eye off the ball.
Oh, that completes the over. It's 2 for 137. We've got 31 overs bowled. All right, we'll quickly grab that semi-final score. That's Casey.
Okay, Casey South batting first. They are currently 5 for 142 off 41.3 overs. We've got Luke Sheldon. He's on 6, and Rui Kalapov is on 11.
Go, Muzzer. Well, who's got the runs there so far?
Manders. Luke Manders made 67.
Obviously, Chandra Singh missed out, but I believe he had
they put on 45 for the first partnership, so I think he chopped on for 22. So,
all right, back here at Alex Nelson Reserve, it's the DDCA Turf 1 Grand Final. Of course, you're live on Casey Radio. Our broadcaster will be with you all day, right through to the presentations. And of course, Billy's done a magnificent job setting us up here in the van, and it's a beautiful day for cricket. As Michael Davies comes in to start his 9th over, right arm over the wicket, good length delivery, played straight down the ground. The cover fieldsman tried to cut it off, but he won't, so there's a single. Sketcher moves to 25.
Slick's bowled really well. 8 overs for 24, or 1 for 25 of 8.1. Unfortunately, he can't
only bowl 12.
Yeah. He's been the pick of the bowlers at the moment.
I think they have to give the bloke standing a metre in front of you a bowl soon, Moose. I think Patel needs to come back on. They've got to give him a try. Didn't quite get it right early, but can cause damage late, and that's a beautiful shot from Wyatt. Stood still and punched that one out to cover and got a single.
Nice hands.
Do you agree with that, Maury? Would you like to see Patel give another opportunity?
I didn't see him bowl earlier, Joe. Was he
a little bit wayward, but he is warming up now, but he's only bowled the 2 overs, mate. He bowled 2 with a new ball.
Yeah.
Went for a couple, went for 12 or 13, but I'd really like to see him back into the attack. He can bowl quick and he can turn the game, and there's a single for Sketcher. They're picking up these runs easy, Moose.
Very much so, mate. That's very good batting, especially off Davies. They don't have to take the risk there. They're getting plenty of scoring shots off the other bowlers, so if they can just continually, they can get 5 or 6 off Slick and over, that's all they need to do.
2 for 140. The big question is, what is enough against this Buckley Ridges outfit? They've finished on top. They've chased 227. And there's a beautiful shot off the back foot from Wyatt. He's placed that beautifully through cover. Patel's streaming around. He's going to pick it up just inside the rope, and Wyatt runs really hard and gets back to 3. That's good cricket.
Beautiful shot. It just slowed up a little bit, believe it. That's that big 70-metre boundary on this side of the ground.
It is indeed. As well fielded by Patel there to cover a bit of ground there. I think
just getting his breath back as he comes back around in front of us, mate.
Yeah. Davies in again. That's a good length delivery, and that's well played by Sketcher. Jeez, he's playing this role well, Maury.
Oh, he's doing a perfect role. I was just about to say that, Joe. His role right now is to bat around Geordie Wyatt, just put him on strike, which he's done. He's 26 off 34 balls or something like that.
35,
so,
yeah.
He's doing his role perfectly. He doesn't need to go for boundaries. Just put Geordie on strike.
And I think if they can see Davies off here with 1 ball to go, there has to be a change at this end to keep Slick to the end. He comes in. That's a full toss, and it's bunted down the ground. They're going to go for 1. Wyatt's running hard, but that's all they'll do because it's a short boundary down here in front of our commentary position with a great vantage point today. And that's another single to Springvale South. Sketcher moves on to 27. The score's 2 for 144.
It's a good over for Spring South. You know, you look at it and they've got that 6 or 7 off it.
With minimal risk too, Moose.
No risk at all. They just played it well and Slick won. Yeah, so they got 7 off that over. So it was a really good over for Spring South with no risks at all.
Well, 9 overs for Slick though now, Moose. You'd probably have to pull him up there and save 3 to the end.
He has to.
It has to be Patel here.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yeah.
I don't think they can go back to Nicholas. I think his day's done with the ball. I think they have to go to Ali or Patel, but I think you'd go to Patel first and leave Ali's last 3 for the other end. With Davies, he's a good Yorker bowler as well.
Yeah, they have a bit of a mid-wicket conference here between the players. What do we do? How are we going to pick up a wicket? It's obviously got to be lots of pressure on the Buckley Ridges boys at the moment.
So let's go through the bowling figures while Goodwhite sets the field and does his talking. Let's wait for this ball, mate, Jared.
Yep, you can work your way through them as we go, mate. All right, so good right to start his 7th over.
Got one for ID. And he comes from the highway and he comes up. Sketch against 4 down. So next step on is 5 9 overs, 191 to 31. The 2 overs, 9 for 13. Good rating again for a second ball. Others found a really ball as well. That's a line. That's a line. 4 big balls. And Sketcher gets good round away to the second time in the exact same spot. Over the old scoreboard there. And he is very good shot beautifully. He goes to 33. He's got continuous for 4 overs, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Charles said good ride, 6 overs, 1 maiden, he nailed it 1 for 24. Wes Nichols 5 overs, 1 for 35, and Ben Maxson 6 overs, 1 for 36. So very interesting how they're going to go about this. There's a brick that's run out into the ground. Sketcher and Wright going really well here, but they come out 12 to 65. The score's now 12 to 150. So really good partnership this was. To be truthful, Carlos Sketcher's played as a second fiddle and he's brought on notice really by everyone, but he's in his 38. He's actually batted superbly for the Springvale South team. He has been on the average. He just goes unnoticed with the way he just gets his runs going and he's really gets them really impressed. Alright, good ride on again. What's he got? Sketcher goes down again. It's a third down. Sketcher flat ball that way. Looks like he might have had a chance at one. Brady got out of battle. He's blown this ball superbly. Wow. Sketcher's gone berserk. We would have expected this off the way good ball so well away. And it would be 2 balls and 12 runs. And Murray, the program is last over here. So they've got a lot of decisions to make now. They'll have to get the talent early and see who's the next best of those 7. Also, Slick's going to do it, but they've got to get rid of those 2 guys on soon so they can see who's best suited to keep going. It's advantage of this ground being short, straight job. Opposed to Buckley, which is long straight and short swing. Yep, that is a completely different ground. A short, it's the exact opposite. It's what they used to play on. That's good cricket from Sketcher. He gets 5, throws it out to cover. He'll pick up a single, he'll go to 12 157. Sketcher moves to 40 or 30 balls. Well, perfect, you don't need to go for 3 in a row. But then up 2 sixes in a row, and he's a row. Sketcher says taking for 2 sixes, he's taking single, and you've got right first knock at it. And they're just hoping as Goodwright to get out of this over. And there's a short one, another quicker one that comes down to last trouble. But they look at 2 having a spin on the ball. And they notice that it's behind, so look at that fly. Just like there's the board cleared on mine. No, they say, I did, there's all the good one. You think that's on this over 16, that's a class, isn't it, really? 2 6 over 4 4s. Yes, I'll be taking that. You had number 5, 4, he's now got 6.5 hours, 1 for 32. Sketcher's been the man, they're taking him down. And, that's a strange bit of credit. He's on his nose. Sketchers have blocked that one. Never got on the right. He blocked that if it's on that stop. Obviously, had visions of maybe sweeping or something. And he was trying to play the right cut, but all of a sudden he thought, I can't get it down there. But they just got the batter in front of it. Looks like they've got a change in down after that over. This 2 for 158. We have 33 complete. They get no wish. The tail's coming out and both bats in. Noticeably call for the helmet. Because he's obviously a couple of yards quicker than the rest. If you can't go for a right cut when you're on 6 foot, I'm not letting you move. How's on the leg this one, Sketchy? This is huge for Buckley there. Change the ball. We've got 3 slick, which is good for Springvale South, but the tail's going to come back and hopefully pick up a wicket with Buckley edges. So 2 for 158. After 34 overs. Is it after 33 or 33? I think it was just been asked next to that I've actually mentally been asked next to that right over. Over. Yes. Alright, there's a change in ball here and a change in the field. Not a little quick change in the conducts, 2 for 5 overs. Go. We're getting you back, crowd. Alright, the see how many goes. Number 168 was. So the massive fall-off figure. Alright, here he goes. Can you get it right? It comes in the right, and that is right. That's a good lead delivery. And it's well played, respectfully played. Well, right, there was to new balls that occasions dropped down and popped them straight over the head. This time he shows a bit of respect for the young man and drops it back down the wicket. After the ball, watch for him. Yep, well, we'll play that. We're only 7 off the play. It's just one of those old ones. The first ball was nothing to do with it. You might have got a foul around. See where he goes now. That's all in, and it's a good one for the Just on the leg strip, and it's played back down the wicket. No balls on there. He's definitely taking the pace off the ball a bit here. Yep. He can do it quite quick. He doesn't have his tail up today for some reason. I think it's the best place to bowl this wicket. The first step doesn't feel it's going a bit. Well, I'm right. We know we've seen it firsthand. He does like the play zone, so good tactics from Buckley Ridges. They've got the 5 men out now, 4 inside the circle. This is around that one from Patel. A little bit different action there, but no goes. Well, touch that one to cover, no run. You notice that boy? A little different action, yes. Maybe going for the outswing as well, but as you know, now spinning the ball card, it's got the swing. It's had 6 overs. Obviously, it's like it was been drinking going on at Springvale 10, but during the low ball, but it wasn't. And here comes again. That was on the margin of the beautiful shot, but they got a man placed out there. It was like, flipped it nicely, Jordan Rock. He was timing the ball beautifully. Playing second fiddle to make the sketch early. He's now put the straight back. And he's on 40. Ball 10.59, the score's 12.59. Yeah, just took it on those balls up by, so now we're going for instant and we've got a bit of bonus wicket together. That one's right down his throat down there, that big wicket. It was one bounce in the end, but sometimes you get lucky, but Springvale seem to have them up today. Maybe it's their day. That one back on the line, sketch up line, respectfully down the wicket. Has he got anything to call on this? No, very good. He's definitely taking a little pace off just because he wasn't sure his ball was right now. Yep, and it's been a good one. It's 2.59, 33.4 down to 4. The couple's important overs for him here, and for the Buckley Ridges team. Really be hoping for him to finish off strongly here. He's only pick up a wicket at Port Sarah. There's a run around, right throws it up the keeper's hand. Dropped his leg on his head, as if that was closer to the hit. Well, I think he's already said that the thing sketch is going to try and come back for a second. Well, right, when he finished up in the marquee, because that was a quick field.
just behind him for 4. So the Terns are right back, which they're normally not. So, oh, and that's bowling, is it? Oh, no, it hasn't. It stayed low. Well taken by Ross. Have a look at this again on the replay. It was a bit of a short ball. They're trying to play the same shot. Oh, and that's just missed the off stump.
That is very
Stay down, Moose.
It didn't get up as much, but it would have hit the top of the stump for sure.
Yeah, very close. So just riding their luck at the moment, Springvale South. Sketches on 45. He late cuts this one. There's no third man.
That's four.
And that raises away. He moves to 49. Springvale South on the 168. They're on a roll here.
Yeah, that's what do you do? What do you do? Buckley Ridges. What do you do as captain? That's got to be truthful. I'm doing everything possible, changing the bowls around, trying to do something different.
Yeah.
And just nothing's working for
Well,
them.
they're picking them apart, but I suppose the good thing for Buckley is they still get the bat here, and they've got some players that can do anything. All right, what's he going to do now? That's on a half volley, and that's Sketcher's 50. He punches it away towards mid-wicket. He grabs one. They turn for the second. There's a throw towards the bowler's end, but they get through, and Jackson Sketcher, well played. That is a fantastic 50.
They got it very well.
Yeah. He puts his hand up, gives it a little bit of a wave, doesn't throw the bat up. But a very, very, very good 50 from Jack Sketcher. He's got 48 balls to get that morning.
And with a vest on too, Jared. So
with a vest on.
26, punching 26, 27 degrees, so...
All right, Watson, what can he do? He's got to just try and get through the over. That's a good delivery. That's pushed the course cover. Mahalo to what he runs around, throws at the stumps. But Wyatt backed up beautifully. These two have got a great understanding between the wickets, Moose.
Yeah, they certainly do. Their running has been... They haven't missed anything, to be truthful. Like, maybe a half a run at one stage, but besides that, they've missed nothing. They've got a between the wheels, got all the singles and even the 2s and 3s. So, and, we talk about Wyatt, but Sketchers... Wyatt would have been nearly 20 when Sketcher come in.
Yeah.
And he's 7 runs behind him.
52 of 49 deliveries with 4 4s and 3 6s. As Mitchie know, well, all the same in cricket, throw 2 wickets on it and see where you land, and they've just done that, Buckley, and all of a sudden it's 4 down.
Yeah,
it's still a good score, but
still it's 9 overs after this, so I think it is. All right.
Oh, Patel to finish this successful over, and it's a full ball down the leg side. He doesn't finish it because that's a wide, and they've bowled too many of them, Rory.
Interesting about that run-out, Jared, was the Baxter hit the ball behind point.
Yeah.
Possibly called yes, then said no, and Sketcher ran. Best thing that Baxter did for the Springvale team was keep running. So if they're both down that end,
Sketcher goes out, and Sketcher's on 54. Yep. Good pick up. Golden duck, though, nonetheless, for Baxter. Second in this year's rookie medal, and that's a good ball by Patel. He took the pace off that.
Slow ball.
Looked like a leg cutter from here. Well bowled, and Sketcher plays on this. That's a fantastic over. Ben Wright brings Patel back into the attack as we called for, and he's done the job for his captain, and now he looks the most likely. They finally now have someone they can rely on to bowl those more overs at the end.
That was a fantastic over by Patel, in that in the circumstances where they've been right behind the pump, picking up the wicket, then they're also getting a run out. That's a huge over.
Always think, Jared, when you're low wickets and high runs, you put 2 wickets in front of it. So they've done that in that last over. So they were 2 for 172. Now they're 4 for 174.
Yes, I thought I heard that just a few minutes ago. Goodsy, is that you recorded?
No, that's just the replay going through his box. No, I can't hear this. What's he saying? All right, we've got another change in the bowling from the Herald Road end, and it looks like it's going to be Hussain Ali to come into the attack as Barrow signals right arm over the wicket. Now this bloke can bowl Yorkers, and he can bowl quick, and he's usually suited this time of the innings, so he can only bowl 3 more potentially, depending on who they go with, Patel or Ali, so they've both bowled 4 overs each. Patel's got 1 for 17 now, and all of a sudden looks the most likely of the Buckley bowlers. Davies bowled his 9, so he'll definitely bowl 3.
I think they'll bowl these 3 each, and whoever's the better one will bowl through.
Yeah, fair call. And Davies will bowl the other 3, of course. All right, Ali comes in, good length delivery, played away to backward point by Sharp, who's facing his first ball, no run. Again, Sharp's another fast runner between the wickets. He'll look to hit and run. Hopefully they put the moz on him like it did Baxter.
Well, that's the key. The key to here for Braden Sharp is just to drop and run. He'll have some nerves, no doubt. There's the first ball he just faced, so that was played okay. He'll be looking to get Sketcher on strike.
Ali coming in again. Bowled quite well early, and that's a good delivery again. He set a field to that. Played straight down the wicket, no run there. Sharp looked quite solid in defence. He'll look to have a few siders here and then get himself moving.
The good thing about they're actually bowling at the stumps, whereas earlier they were bowling outside the stumps and not giving them that cramping option.
Ali comes in again, and that's played nicely down towards third man. That rocker rocked the face of the bat, and they pick up a single. So Sharp's off the mark. Springvale South move on to 176.
As everyone pushes out now.
175, I should say. I was ahead of my cricket on that occasion.
Well, Braden Sharp's he's made 119 runs before this game and averaging 29, so he's doing his bit. Quite a bit of twos as well.
Ali steaming in. All Yorker length delivery, well played by Sketcher, and they think about a single, but Udawate gets around there quite quickly, prevents that. Yeah, good bowling.
Can he bowl death balls like that for the next?
Yeah, that's what he does.
Have to.
That's what Ali bowls. He'll mix between that good length and that length, and he'll aim at the stumps every ball. He does pick up a lot of late wickets, so don't be surprised if you see him rattle the cage, rattle the stumps occasionally. And there's another one, Yorker, well played by Sketcher. All of a sudden, Sketcher has got a bit of pressure on him here, Moose.
Yeah, he certainly has, and after those 2 wickets, it's important that he actually tries and bats through now.
All of a sudden, you can feel it around the ground. You can feel a bit of tension.
Yeah, but Ali, first over, come back, he's bowled beautifully.
He bowled well early.
Yeah.
So, it'll be interesting to see how they go with these bowlers. 4.3 overs, none for 11 at the moment. He comes in again. Another Yorker length delivery. A little bit shorter than that, but it's slow ball.
And a slow ball.
Yep, and it's played back down towards cover, and that's a really tidy over. A good couple of overs from Buckley Ridges. You can hear through the effects, Mike. They're up and about. They're jogging through. And it's 4 for 175 off 37, so we've got 8 to play.
Umpire's having a chat with Ali about where his follow-through went. That at the end of that ball.
Very good over, good couple of overs for Buckley Ridges. I've no doubt Ben Wright's feeling a lot better about things than he was maybe 2 or 3 overs ago.
I think just 2 overs ago.
Yeah, just 2 overs ago. But the good sign, other than just getting the wickets, has been Patel and Ali have come into the attack and given him something. Maury, as a bowler, you couldn't question what they've done the last couple.
Absolutely. They've learned that if you drop it short, you get hit either over a roof or you get hit for the long boundaries. Bowl full.
Yeah, they bowl really well. Full straight. That's the other thing. They haven't been able to free their arms as Patel comes in. That one's a bit shorter. That's cut away over the top of a vacant gully region. It's one bounce down to Nicholas there. So went for the big cut shot, got the outside edge. Maybe just a bit quick on him.
A little bit. I'd be a little bit disappointed with it. He brought all the field up from the them try and drive and he dropped it short. He's got to learn those things. He set the field, the captain set the field, brought him up to try and keep him on strike, and then he bowled a short one.
All right, in he comes again. Sketches, different kettle of fish. He's on strike, and he goes to slog. Has he got enough on that? Yes, he has. That's going to be 4. He's gone between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. Again, he's dragged that one down. Just as Moose alluded to, he probably needed to be a little bit fuller.
Yeah, Ali's going to bowl with 12, mate. Don't worry about that.
4 for 180, 37.2 overs gone. Sketcher. He's on 58. Who would have thought he's the man? He's obviously a very good player, but he's the man that could potentially get up that 80 or 90 and get him to 240. Just a local cricketer, plays footy at Noble Park, played for Springvale South his whole life. Footy's his number 1 passion, but he's doing a very good job of cricket at the minute, Maury.
So 2 short balls this over. He needs to, he's got 4 obviously to go. Needs to be full. Full and straight, as you said.
Mid-off's up. That's the interesting one. That's short again. It's on the hip. And he's trying to tuck that one round. Off gets around and prevents a single. Come off the thigh pad, I think. So no run there, but Sketcher 58. Off 58 balls, been a fantastic innings. And they just need Sharp to turn the strike over for him here, as Sketcher did for Wyatt earlier, so that he can get into the game and Sketcher can free his arms like he did before. They have now put a fielder out there, so they've got 3 out on the onside for that slog across mid-wicket, which he's played so well today. That's a pitched-up delivery. It's hitting on the pad, there's half a shout, but that was probably sliding down leg. Good comeback here from Patel. What's he done? Pitched it up.
Yeah, true. I think the last 2 balls they've missed out on 2 singles.
Yeah, I think they'll take singles off Sketcher at this point of the game at 4 for 180 with only 7 overs to go after this one. Interesting part of the game here. Sketcher, short ball, goes the pull shot, and that's quick as he hit it. There's a big shout. Nice take from Osk, but umpire Chapman says no, that's brushed the shoulder, and I tend to agree.
Yeah, I think come off the shirt.
It did. I looked at the replay there. Looks like it's come off the shirt, although it's a little bit fuzzy.
Yeah, I think the bowler went up because the keeper and other fielders went up, so I don't think he was convinced.
Ost didn't look overly disappointed. He did appeal, but he didn't look overly disappointed when it was given not out.
It wasn't the Ost shout when he knows he hit it.
Yeah.
It was faster. It was definitely faster, so it's going to be interesting to see what he does.
He's up and about here at the moment. Patel. Penny breakthrough, gets Sketcher out. The short back of the length ball, a bit slower. That one's hit towards cover. Hobbs shies at the non-striker's end. There's no one backing up, but that doesn't matter. Slick Davies comes off the rope and prevents an overthrow. And that completes the over. And Springvale South are now 4 for 181 with 7 overs to go.
Right, so what are you saying, Jared? Who's bowling?
Well, Davies has still got 3, so he's got to finish at one end.
Yep.
And then it's a matter of whether it's Patel or Ali. From what I've seen, it's probably going to be Ali.
Slick's going to come on from this end, I reckon.
You have to finish the 3, so he can come on next over and finish. And then it's a matter of whether they just keep Ali going at the other end, which, look, I think they will. He seems to have landed his Yorkers a bit better. Patel's looked like getting a wicket.
Good right bowl darts or not?
Nah, no chance. Not a chance. They go into the spinners now. And that's one I'm going to actually touch on that in the break, or in the preview to the second innings. It'll be interesting to see what the Springvale South spinners, who I often refer to as the keys of their bowling, how that goes for them, because the spinners here have taken some tap. All right, Ali on the Harold Road end. Steaming in. Sketcher goes bang down the ground. Davies is underneath it and he takes the catch. Oh, that's a big wicket. Ali strikes. Sketcher's gone. He's gone for 59. All of a sudden, the game's starting to turn in Buckley Ridge's favour. They've got their 5th wicket. It's 5 for 181.
And that wicket was from the previous 3 overs, wasn't it? So tightened them up after they had a double wicket. That ball was out of hit, no doubt. He obviously didn't hit it enough. It was a short boundary, and Slick didn't have to move in too far, so it was off maybe the... Obviously not the middle, because it would have been over the marquee. So good bowling, good tight bowling partnerships. Have you mentioned earlier this morning? That's what you do, bowling partnerships.
I think a little bit of a worry, to be truthful. All of a sudden they're trying to hit boundaries rather than, and I think they're missing the opportunity to keep picking up the 1s and 2s.
Well, yeah, I mean, they knocked back the single to get Baxter off strike first ball, cost them a run out, and then all of a sudden they've put some pressure on themselves, faced a few dot balls, and then looked to hit boundaries now. They're right into this middle order now. This looks like it's actually had Butch batting at 7. I thought Hill might have come out, the captain.
Yeah, interesting.
Butch, he can play, but I don't sort of think of him as a fast scorer, but maybe they'll look to do what you just said there and not nudge him around here. But Sharp's a big player now.
You get 6 and over with 8 overs, it's still 230. So
yeah, but I think they're going to need every bit of that. Yeah. And they'll be bitterly disappointed if they don't get 225 plus at least, because from the position they're in, they'll look at it.
They don't get 225 plus, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to watching the Halo Udawade bat today.
Yeah.
Looking at this wicket.
And when it's going to get a roll in between the innings as well.
And that's just the... is that always the case?
No, it's something new to the DDCA.
Yeah, okay.
It's 7, as per rules of cricket, make them roll for 7 minutes, and we told both clubs prior to today.
And you'd think, and Buckley get the option of that, do they?
No,
it's definitely going to happen.
That will happen.
Yeah, very good. All right. Now, he's bringing the mid-off up to Sharp. I think I like that. Arley's backing himself here. He's got mid-on up as well. What can Sharp do? What can Sharp do here? He's on strike. Butch is going to be at the non-strikers. It's a full toss. Played down the wicket, fielded in the follow-through, and there's no run. A lot of pressure mounting all of a sudden.
Yeah, good bowling. Good bowling, form straight, like you've been saying. So he's been spot on the money the last couple of overs, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has, and you can hear through the effects night that the Buckley boys are up and about now. And the crowd's starting to get into it. Starting to get a few cans of them maybe out there, Moose.
Wasn't it? It was 2 for 173, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was 2 for 172, yeah. All right, Ali. Tail up bouncer, and a good quick bouncer. Sharp tried to lift it over the top of the keeper's head, but he wasn't able to, and it was a good one. Buckley, all of a sudden, their bowlers with their tails up. 5 for 181. Scoring has slowed to a halt. Other than that 4 of Sketcher in the last couple of overs, have hardly seen a run.
It wasn't the worst shot, but I think if he had actually hit it, there's a fieldsman down
pretty
there.
Straight, yeah. All right. Ali with his tail up, bowling quite quick here. Nice Yorker again. He's landed that beautifully, but that one's put down to long on for a single by Sharp. He's up to the challenge. So that'll see Butch face his first ball.
1 for 11 in his 6th over. He's bowling beautifully here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question who's going to finish at that end now, Moose. I think Ali will see it through. And as I said, Ben Wright needed something from his 2 quicks in Patel and Ali, and he's got it. He's certainly got it. These 2 boys have been sensational. They've turned the game on its head here. Huss Ali coming in again. Oi, that's a bouncer. As Butch walked at him first ball he faced. It's an interesting method. And you can hear in the effects mic, let it come, they're saying. So Ali, nice bouncer. And not a wide?
No.
Under shoulder.
No.
Good call from the experienced Barrow. I think the umpire's had a good day so far, Moose.
Haven't noticed them, so I reckon they've had a really good day.
All right, here we go. Ali to finish his over. Short again, this time a bit slower. He might have rolled the fingers on that. Butch was up to the occasion. He hits it out the deep square leg. And Udawate gets around there to field that, and they certainly won't take him on. And that's the over, and that's a fantastic over from Ali. Good one for Buckley Ridges, 5 for 182.
Yeah, he's up and about. He's happy with his performance, Ali. The last couple of overs he bowled have been very important for Buckley Ridges. He holds the key for the remainder of this innings.
And we've got 2 new batsmen out to the game, just changed complexion altogether. All of a sudden, a run of ball looks difficult.
Interesting, mate. No Slick.
Yeah, so with how many overs to go at this end? My cricket's just not... It's 5 for 183. It's just uploaded now. So 6 overs to go, yep. So unless they finish slick from the other end, bowls 40, 42 and 44. Sorry, 41, 43 and 45. That's potentially what they could do and swing early down to this end. As Benny Watson comes down the field in front of us at long on.
Come on, Chitty boy. Come on, mate. Hey, what you need, pal?
They're barking instructions there and encouragement.
Come on, Chitty.
For Patel as he comes in around the wicket, bowling to Butch. Butch on strike, on one. It's a shorter ball, and that's beat him outside the line of off stump. Well bowled, Patel.
Very well bowled.
He's bowling well here, and it's a great fight back from Buckley Ridges here, Maury.
Yeah, that was good pace. It was short of a length. He would have hoped to glide it down to third man. He just missed it.
Both these boys got their tail up, though, and they'll let them go, which is good. Yeah. Not afraid to bowl the old short one, I think. A short ball to the new batsman's not a bad ploy because the boundaries are 80 metres square and not that easy to just rock back and belt it at that sort of pace. So good bowling here from Buckley Ridges. Patel in the short again, onto the hip this time. Butch works it around towards Nicholas's right hand. He's a left-arm throw, but this time will only be one. Butch gets his second. 5 for 184.
Every dot, I know that was a single, but every dot they bowl, it brings more pressure onto the batsman. They may think they need to launch for a boundary. That's sort of thing. That's how Sketcher went out.
So they've got, it has to be Hill next. They've got Hill bat at 8. Maybe Martin at 9.
Martin.
Straker Dowling.
Yeah.
So they can get another wicket here. Get the captain in. Oh, and there's a nice flash off of the fly over third man there, and Patel got another nice bouncer. And he's got it through to the keeper for another dot ball.
They seem to be struggling a little bit with that shorter ball, these two.
Yeah, as I said, Moose, I think this might be a good tactic to new batsmen with big boundaries out square. Bit of pace on the ball, not easy to come in and play pull shots. Number 168, Shiv Patel. But hits it straight to point. There's a run-out chance here if he hits and he misses. Ben Wright was the man too. And he often hits. He's a good fielder. That was a real good chance there. He probably only had the one stump to aim at. Wasn't able to hit it. But Butch gets safely through. They've had a fair bit of luck today, Springy. There's been a lot of half chances that haven't come to fruition for Buckley, but they get through for a single.
If he had to hit that, maybe he would have just kept running.
Yes, he would have. He had a good head of steam up too, Moose. That's why he didn't get back to the overthrow. Just keep running towards the pavilion, but he got through in the end. Butch did. But it's just coming in singles, and they're not coming very often here for Springvale South. 5 for 185. Patel around the wicket to Butch, who plays that one nicely in the third man. That's going to be a boundary. That's going to beat the man. He was fairly wide. It was a bit of an edge, I think, Rory.
Yeah, that's well bowled. That's genuinely unlucky for the bowlers. That's one of those things. If you know the batsman glides it for 4, then you can rearrange the field, move fine leg throw the third man around a bit.
Good, I've got Benny Watson already in the fence. A good last 10 overs, mate.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a fight back, though. We're doing really well early. The boys are working hard here. Shivy and Hustle bowl well. Hopefully we can keep the squeeze on and, even under 220, I think we can.
Very good, Moose. That's fantastic. Access there to the players. Good on you, Benny, for doing that. And there's a cut shot and it almost goes to backward point. It's misfielded, but there's no run. And they haven't had much luck, as you can hear Benny say there.
No, I think they've batted. Yeah, they've batted well, but they've had a little bit of luck. I think it's just starting to turn, so I hope it keeps coming our way.
Thanks, Benny.
How good's that? Benny Watson fielding down at deep mid-on, giving us plenty of time there. And well done, Moose, for grabbing him there.
That wasn't far off from a catch, that one.
No, it wasn't far away at all. It's 5 for 189. We have 5 overs to go. So 5 overs, 30 balls. 30 balls, a runner ball. It's only 220. So that runner ball thing's starting to get down a bit now. They are going to get their 200, which I'm sure at the start of the day they would have said as a minimum. Well, I'm sure they want over 220.
Well, absolutely. As I said before, 225 is 5 and over.
Not anymore.
What? Oh, you need the whole day. You need 225.
It was 5 and over at that point.
Yeah.
But I mean, they need 8 and over to get towards that 230, 240, which probably looks a bit out of sight now, to be realistic.
I'm thinking 225.
225 now, they'll probably take that, which is remarkable to think at 2 for 172 with 2 batsmen absolutely on fire at that stage. All right, third man's come up. This is going to be a slower ball for sure. No, it's a full toss.
Just on the field the way it is with the fine leg, third man up, it has to be full.
Yeah, or a slow ball. He can't bowl. If he bowls pace on outside off, Sharp will just run up to the boundary.
All the fieldsmen, deep mid-wicket, deep one on, deep mid off.
You always worry about that inside edge or the outside edge that just goes for four when you got the two fielders up. Like they've got those two short third men, I guess you could call them. He's either going to bowl off pace or a Yorker's at the stumps. That's a full toss, and that's whacked away out towards deep mid-wicket. Sharp's fast. He's run the first one quickly. And that's Benny Watson out there. He's covering some ground.
Yeah, that's good bowling though. You trust yourself. The captain has trust in your bowl. If they're then hitting the line, the length full and straight, then bring up your third man, bring up your fine leg. If it's a bad one, well, cost your team 4 runs, big deal. Yeah. Good back bowling, good captaincy, I reckon.
Yeah.
Is there a camera?
All right, so that's 5 for 190. 40.2 overs gone. And Ali bowling beautifully for Buckley Ridges. He's brought him right back into the game. Bowling to Butch. What will the tactic be here? Will he bang it in again? He did last over. See what he does. He comes in back of the length. Butch guides that one out towards backward point. And Benny Wright fields it comfortably. He's fielded well out there today. Captained well as well, I think.
Interesting bowling over the wicket to left-hander, Jared. I'm not sure if I was trusting myself to bowl full straight, I'd be going around the wicket. But to speak to some left-handers, and they do prefer that because it's good for their legs.
All right, here we go. Ali coming in again towards Butch. Butch needs a boundary, needs a run, needs something. He's squeezed it out, but he's got it straight to point. No run.
Good over so far, very good. 2 dots, you know what dots do? Dots bring pressure, Jared, so we'll see what
happens. Will we see a big shot here from Butch? It's very hard to get Ali away at the moment. He's bowling extremely tight. He's bowling at the base of middle and off stump. So if you're going to invent something, it's going to be almost a flick over the fine leg or something like that because it's very hard to get him squared or get underneath the ball. A short one, slower one, no, straight to Ben Wright again. He's having a field day at point. And this is a magnificent over at Moose Shaw.
Yeah, no, very, very good. They're really struggling to hit it square of the wicket. With that little bit extra pace, they don't seem to be playing that short ball at all very well.
Let's go, Ali!
Here, Wes Nicholas just in front of us in our fixed mic there.
He may be in the game in this last part of this over, Jared.
Yeah, you'd think the guy down the third man's on, but I think they need more than that now. Been a slow over. Full on, he goes to hit that, and you could hear the sound on the fixed mic. He didn't get that at all.
Going
out to deep it. Sharp's going to come back, is he? No, he's not. And it's a good throw. He threw to the right end at the keeper's end.
No, it sounded like a broken bat there.
It didn't sound good, and nothing's coming off the bat like it was earlier. It's amazing how the game's changed. 5 for 191, 41 overs gone. There's only 4 to go. And it's interesting the way this game's played out because it's hard to know who's on top. 190 is still a good score. Get to the 220, but is that enough? Batting first, runs on the board, Moose.
Well, we said before, there's 4 overs left, right? So that's 24 balls. They don't look like getting 24 runs off 24 balls.
At the moment they don't, no.
So that would be a bonus for them if they do get 24, because that's enough. That's 215.
Yeah,
the boundaries are all stopped everywhere.
Yeah. That's credit to the Buckley bowlers and the captain too. Their field placing has done it really well. Brought themselves back into the game. Short of a length. That one's flicked away out towards square. They might get 2 here. Goodright's coming around to pick that one up, but no, that didn't run that very hard. Although there was probably never a chance at 2. They pick up 1. That's 1 to Butch. He moves on to 8. Scores 5 for 192.
I thought they may have pushed for a 2 there, but it's good right out there. He chased it in pretty well.
All right, Sharp. What can Sharp do? He's 5 off 11 balls. Gilly, the captain, still to come. Surprised he didn't bring himself up at 7. Playing as the keeper bat. Right, Patelling done a magnificent job. That's a short one, and again, Sharp tries to flick that over. Probably trying to put that on the wrist, to be honest. They can't get that on it.
What Moose said before, and Braden Sharp did that shot before. If it's short like that, just put your bat there. Let the ball run off the face of the bat. He's giving it some clout to try and really whack it. So
yeah,
you see the top professionals do that. Like Dave Warner just put his bat there.
Yeah. And you've got to be careful of that third man fielder as well, but it's good bowling from Patel. This time it's short again. That looks like a wide, and it is.
That is a wide.
They've bowled a number of those.
But he's putting too much risk on it. He's got the third man, but they've also got the deep point. So the best he's going to do anyway is 1.
So he just needs to put that on the ball.
Yeah. I think he's trying to hit it for 6. That's the thing, and he's just not getting any bat on it.
You're doing well to hit 6 down there.
But the accuracy of the bounces on a pretty flat wicket has been impressive from Patel. Like it's not a quick wicket by any stretch, and he has to really put a lot into it to get it up there. He's been impressive in the second spell, and it's been a great win for Buckley today so far. And he comes again. That one's full. That one's hit away out to the onside. That could be a boundary. The two fielders running around there. They're going to cut it off. It's very close. They're going to flick it back, but it is a boundary. Probably the hardest spot for me to call that. It was right in front of the van door there, but well done by Sharp. He's got one away, and geez, that was desperately needed. 5 for 197.
Yes, 3 blokes chasing the ball, and it just trickled over. There was a dive for it, and then
I think we've been 40.
it over.
Yeah. He tried to flick it back behind his back for the look of it to keep it into one of the other fielders, but in the end, he found the gap. It was actually a good shot because there is a big gap out there once he gets it over the infield. Hobbsy coming down to have a chat to his bowler. Talk to the plenty of experience in Jason Hobbs. He's made a change in the field too. He's going to push Slick back. I think that's a good call because if they're going to hit a boundary, it's probably in that spot, Moose.
Yeah, bring the third man up.
Yeah. Does he take the pace off this then? Slower ball. Always risky with a quick not to have the third man back. Will Sharp see that and try and hit it there? Will it be a slower one? It's gone down the ground, a bit of a tennis shot, that one. Comes down along on, and Benny Watson will field and there's a single.
He was like a bit of a tennis lob, wasn't it? Just over the top of the
forehand. Yeah.
So all good.
Top spin forehand. Brady got away with it, so Sharp gets another run. 5 for 198. He moves to a 10.
Another good over by Buckley here, though.
Yeah, they'll take this at this time of the day. 5 for 198 with what? 20 balls to go. From where they were, amazing comeback here. That's what the best teams do. And this one's full, and this one's driven out towards cover point. They're not quite running that first one as hard as they were earlier, and that's only a single to Butch. He moves to 9. The score 5 for 199. So they're nearing on the 200, which of course batting first in a grand final is always good to get. It's a matter of how many more they can get past it.
The one thing, Buckley will bat to the whatever they make, mate. Whether it's 230, 220, that's what they'll bat to.
And they've got guys at the top that can bat with tempo.
Yeah.
Right particularly, he batted beautifully. The tempo he batted with in the semi-final was superb.
Yeah.
He'll look at this target and measure it, and no matter where he's at it during the course of the game, he'll back himself to get it.
Yeah, him and Hobbs in that semi-final played beautifully. They knew exactly the situation they were in.
Yep. Picked their bowlers, picked their mark in the field. They were terrific. So it's going to be a great chase, but it's a good score from Springy South. Let's see how many more they can get, and that's well bowled again. Patel digs it in straight up into the ribs, and there's no run.
Crampy right up.
All right, so it's 5 for 199. We've got 3 overs to go. Now Patel has bowled 7, 1 for 38. Arley's bowled 7, 1 for 15. So if Arley bowls this over, it'll be Slick Davies to finish off down this end.
Slick's coming on now, I think, is it?
So might give Slick 2 and Arley 1. No, Arley's going to keep going. They did have that option, though, to go for Slick for 2, but why would you at the moment? Arley's bowled superbly.
Yeah.
And then you just get Slick to finish off at this end. Yeah. And Arley's been the man.
When you look at Patel, who 2 overs, 1 for 13, I think he was. And he's ended up bowling 7 overs for
38. With a wicket and a big wicket, too. Yeah, no, he did really well. It was good of the captain to get him on at the right time and take him off at the right time. I think Wright's been outstanding. Not everything's worked, and they haven't had a lot of luck, and they did go for a few through the middle there, but I don't think that was to do with him at all. I think it was some good batting with some ordinary bowling at stages, but they've fought themselves right back into the game, and Wright's been superb with the changes. So Arley to bowl the third last over. That's a short one, and that's cut away down towards us, and Butch got it down towards third man, but they'll pick it up on the second bounce, Nicholas, and there'll be a single. So that's the 200, gents. 5 for 200. I think in any normal circumstance, batting first, if you, at the start of the day, and they said they'd be 5 for 200 with 17 balls to go, would they have taken it?
I think they would have. Yeah. Most teams would have.
So that's probably how you've got to think about it now, and forget about what's happened, and say, well, we're 5 for 200, would we have taken that? Yep, we would. And we've got 2 blokes in now that have faced 15-odd balls each.
Yeah, you would, but also the game, as you mentioned, that semi-final.
Yeah. Arley in. Sharp goes for this one. The third man's up. They're both running back with a fly to the ball, and Ben Wright takes the catch. Well judged. He kept his eye on it all the way, and that was important because he had to make some ground going backwards He didn't decide to turn and run. He decided to keep going with the flight of it. He has the sunnies on, looking up into the sky there. And Braden Sharp's gone, and another good bit of bowling from Ali Murray.
He made that catch look really easy.
And that wasn't an easy catch.
You're running with the flight of the ball, looking over your shoulder.
Short boundary.
That's a genuinely good, well done. Well, good catch.
Good captaincy, got himself in the right spot.
And Ali's whether that was a plan or not, it was short outside off stump. Braden went for it, or Sharp went for it.
Well, Ali's the player of the game at the minute. 2 for 16 on 7.1 overs, like 7.2 overs, on an absolute batting-friendly day. And you've got two blokes who got 50. They played well, but for mine, the way the game's gone, Ali is the man. He is the man.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how this all plays out, but, I mean, how often would you have the three blokes go on the bloke with two play?
Well, exactly. Well, one day cricket, Joe, you don't need to bowl them out to win. That's the thing. So,
no, true. Yep.
A bowler like these figures, 2 for 16 off. This is his 8th over.
Yeah.
He's turned the game, hasn't he? And Hill still hasn't come in. That surprises me.
Hill's not in.
Martin's come in.
Well, there you go. Well, maybe they know something we don't, but geez, Hill, you know, as the captain and the wicketkeeper, I would like to have seen him come in at 7, but maybe Martin, he's a strong boy. We know he's a gun footballer, and he missed down at Noble Park today, but really fit man. When he bowls, he lets him go quite quick. He bowls with all shoulder, so potentially he might smack him. We'll soon see. Maybe a little cameo of 15 runs here is exactly what they need, and maybe Cole can deliver that. But it's Butch on strike to start with because they crossed. And that's played nicely there towards third man, so we will see Martin now as Butch gets a single. 6 for 201.
Unless there's something with Paul Hill we don't know.
He's not playing if he's injured, mate. Well, it's a grand final.
I know that, but...
No, this is definitely a tactic. They've played... He's batted a couple of blokes in front of him. I think we're going to see Martin just go for this here. I don't think he's going to be poking around. I think he's in for a reason. I think he's going to try and belt this over the rooms. But good luck, because Ali's bowling well. 6 for 201. Ali's got 2 for 17, 7.3 overs in. In he comes. He plays that one down to mid-off, and they will get a single.
Now that's better batting. That's just pushing it for one. There's a deep front, deep mid-off.
But they're going, 6 for 202. There's only, 14 balls to go in the innings. So it's fair enough. Have a sider, get one down, get off the strike, get the bloke that's in on strike. But I think we might see him try and tee off in the next over. So it's Butch on strike. Bit of pressure on him here. He's on 11 or 14, going okay. That's well bowled by Ali again. He's bowled superbly for Buckley Ridges. You can hear the fans getting behind him. You can hear their players getting right behind him here. He's done a superb job for Buckley, and he's captain Ben Wright.
What was Ali's first spell?
4 overs for 10.
It was 4 overs for 10, so he's been consistent both spells.
Just trying to see where the fourth man was in the circle, but I think that mid-off must be in the circle, just right on the ring.
Yeah, I think so.
So mid-off, surely where he's looking the way he's bowling. He's bowling nice and full and straight. He's got to clear the leg maybe and go straight down the ground. Bowl short, you just got to swing hard. Ali comes in, full toss, and that might be a no ball. It's a big full toss. No, hip right?
Yeah.
Okay, well he finishes the over. He got away with that one. Butch not able to get that on ball. 6 for 202, 2 overs to go.
Terrific over. Terrific over at the death. He's going to bowl the depth over at the 45th.
Yeah.
So Slick Davies comes on to bowl his 8th over, I think it is. 9th over.
10th.
He's bowled 9 or 9, so this will be his 10th. The game has changed, Moose. Since Sketcher hit those 2 sixes on the roof and over the roof, 2 balls in a row, there's been, I can't remember a boundary since. They just hit one down here, mate. Widen it on. That. Sorry. There's been very few boundaries since. Very few. Very few. So,
here's Ali running down here.
As Joe's been saying, the credit to the captain, the credit to the bowlers who've been given the ball to bowl. They've been bowling great full length, full straight length, and they've tightened the screws.
Davies comes back in to bowl his last over, his 10th, and he comes bowling to Martin. That's a beautiful Yorker on leg stump. If you could bowl a ball anywhere in this time of the game, that's exactly where you want to bowl it.
Well, you can't hit that unless you're trying to invent it and try and hit it through your legs.
No, with a few
Maxwell can do that.
A perfect delivery.
No. you can't even wrap that or can't even reverse sweep that. That's great bowling.
All right, left-handers on strike. Field gets in position. Slick Davies going to bowl over the wicket to Butch. Butch needs a boundary here. Third man's up. Maybe he goes that way. What does Davies do? Comes in right arm over the wicket. Yorker hits straight on the ground towards Ali, who's fielding down here in front of us at deep on. He rolls on the ground and picks it up and throws.
He was making sure he wasn't missing that.
I don't think they had enough on it to get to the boundary, but anyway, good fielding from Ali.
Slow ball in from Slick too, so just an off-cutter.
So Butch gets a single. The score goes for 6 for 204. Butch on 12 not out. Martin, he might be the man here. Can he belt one over the fence? He's on 2 not out, faced the 2 balls. They're going again with the same field, the third man up with sort of 2 guys behind there. Bought themselves a catch before. So can't afford to be wide outside the off stump because there is an opportunity to run one down there. But Davies is too good for that, you'd think. Martin, can he get under one? There's a good length. He tries to get under it. He hits it high. There's a man out there. It might be Mahalo Adewadi. He's not going to drop it. He's right underneath it. He has dropped it.
He's dropped it.
He has dropped it. And they get back for 2. As you can hear in the background noise there, the Springvale South crowd very much enjoyed that one. Right in front of them there, in front of that marquee. And I would have had it my house on him catching that. That was Adewadi, wasn't it? It's in the worst spot for me, but... Well, I didn't expect that. Anyway, they get 2, importantly. Can Martin get under another one? That's a good length delivery from Davies, but it's played down the ground. Good effort to try and cut it off, but they get a single.
Now, I'm not sure about you, Buckets. You rarely drop catches, but those ones that go up high, noise...
He didn't have to move.
The whole noise... I know it's a noisy event. The whole thing... Everything goes in slow motion. Everything stops. And in your head, if you go, please don't drop it, please don't drop it.
And he did. It's 6 for 207. I wonder if that has any impact as we look back at the end of the day around 6 o'clock. Oh, dear. All right, Davies in, right arm over the wicket. He'd be disappointed. That one's trying to be slogged over mid-wicket, but it ends up going out the cover. Well, I tell you, get off the square. Get a single.
When I played at Cranbourne and I was bowling there with a sky ball, I'd usually I'd walk back to the marker. Occasionally I'd go up and do a high five because they caught us. Oh, so 4. Yeah, okay.
I'm actually at the age now, most of those balls, I'm trying to call someone else in to catch them. Just run away from it. But anyway, it is what it is. Drop the catch. Finals pressure, perhaps.
Apologies to Cranbourne blokes who actually did take catches for me.
All right, Davies.
The 3 of them.
2 balls to go and he's over. Can Martin get one away? He backs away, comes down, actually goes down the wicket and hits it down towards mid-on, and they're going to pick up a single as Ben Watson slides and throws. Another one to Martin, but at least they're getting bat on ball now. 6 for 210. 220, still a chance with 7 balls to go.
No chance.
Well, I'm saying there's still a chance. I reckon there's sneaky boundary off the last ball. An outside edge, potentially.
So no, the boundary off this one or a boundary off within the first 2 balls?
You're backing the man in front of you to finish off strong, aren't you?
Yeah, Ali will bowl fantastic last over on it.
All right. Okay, Davies comes in. Oh, and that's hit beautifully, but it's straight to God. He's dropped another one. He's dropped 2 in 2 balls, 3 balls. And that's unfathomable. Slick Davies looks down. He can't believe it. And that ball from Butch was hit directly straight at Mahalo Adewadi, and he has dropped an absolute soda, and that goes on with the soda. He dropped 3 balls earlier.
I wouldn't have said it was a soda. I think the previous one was. That was actually hit pretty hard, mate. It was just... Was that was unusual height? Whether to put your hands up or hands down?
You're very generous, mate. And you're not normally very generous, but that is generous.
No, I just think he put his hands the wrong way. I think he put his hands down rather than up.
Well, that's his fault.
And bent his knee, so look, I'd be disappointed as captain to see it go down.
6 for 211. Is that going to... You just never know. Let's bookmark that time in play and look at that.
It's 2 extra runs. That's the difference.
Yeah, 3 extra runs. There was a 2 out of the other one, and they've got another single there. So 3 runs, and it keeps Butch on strike. That's the other thing. So Butch is on strike. He's the man who's faced 19 balls, and if anyone's going to get 10 off this last over, it's probably going to be him. All right, Ali comes in. It's a short bouncer, and it's played for a hook shot. He got inside it, and Barrow calls it a wide. Now, interesting, he got well inside the ball.
Yeah, it still went down leg, mate.
Yes, it did, looking at the replay, and it's a good call from Barrow, who's very experienced. And that's a little extra. We're getting towards that 220, Moose.
I'm usually on the bowler side, Joe, but that was a wide, even though he moved inside the ball. He's got those little markers down on this that you look at.
6 for 212. It'll be interesting to maybe get a word from a player or two at the halfway mark to see who they think's in front here, because where it was headed was Springvale South well in front. Buckley then were well in front. Now the Springy are rallying and edging their way towards 220. And as I said at the start of the day, do they take that? You probably do. Ali comes in. He goes around for the revert, the sweep, little paddle shot, and Barrow says, no, I didn't get those words out correctly, Moose, but that was attempted ramp shot is what I was trying to say. And he got in front of the stumps, and looking at the replay, maybe got outside the line. But they got a leg by in the process.
Yep, so it's 2 runs off the first ball.
So it's 6 for 213. Martin, the man on strike now. Can he find the boundary? I assume that's why he's been elevated in the order to do that.
Well, depends whether Buckley can actually take a catch.
All right. Well, 5 balls to go. 213 the score. Martin on strike. Short ball, he tries to whack that, but he only gets a bottom edge on it. Ali fields off his own bowling and they get a single. That was a chance to get some runs. He just didn't quite get underneath it.
He's continued to bowl short, though.
Yeah. He has. He actually gave him a chance. There's no third man.
Yeah.
The third man's up. He could have potentially gone the other way with that and tried to guide it instead of pull it.
He's bowling opposite to what the field is, to be truthful.
So I think Butch needs to bat just conventional, normal shot, not trying to invent stuff. So
I didn't mind the ramp. Ali's bowling full every ball. The fielder's up. I reckon he goes again. Because if he bowls it short, then you're inside it and you can still flick it over the top. I think it's a good move. Get outside off stump and try and flick it. There he goes again, and he does it. Told you. That's 4. Cop that, Moose. That's a good shot from Butch. 6 for 218. And the other Moose, we're getting close to 220.
We are definitely. And I said within the first 2 balls they hit a 4. No.
You can't claim that. All right, with 3 balls to go, and that was the 3rd ball.
It wasn't a convincing...
It doesn't have to be convincing. It has to go to the boundary, Maury. You were wrong, I was right.
While the short form legs up, that's a good shot.
Of course it is. And now he's gone back. And it wasn't smart bowling, to be honest. Ali's bowled terrific, though. And he comes again. 3 balls to go. Butch goes bang over cover! That's 6! Is it? Yes, it is. 6 runs right to the old scoreboard. And that's 224. And how costly are these drop catches from Uruwade of all people? 6 runs there. The arms go up. 6 for 224. Butchie.
I knew they'd get the 220.
Yeah. Actually, Butch has gone berserk.
No, that's a great shot.
Now we're right on that 224, which is going to finish around the 225, which I think is going to set up a magnificent afternoon of cricket.
That was a length for us there to be whacked.
It was. So Ali's just got his lengths wrong in this over. What can happen here? He's gone for the ramp again. He's hit it straight to Ost. He's caught behind. He's caught behind. Abshad Butch going for the...
There you go.
The one... Oh, well done, Maury. It's 6 for 224, 7 for 224 now. A nice little cameo from Butch there. He goes for 24. Ali picks up another one. He's got 3 wickets. He's been superb. Other than a couple of balls this over. And we'll see Paul Hill come in to bat. And he'll face 1 pill. All right. So, 7 for 224. 1 ball to go. Can he hit a 6 and make it 230?
Ali 3 for?
Ali 3 for, yep. Good reward for Ali. 3 for 30 off 8.5. He'd be looking to finish off with another one too. This would be falling straight at the stumps, you'd expect.
Well, it's either that or being running out, one of the 2.
Yeah, well, it could
be. They'll just run that.
Or it could be could be back to 6 for 230. That'd be a big play from the captain. Nah, this would be falling straight. You'd think it'd be your...
Need at least, well...
They just want at least a single 225. As I said, I reckon as the captain, he would have taken that if you had to give it to him when you started the game. You can see the groundsman getting into position now. They're going to roll the wicket halfway through the game here at lunch. And as we go towards lunch, remind our listeners that we'll be taking a bit of a break, but we'll obviously sum up what the proceedings have been and what's going to happen. All right, Ali, the last ball of the innings, full, straight, hit down the ground. Martin's got through for 1. He's coming back for the 2nd. The ball throw's going to go to the keeper's hand. It does. Is he going to get back in time? He's hit the stumps and Chapman's given it out, so that could be an important little flick from Ost.
So you get 1.
They do get 1, though. So unselfish from Hill. Good running from Martin, but good fielding in the deep by Davies. Got the ball back to Ost, who flicked it onto the stumps, and that's stumps 225. I think that's an even game. I think we're evenly poised here. at 7 for 225. Well done to Springvale South and well done to Buckley. 8 for 225, I should say. Beg your pardon. And I think both teams will be satisfied with how that went, Moose.
Yeah, no, it was an interesting 45 overs, wasn't it? It was really played in 3 different sections. Tree South got off to a slowish start and certainly picked it up in that middle section. Buckley were looking at almost 250, but to end up with 225, it's a ball game.
Yeah, we're certainly have got a ball. What a game of cricket we've got ahead of us. It's 25 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. Alex Nelson reserves filling up with cars. We've got YouTube, we've got the frog box, we've got the radio going. It's all happening here, as the great Bill Laurie would say, Maury. But it's set up for a magnificent afternoon of cricket. How do you see this playing out?
Oh, we know that Buckley Ridges are a really, really good chasing team. They've chased large totals this season. They did against Berwick a couple of rounds ago, in one of the last rounds of the game. They did it in the final, semi-final.
Yep. They chased exactly, actually, 224, I think it was.
So they're not daunted by the totals, and they don't rely on, if you go through their scorecards throughout the season, they don't rely on someone to make big runs. We know Wright's been making runs. Hobbs has been making runs. We know Josh Holden made runs, but he's not playing, obviously, but he's been making runs, or was making runs.
Let's stick to the program here, Moose.
Still in that seconds mode.
Iridawadi, we know Iridawadi's an absolute champion. The left-hand bat, he smacks it. So the game's set up for, obviously for Wright and for Iridawadi.
Yeah.
And also for the bowlers with Josh Dowling. Do they open with a spinner like they have been doing?
Yeah.
Be Dowling and Butch or Dowling Straker. Dowling and Butch have been doing that. So do they do that?
Dowling and Butch have been doing it, but the interesting thing today was how the spinners went. They got tapped today. Although Goodride early was hard to get away. So
Butch will open the bowl, mate.
All right, we'll sum up here and we'll go to a break, and then on the other side we'll probably have a 10-minute break here, and then when we come back we're going to get some expert commentary from, we'll have Slopes back on board, and we're going to have Nick Hawking, who's been at the President's Lunch as well. So we'll quickly sum up the tail of the tape here. Springvale South won the toss and batted. They decided to bat first. Off to a bit of a slow start, but steady. Mitch Forsyth, 14 off 46. He was caught by Ben Wright, bowled by Matt Goodright. Ryan Quirk batted well for 33 off 54. 7 boundaries in that. Caught Troy Oss, bowled Michael Davies. Jordan White played a superb knock. Probably got out just at the wrong time, but a superb knock nonetheless. Turned the game for Springvale South. He was caught by Zafar Sheikh off the bowling of Patel for 59 off 64 balls. He had 3 boundaries and 3 sixes. Jackson Sketcher played probably the knock of the innings, 59 off 62, 5 boundaries and 3 sixes for him. He was eventually caught by Davies off the bowling of Ali, who bowled a very important spell. Blade Baxter, just after I gave him a pump up, he was run out for a golden by Patel and Ben Wright. And Braden Sharp then came in, made 10 off 16, including 1 boundary. Ali again, caught by Ben Wright, who was in everything in the field. Akshat Butch played a really nice innings towards the end, 24 off 23. Started a bit slow, but gathered momentum as it went on, and he hit some important runs towards the end, even though he was dropped probably on about 10. He made 24 off 23, 2 boundaries and a 6. Martin made 7 on out of 6 at valuable runs. He'll come in for the last ball and go single. There was actually 18 extras, 13 wides and 3 no balls, so I wonder if that'll come back to haunt Buckley later in the day. But they battled on really well. At one stage it was 2 for 172 with 2 guys on 50 each. And in the end, they fought back really hard through Patel and Ali, and some good captaincy from Wright. Davies, 10 overs, 1 for 40, 1 maiden. Shiv Patel, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38, after having 13 off his first 2. Hussain Ali, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 31, by far and away the best of the bowlers. Matthew Goodright bowled really well early, had 4 overs, 1 for 4, finished with 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Wes Nicholas, not his best day today. Wes, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 35. And Ben Watson, probably figures didn't do him justice, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 47. Austin was very tidy with the gloves, of course, and Ben Wright was outstanding in the field. Mahalo Orawati, not his best day in the field, but he's got plenty of opportunity to make up for that with the bat. So that's the tail of the tape, Maury. A very interesting first half of the day, and we're set up brilliantly for the second half.
Absolutely. It's 5 and over. Would be a tie, isn't it? 2:25. But halfway mark, who's your player of the game so far?
Player of the game for me is still Ali.
Yep.
I think Ali's still the player of the game. I think obviously the 2 Springy boys turned the game for Springy. Well, I think Ali turned it back. In otherwise, it was going to be 250, and that was going to be too many for me.
Yep.
So I think Ali's the player of the game. But despite going for a couple in his last over, he's been outstanding. But I just get the feeling play of the game is going to come yet in the second half. It's either going to be one of the top two bats, Wright or Ottawade for Buckley, or it's going to be a Dowling or it's one of the spinners, potentially, or a Baxter for Springvale South. So I think it's all set up beautifully for the second half of the day. We're going to go to a break now, play a bit of music maybe, Billy. It's 2:15. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Use this time during the break to get down here to Alex Nelson Reserve. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with a preview of the second half. So we are live here, Billy, of course. Casey Radio bringing you all the coverage as well as Frog Box via YouTube. And we're simulcast through there as well. But it's been an entertaining day's cricket so far. We're not far away from resuming the second half. And, of course, Springvale South making 8 for 225. A fantastic first part of the day of cricket. And I've got our President, Michael Hawking, who's been over at the President's Lunch, and he's come back, and he's going to have a chat to us shortly once he gets his headphones on. Of course, Craig Slocum as well. He's rejoined our coverage. All right, gents. Hawk, firstly with you.
Yeah,
the President's Lunch to start with.
Yeah, very good, mate. We had 50 or 60 people there.
Yep, very good.
Including Ross Hepburn, who's now on the board of Cricket Victoria, and of course there was quite a few of our current life members, and the ladies and people from Springvale South have done a terrific job today in providing this facility, but the President Lunch in particular was, and we're seeing that the benefits of it now, mate, of course. 25,000 sandwiches and what are those rolls called? Pan rolls?
Pan rolls, we've got pies.
I think they were brought across for slugs, and then we've got the sweets for, you can't have any of those, Billy.
But there's a little treat for us a bit later, I think, coming on ice too, a bit later on.
Yeah.
That will keep us lubricated.
No, we've done well, but we've also... His tyres are flat, Mick.
Well, just on the bottom though, Craig. Hawk, just quickly on the cricket, because the players are starting to come back out into the ground now. Fantastic first half of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and I genuinely thought that Springvale South were on their way to 250, 260, but the dismissal of White and then Sketcher was certainly was one of the contributing factors to them getting to 225. Less than 260, of course, but I thought also the change in intent from the Buckley bowlers. I thought, they started to bowl back of the length instead of, they bowled too many half volleys early, they floated the ball up there. There was no urgency in the field, in my opinion, and I just thought they were just drifting along thinking, oh, well, we're going to get 220, 230, okay. But then some urgency came in when they were, 3 for 2 for 170 or something like that?
2 for 172.
And Ali in particular, and Davey started to bowl very well. The spinners did nothing today, but their medium pacers, Patel, he bowled with a bit of fire and he started to get the ball up around shoulder height. And the middle order from Springvale South really didn't handle it that well. So that's got them back into the game and set it up. 225s. It's a neat target. It's a difficult target when you're chasing, of course. There's a lot of things to think about when you're batting second, particularly if you lose early wickets and you lose one of your guns. And that's what Springvale South really are attempting to do through Dowling, is not White in particular over early and get the Sri Lankan boy in what is.
It's all just about in readiness here again at Alex Nelson Reserve. As we said, Springvale South 8 for 225. Buckley Ridges need 225, of course, to win the premiership. A tie is good enough for them. Zafar Sheikh, who's opened the batting in the final series, he's going to take the first ball. And a huge crowd starting to assemble down here at Alex Nelson. There's still room for more, don't worry about that. And it's going to be a magnificent afternoon of cricket. And what can Dowling do as he bowls the first ball to Sheikh? And it's a full ball, it's a full toss. Sheikh hits it nice with a square leg to Baxter, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Craig. Welcome back.
Thanks, Jared. Been a good call, guys, so far. And look, as we were saying in the first innings, that full toss, they need to be put away on a ground like this. If you can't get them away and then you find yourself tied down, that run rate's going to go up. So I know it's only the first ball, but they're the ones that've got to get away early.
Yeah, a bit of a nervous ball from Dowling. He really, it was a ball that probably could have been hit the boundary. It was halfway up the pad height, but he got away with it. And he comes again. That's a better length, and that one's nicely played by Sheikh.
I really like the look at him, Jared. I said earlier I did watch a bit of him in their semi-final against you guys out at Park Oval, and geez, my God, he's improved. He's a very good player, I think.
Yeah, no, certainly is. I think he got 150 odd Hawk, I think you mentioned on the cricket show, in the twos during the year, and that's seen him go into the ones, and ever since then he hasn't looked back. He's been very consistent.
Oh, he had startling for in the twos. I think he got 270s and 150 before he played against
Dowling in again, good length delivery, played across the front pad, but straight to mid-on for no run.
He played against Hallam and got a good score. I think he got 49 against Hallam. So, and he looked very good. So he's a great addition. And what he was doing in the seconds, I'll never know. But he's definitely one talent that they've identified late. But they've got some benefit out of him late in the year, and particularly in the finals.
They just keep reducing cricketers, Buckley Ridges. Now, this guy, I think he came from North Dandenong originally, and with little fanfare he's come across, and he's a good player. He's a good fella too. He loves his cricket. All right, Dowling in, good length delivery, driven straight down the ground. Can he get it past mid-on? He can't. And that's Braden Sharp fielding there. He's a very good fielder, Craig. And that's one thing I noticed from the Springy South team this year. The difference in the fielding, they've lifted their game in that regard quite significantly.
Well, they definitely have. They're a bit younger, Goodsy, than last time I saw them, of course. But no, look, if he can field well in this competition, I've seen a bit of Premier cricket of late, and the good cricketers here, if they can field like Premier cricket, even get close to that, then they're going to save 20, 30 runs.
Well, you look at Sharp, Baxter, Martin, Sketcher in the infield. All right, Dowling comes in. That's a full ball. That's driven out towards cover where Sketcher is there. That's fielded in front of him by Mitchie Forsyth, another good fielder. So they do have a lot in there. And as I said earlier, I think Sketcher's good for 5 or 6 run-outs a year. So you can add a bit more pressure to those other guys. That certainly puts a lot of pressure on Buckley, but they'll be looking to obviously test that infield by turning the strike over Hawk early. Well, something that Springy probably didn't do.
This is what you've got to do. I mean, if I'm sure if Watson was out there now, Daniel Watson, he'd be 12. You've just got to test the infield. There's only a couple out, so now's the time to try and get a reasonable start.
There is 2 out. There's a final leg and a third man as Dowling comes in. He's on the pads. This one's away behind square. Baxter's going to field that. He's a very fast fielder. He gets around. They do get back for 2 though. So running by Sheik. He gets his scoring underway, and Buckley Ridges, they take the first 2 of the innings for them off the last ball of a good Dowling over, and then number 2.
Yeah, perhaps a bit full in that first over. Jared?
Yeah.
Only 2 off the over though, as the batsmen explored their length and their area around the crease. But talking about the fielding before, and Sloat saying that the younger field, it saves you runs, but it doesn't. The big thing is it doesn't cost you. I mean, if you've got a poor fielding side and one that's carrying, a bit of weight round, etc., they can cost you a run and over. Now, in a 2-day game, that's 80 overs. That's 80 runs.
Yeah.
So that's a big improvement in the Springvale South side.
For sure. And I thought, speaking of Shaw, Moose Shaw was just walking up to the van with this look in his face. I thought maybe we weren't on or something, but he was actually just coming to grab a pan roll.
Yeah,
as it turned out, he wasn't coming to say anything at all.
Where are they all gone?
Yeah, Slopes, between you and Moose, how many have you had?
I thought we had 12.
We've had 4 between us, and I haven't had one.
Oh, this is a strange one. Joe, or is it strange?
No, it's not strange.
Early wicket taker, isn't it?
Yeah, and he has bowled this in this way all year, pretty much. They've gone with this tactic, and it's shorter outside off and right. Belts that to point, no run. She hit that nice.
Yeah, did he what?
He had a few nice through there, Goodsy, against you in the semi-final.
Oh, yeah, don't remind me.
They went crashing.
Yeah, no, he can really play, this bloke, and he'll be setting himself. This is what they get paid to do. He's the professional, he's the captain. And he's in at the top of the innings to try and win his team a grand final, as that one gets defended away to the offside, while bowled by Butch.
With that short cover point and also a mid-off one, so yep, very strong through there.
And usually a gauge of where he's going to bowl is where Sketcher fields for Springvale South, so if he's at mid-off, I'm going to assume that he's going to be nice and full and probably quick and straight. As he comes in around the wicket. That one's dragged down a bit. Oh, squared him up a touch.
Yeah.
Might have turned.
It took a bit of bite out of the pitch.
Any turn, Craig?
A little bit there, yes. I was going to say earlier, I'll wait till Dowling's over, but yeah, there was a bit of turn there.
All right, Butch in again. Gets through his overs quickly, and he bowls that one just outside off, and it's hammered into the ground by Wright and fielded at point by Martin.
Sketcher's still struggling with the autumn breeze. He's got that vest on still. It's not warm enough for him.
I just don't know how it's allowed being white in the white ball game. And that one's back, and he's across again, hitting towards point. Martin fields well. No run again, and that's a tidy over by Butch. I think that might be a maiden. It was.
Don't worry, Wright, though. He's just getting a feel for the ball on bat, and that's how you do bat.
But that's why they go with the spinner, I think. They try and get through some overs early, Hawk, when you go, I'm just not ready to take him on yet. And all of a sudden he's bowled 3 overs for 5, and they play a big shot, which is what happened to us last week, and he picks up a wicket. And so that's the intent of Springy, and obviously they'll be keen to see their spinners do a little bit better than what Buckley's did.
Well, that makes the batsman think too. I mean, all of a sudden your head's got to move, your eyes have got to be up and down, you've got to look at your feet movement. Whereas the quicks, you know, like, you're into position short of quick all night.
And you don't have time to think there, you just go on and...
That's right.
Play on instinct. As Dowling, the quick, comes in for Springvale South from the Harold Road end. That one's down leg side. Good carry, but it's a wide.
I was going to say, Goodsy, last over I didn't notice much movement in the air. We know when the Buckley Ridges opening bowlers, Patel and Davies, were swinging the ball, albeit a few of them were wide, but that one did swing out of his hand a little bit down the leg side, but that first over I thought was pretty straight. Yeah, maybe this time of day, it's, and the moisture's gone out of the wicket, there might not be as much swing.
Well, there's not a cloud in the sky, is there? So not conducive normally to swing, but the white ball usually gives you a few overs. See if Dowling can get something happening here. Sheik on strike, and that's a full delivery. He's certainly giving it a chance to swing. That's nice and full, but probably a half volley there, and Sheik bats it away down the mid-on for no run.
I noticed too that they protect the short boundary, don't they? There's a fine leg and a third man, I think. I can't see at the door. I think there is, yes. And that's what I know Slopes would. In all the years he played here, he always thought that you had to protect that part of your boundary. A lot of clubs don't like starting with one or the other, but down here you have to.
Yeah, Dowling does tend to bowl both sides of the wicket a little bit, trying to get wickets, trying to swing the ball, so you should have the protection. Oh, there's a run out on here. Sharp picks it up and throws the stumps down. He's gone. Sheik's gone. What a mix-up. Sharp only had to throw it over to the bowler, but he decided to peg it at the stumps and he hit him. Unbelievable scenes here for Springvale South. They've picked up a wicket in the third over. In the third over of the game, it's 1 for 2 and Sheik's gone.
What a shocking call.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure who called that, but he wandered off down the pitch. Wright was undecided, but because this Zeke was coming towards him, he's decided to say, well, he wants to run, and he's running. Zeke was out by, 5 metres?
And Craig, we said we'll just talk about the Springvale South fielding, and Braden Sharp, he's certainly one that is one of those excellent fielders.
He certainly is, mate. He's panther-like over the ground, Sharp. He's very quick. He won the grand final sprint.
Yes, he did.
Down at Berwick a few years ago, for those that watched it. He can cover the grass, and he's a very, very, very good throw, as you just saw.
Did you think there was a chance just to lob that to the bowler and then take the bowl?
At first thought, yes.
Yeah.
Was the bowler there? Probably not.
Oh, maybe he wasn't.
So that's why. But so it could have been a disaster for the fielding side. But
good composure.
Lucky he's hit the stumps, I guess.
Well, he composed himself. He didn't really throw it too hard, but he hit the bottom of the middle stump. So that's a really big bonus for Springvale South, because what that means is, Craig, of course, is that the champ Oduwade comes in only the third over, and they haven't had to bowl a batsman out. They've got to run out.
Well, here's the game for Buckley Ridges right here.
Yeah, and it's upon us probably sooner than we'd expect. Springy South with 225 on the board all of a sudden feel very comfortable about things as Dowling comes in with his tail up, bowling to Ben Wright for the first time, and that's a good delivery outside off stump, and he lets it go with good pace there, Slopes.
Yeah, it was good pace, and that was the spot we're asking the Buckley opening bowlers to bowl in innings 1, if you remember.
Yep.
Just that fourth stump, just going over the top of the fourth bail, and Dowling's got that spot on straight away, but still, there wasn't much swing there.
Wright pretty comfortable getting on the front foot and leaving that one go, but Dowling will fancy himself here, I think. His tail's up, he's been bowling beautifully, 4 wickets in the preliminary final. And he comes bounding in from the Harold Road end. Good length delivery, Cut's gone to go in, he's dropped it!
Oh, no.
Cut's dropped it, it's gone straight in the bread basket and straight back out. And that's beautifully bowled by Dowling. And unfortunate for Quirk, he just couldn't hold on to it. He had it for a moment and it bounced out. The ball flew off the batter right, who went for an expansive drive. Quirk wasn't able to hold it, Slopes. That looked pretty regulation.
Yeah, again, there was a beautiful length and line from Dowling, and as per earlier in the year, I think Dowling's got a couple of his edges, and one of them was grassed, and he went on to make 90 in the previous game at this very ground, so will that be costly?
Well, Hawke, that's a big play, isn't it?
Hard, fast, straight at him, but Ryan's a brilliant field. I mean, you'd think he would have caught that, but it went straight through his hands, hit him in the guts and down on the ground.
Ben Wright coming off 100, the captain for Buckley Ridges, has been dropped on naught. So we'll pencil that one in and think about that a bit later on. He's off the mark now, though, because he got one down to behind square and picked up a single. And for the first time in this grand final, we will see Mahala Urawade with the bat. We've seen him in the field, Craig, which was unlike him. He dropped a couple of sodas towards the end and got him an extra probably 10 or 15 runs.
Well, the last 5 overs, there's been 3 drop catches.
Yeah, there has.
It's the pressure of the game, isn't it, at the moment, for both sides. So he's a 10-test player, Hawke, and an absolute an absolute marvellous player to watch.
Oh, he's a superb player, mate.
If anyone at the ground wants to see him go early, they're kidding themselves. We want to see him bat for a while.
Oh, yeah, I mean, from a spectators and a non-biased point of view, I'm really keen to see him bat for a while here, and particularly for our Casey Radio ratings, Billy. We want to see this bloke bat for a period of time because he's unbelievable to watch. But I'll tell you what, he gives you a chance because he plays his shots. He comes in from ball one and tries to strike the ball and tries to score runs, and he will do that. Anything remotely short goes the distance. Anything over pitched goes through cover. So here we go, facing his first ball from Dowling, comes in and he's trying to smack it. He's got it last lap, and he's gone. First ball. He is gone. First ball. He's trying to drive it, and Jordan Wyatt's taken the catch and told him about it. That is unbelievable scenes here. Ben Wright being dropped on North. The very next 2 balls later, Mahalo Udawati's gone for a huge drive, and the ball swung away and it's nicked it straight to Wyatt, who's got safe pair of hands slugs. That's a huge play.
Yeah, standing right behind that one, Jared. Again, I can't really see much swing, but it's the line and the length. That's the difference at the start of this innings. It's causing the problems for the Buckley batters, and having stood at first slip there when that had a bit on it, that was an absolute fantastic catch.
That was flying, yeah.
He made it look very easy, but that was just going on the up, and he snaffled it, and geez, that's a big wicket. We all know that.
Well, I tell you what, for the first ball he's faced, he's gone hard at that.
It does give you a chance. He does play like that, but in a grand final, you've got 225 to get this in the 43 overs, 42 overs. He's gone super hard at the ball. You've just seen your captain get dropped. To be honest, he's had a mare today. He's dropped a couple of catches. He's gone out for a golden. It's not what Buckley Ridge has wanted. And it's all of a sudden we're 2 for 4 here, and they're chasing 225, and it looks like 280 at the moment.
Looks like 325 now.
Yeah, it does. Look, it's going to take something special. We've spoken about Hobbs in the pre-match. We've spoken about him during the call. Hawke, he's been a big player,
terrific player for a long time.
And this year he's been superb, so they're going to need every bit of him here.
Yep, it does. And at the same time, there's not much time to get the pace of the wicket. I mean, they've got to get moving.
Yeah, look, this is a huge amount of pressure, and that's an unbelievable result for Josh Dowling there, picking up the first wicket. Anyway, it was the end of the over. Butcher's on, and that one's played away to short cover, and there's no run, as Ben Wright has an enormous amount of pressure on his shoulders now. 1 run off 9 balls. He's been dropped already. Butch comes in around the wicket, drags that one down a bit, but it's played defensively to the offside to Quirk.
Yeah, quick enough. He's got to be very circumspect now, Right. If he's going to go, he's got to time this run. They can't afford to lose him. They can't afford to lose him.
No, he's got to bat it through. And that one's tossed up, and there's a big appeal on Brian Chapman. Looks at it. Is he going to give it? He has. He's given it. Oh, dearie me. He had a really good long look at that. Decided to put the finger up. It was a massive appeal from the Springvale South players. And Ben Wright, just as we said he needs to bat the whole day out, has gone. Now, Craig, you would have had the best view of that. I know Moose is saying that looked pretty good. What did you think?
Yeah, I think it just went straight on. There was no turn there. It's hit him just in front of off stump, and look, it wasn't going over the stumps. As you said, Chapman had a good, long, hard look at it, and a judge at LBW, and Ryan Quirk will be the most happiest out of all that.
Well, he was, and I think if there's anyone happier, it might be Darren Arter or Jason Quirk or the captain Paul Hill, because they're red-hot favourites now. You can see over there's a bit of panic with Buckley. They're going to try to get blokes padded up. I can see Slick running to get his gear. All of a sudden they're 3 for 4 and they're chasing 8 for 225. Who would have thought? Who would have dreamt about this start for Springvale South? It's unbelievable, and Butch has stood up there and he's bowled beautifully, and he's just it looked like he just went on with the arm that one potentially, and he's picked up the massive wicket to right, and it's Troy Ost, it looks like, who's slowly getting his gear together, Craig, to come out of the ground.
Yeah, who'd have thought? You said it beautifully good. It's just happened so quickly. You're always looking for early wickets, but to have them 3 for 4 at this period of the game is huge. I think Butchie, just the way he mixes up that left arm orthodox with just the one that goes on with a skid rather than the one that curves in with the arm. Yeah. I think that was the one, and maybe it hit the shiny side, or not the seam, I should say, and just skidded on and hurried him on a bit.
He's a good bowler, Scopes. He's a terrific bowler, isn't he?
Of course he is, yeah.
I think Austin's got a bit of pressure on him, but he has played through this pressure before. I think I saw him get 100 in the grand final a couple of years ago, didn't he?
Well, he got
not 100, but he did.
Yeah, he does get a lot of, and so does Hobbs, and so does Slick.
Usually it's not 3 for 4.
There's plenty of batters left. Yeah. There's plenty of batters left. It's early doors, but Yeah, it's happened very, very quickly. No one would have thought this was going to happen.
Oh, the momentum is just so much in Springvale South's favour. They probably had it from the minute they dropped catches out at cover, and then from there they've just continued with the momentum, got some late runs, and now got early wickets as Ost plays that one nicely out towards cover point, and there's no run. But with Ben Wright and Mahela Udawati in the sheds and Safar Sheikh, they're probably their four most informed batsmen. Maybe Hobbs would be in there. It's an uphill battle from here, but we've seen stranger things happen, and it is a grand final, so there's always heroes. And who's going to be the hero today? As that one's nice delivery, good length, and you can hear the boys in the microphone there. Spring South are up and about.
Yeah, when you lose your three top bats, though, and you're chasing 225 in a one-dayer, you're being pinned down right from the start. I mean, Buckley Ridges, I mean, they're 100 to 1 at the moment.
Yeah, you'd have to say that. Yeah, I got asked in the break, actually, what do you reckon the odds are? I said $1.90 a piece. I couldn't split them. Thought it was a very even total, but when you had 3 wickets for 4 runs, he's well in favour of Springvale South, Slopes.
Yeah, it is. It's been unbelievable. And like Hawke said, the key is it's 3 top run scorers that have been dismissed already. So, look, they've just got to steady now and forget about the 225. I'd be trying to build a partnership for 5 or 6 overs, get the 10 overs and reassess, and then after that you've got nothing to lose. So I wouldn't expect Buckley Ridges to lay down or stop chasing. They may as well just go all the way.
Well, Dowling will just bowl as fast as he can here and try and get wickets so they can afford to have the field up. Because the bats you'd think are going to be a bit more circumspect, they can come in and let him rip and do his best to get his team another wicket as he comes in. And it's a short ball, and it's rising through as it goes past the grill of Hobbs, who played it well. Dowling down in his face a little bit there, and the players get around him, and on the replay, I'll look at that on the old frog box. Slopes, that was a good one.
Yeah, it was on the money, and but as you said, it was well played. He watched the ball, kept his eye on the ball, and he safely got out of the way.
I think it was a great ball.
And you like that as an old fast bowler?
I think that's I mean, you've got to put it up round their chest and round it early.
You'd still be following through, Hawke.
Yeah, but they're so jittery out there, aren't they?
Yeah, and we didn't see a lot of that from Buckley's opening bowlers. And Dowling goes up, and he goes to the big drive, Hobbs, this time. And he plays and misses with the 2 slips and a gully in. And well bowled there by Dowling. And the tails are right up here at Springvale South.
He's bowling a beautiful line, isn't he? It's the outside, so there's not a lot of shots you can play to that ball.
Well, he went for the big cover drive and almost nicked it. But
that's all he's going to do, mate. I mean, hitting a ball on the up now, I mean, I can't see it.
No, it looks difficult. All of a sudden, runs look really hard to come by. Whereas they came by quite easily in the first half of the day. But things will settle down. They're just got to get through here, Buckley. Just need to get through. Find a way to get through to 10 overs. That one's down leg side, and that'll be a wide.
It's a movement there, boys. Big in swinger.
Yep.
Right down the leg side, though, so no danger.
The luxury he's got, though, he can afford to bowl a couple of wides because they've got him 3 for 4. He can try a few things here and try and be really attacking.
Yeah, nothing for free here, though. He's got a beautiful line outside off stump, and just back of a length. There's not a lot you can do, and if he goes bowling like this for 9 or 10 overs.
Yeah, well, he did it in the semi-final. He bowled 12 really good overs, and he can do it again here, and that's a good length delivery played out towards cover to Sketcher. No run. So, Craig, as a batter, what's your mentality here, mate? Like, you've been in positions like this before yourself. I know in grand finals you've come in at 2 or 3 down to not many and been able to steady and get big scores yourself. What's the mentality?
Well, you use the word steady. They've got to steady for a start. You're getting punches thrown at you. You've just got to steady and survive. And then you've got to come back with a few punches eventually. Like I said, it's a 225, but I'll be getting to 10 overs, 3 down, and then, let's just say, look, let's add 10 overs together and try and rebuild this innings.
I think you just take it deep, don't you? Take it as deep and deep as you can, because if you're not there, you can't win. So he's gone and down leg side again, this one, Hawke, and he's probably just trying a bit hard there.
Yeah, I think, in talking to Slokes about, I've seen Slokes in a couple of grand finals where they're doing nothing, but the difference today is you're 45 overs. This is only one-day game. Yep. That's the extra pressure of the one-day game is on these bats. They've got there's no real time to settle in for these guys because they'll be up around 4, 5 and over now.
Yeah. It's 3 for 6 here. Just to recap, 4.4 overs gone, 3 for 6, and most of those runs are wides. 3 wides by Dowling, and here comes again. This one's good length delivery, or back of the length delivery. Yeah, it was cut to cover there. As he gets himself in, he'll hit that one away. But unfortunately for him and Buckley Ridges, that's just straight to Sketcher for a dot ball.
Yes, well, What a sensational start for Springvale South. I mean, it's just something you wouldn't have written about this. Into Whitey for a duck, first ball. White looked good early, punched a few through into the covers, well fielded, didn't get off the mark till late, and then goes LBW to the spinner. So, unbelievable.
And forward defence there from Hobbs, very solid in defence, as he looks to just steady the ship here for Buckley Ridges. Dowling trying to claim another wicket. If he gets one in this partnership here in the next 3 or 4 overs, she's put down your glasses job.
You couldn't pick two better batters for Buckley Ridges, in my opinion, to steady a ship.
Yep.
Very, very, very hard to remove these two. I can tell you from experience. It's very annoying. They're very, very good. They're solid. They bat with pride.
Dowling in again. Good length delivery, but we're a little bit of tennis ball bounce
it was, wasn't it?
Yep. Looked maybe a bit tired. I think it was his 8th ball of the over, and Hobbs safely watched that one.
I don't know, Godgy, whether anything was said to White when he left the crease, but actually Mr. Barrow took quite a bit of time to speak to the captain, the keeper.
Yeah.
Before the next batsman arrives.
Okay, maybe.
It might have been a bit of a send-off,
but look, emotions are running pretty high. Slopes, correct me if I'm wrong, was it 2010-11 the last premiership for Springvale South?
No, last week our turf field got up, mate. Yeah, it is.
It's about 10 years.
Yeah, it is, mate, and it shows you how good the comp is, mate. They are to win. They're very hard to win.
But, I mean, the emotions are going to be high. There's a lot of pressure on these boys. They come from 4th, and if you get the 2 best bats in the comp out, you're probably going to be pretty excited about it. So, and Ash Barrow's the right man to be in that situation. He knows, he sees it for what it is. Then, just as we're discussing, that Ost gets off the mark with a single. But yeah, it's been a long time between drinks, but, you know, they've been very competitive for a long period of time, Springy South, and this year have been all the way through one of the top 2 or 3 sides, in my opinion. It was just probably a bit unfortunate the way they finished, that they got the 4th. I don't think they were the 4th best side in the comp by any stretch, and they're showing that today so far. Well, 225 runs and 3 for 6.
Well, I think the winner of this will hold the title for 9, I think it is. It's 8 all at the moment in competition premierships, turf one. So,
take your word for that.
No, it is.
You sound very confident, so I'm going to say...
No, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think I did check that out, but I think Springvale South has done a remarkable job. I didn't think they were anywhere near the best side in the comp, particularly...
Oh, and that's a late cut, played behind... down to 3rd man there. Kyle Martin chasing it towards the boundary, but he won't get there. There's some valuable runs for Buckley. Breaks the ice. Hobbs gets a boundary, and they go to 11. 3 for 11.
Yeah, I just think over the last couple of years, you put King and Wettering into this side, and they are the best side in the comp. That's the best fast bowler and the best opening bat. But then again, I suppose Buckley could say, well, we ain't got Watson.
Yeah, well, that's true. But there's a changing of the guard at both clubs this year with no Watson and no King at the top of the order slopes. I mean, they've been champions for a long time.
Like you say, it changes it, but they haven't got the best player, arguably the best player in the comp, DJ Watson.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But, you know, they've only lost 1 game. They've had a great season.
Yep, and they haven't lost this yet. It's 3 for 11.
I'm not writing them off.
No, there's 2 blokes here, as you said. You probably, as a Buckley supporter, you wouldn't ask for 2 other blokes to be at the crease when panic stations have come in. These blokes have been there and done it for a long period of time for Buckley Ridges, and they are Buckley Ridges boys.
They are. They've been the 2 hardest to get out. Yeah, they haven't been the most damaging to us. Like, they don't hit over the fence every second ball like some of the other players have had, like White and Watson, etc. But as far as trying to remove them, these won't throw the hand away, these two, I tell you.
No. And look, how long do you go with Dowling for? I mean, he's bowled 3 wides, he's bowled 3 overs, and towards the end of that over, maybe looked a little bit tired. Do you think maybe 1 over here and then give Baxter a go?
Tired?
No, I'd still bowl him. Yep. Not a problem. He'd be wicked. He looks pretty hungry to me. He might be over-trying a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it looked potentially like. But he's usually a short spell man. He's sort of 3 spells of 4.
Yeah.
So...
Well, coming off after you kick a goal, mate.
Yeah, well, that's true, but they do that, don't they?
I just think he's bowling well, and he'd be confident, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would be. Tails up. All right, in he comes. Full-length delivery, driven through the covers. Beautiful shot by Troy Ost. That one might go all the way. There's a fielder getting out there, Martin. Now he cuts it off out of deep cover, and they'll pick up 2. And Buckley moved to 3 for 13.
A hint of outswing there for the first time that I've seen from Dowling.
The only other reason I say it, Slokes, is why the swinging, Baxter's the man who might expose a bit of that.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's 3 for 11.
Is he totally fit?
It looked like he was carrying a bit of an elbow against us, but I mean, he got through his 10 or 12 overs, so think he'll be okay, and having made a goal, he'll be pretty keen to get some wickets. Oh, that's a good shot down the ground. They're going to pick up a single here at least. There's a pick-up from, is that Martin down there and throw, but he was always pretty safe there. Austin, he picks up a single and goes to 4, score 3 for 14.
And Baxter's one of the recruits of the year. I think he's runner up in the Buckley medal, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, mate.
Jared? Yeah, but he's been a terrific player. Wickets and runs. He's just a thorough professional. I know that I spoke to Cheeks about him. He said he's a very good friend of Cheeks, and he said he'd just eat a cricket ball. So his contribution to Springvale South is enormous.
Yeah, he's a cricket nerd by his own account. He plays a lot of cricket, and comes Dowling short of the length, and that was played down to third man. It's looking a bit more comfortable all of a sudden.
Well, he got up over the top of the ball, didn't he? Hello, here's Spelly.
Yes. I think you have to have a word to that great man.
Something's jingling him up with the 6 Wookie medals under his T-shirt. I'm not sure.
Or is it the tab receipts in his pocket?
Yeah, it could be. Guess what he's looking at on his phone.
Yes, I imagine what he's looking at. Craig, for those that aren't aware, he's standing next to the great Stephen Spoljarek. And we'll have a chat to him in a minute. Oh, okay, Dowling coming in. Good length delivery and might go through the ball again. Well left.
It was a good shot, that one. He squared it down to the third man, and then he left that one. He's got a good eye, this ball.
Looks a bit more comfortable all of a sudden, the boys here now, don't they?
Every time we've said something last night, we said it about Underwater, we said it about White, and bang.
Yeah. But it has to settle down at some stage. I think these are the two players that'll do it. I can see them putting on a partnership here and getting their team back into the game. It's a long way off, but they're just going to find a way to grind here as Dowling comes in. Bowling to Hobbs, and it's a good length delivery. It's Ost, I should say, and he's well forward. And he plays into mid-off for no run.
What's unnerved him right at the start, mate, is that run out. That was terrible for Turf 1 cricket.
I don't know what happened there. Disaster.
I think that short mid-on put him off. I thought because he hit it past him, he might have thought there was one there, but he didn't see the mid-wicket perhaps.
Yeah, okay.
I thought that was the confusion.
Yeah, it could be too. If they both took off, would they have got there?
No, I don't think there was a run there, no.
No, okay. It's a strange bit of cricket. Bit of panic, really, wasn't it?
It's like he's walking a base.
All right, Dowling coming in again. That's a good ball outside the off stump, and it's been left alone by Ost. It's pretty difficult. These two boys are very similar the way they line up the bat, and they've got number 5 and number 6, but that was Troy. He left that one outside off, and that completes the over. You have any luck there, Craig?
You want us to speak to Spolly?
Yeah, absolutely. Ask him what he thinks is going on.
How long we got left in the coverage?
Well, just don't ask him about the dogs.
Yeah.
He said don't ask about the dogs. If you come over here, Spolly, actually, you'll hear their questions, because otherwise you won't hear it, mate. Good to see you down here. I see you lost another grand final last week.
I'll rub it in.
That should be 3 all then. How are you, mate?
I'm very good, And
how are you enjoying the cricket so far? And when did you get here? What have you seen so far?
Oh, I just saw what the game mattered, really, didn't I? 3 for 4, weren't they?
All right, Butch around the wicket, bowling to Hobbs, who's forward, defending to the offside.
You had another big year down there, mate. 42 years old, 44 years old, and 700 runs, 20 wickets. You playing again next season?
I've got to keep my weight down somehow.
And that one's nudged away to the onside. There's a mix-up again, and he gets back. We're going to sort this running between the wickets out. Spol, you just hit him over the top and not worry about the running, mate.
This ground, yeah, is lovely fast outfield, isn't it? So that's precious on, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is what grand finals are about, mate, and you played a starring role in many. How do they go about this?
Just bat normally for 15 overs, I would. Hit straight here. Oh, you got to hit straight, don't you?
Yeah, Butch comes in around the wicket, and that's a good length delivery, and it's played into the ground. It looks like
your chances here, you hit straight.
Have you played in many one-day grand finals, Spot?
We didn't get many over in DDCA, did we?
No.
You know, it was all 2 days, and we played in Sydney one.
Butch in again on the onside goes Hobbs down the ground. He'll pick up a single.
So it's obviously a bit harder for these boys. I mean, you're losing overs all the time. I mean, how many we've got? They've
got scoreboard pressure, wicket pressure.
Yeah.
Hardest time to bat for batters, isn't it?
Yep.
But it can be a good...
Around the wicket, Butch comes in and Oster's forward, no run.
I was lucky enough to come and watch you in a game this year, Spolly. You got 60-odd, and it was versus Stratford, who actually ended up beating you again in the grand final last week. Compare the standards for us, will you, mate?
Butch around the wicket, good length delivery.
wickets drop away in the country. They're not, and the outfields are much slower. So it's actually a different game of cricket. It's not. I don't know if it's better or worse in player-wise, but it's just you actually got probably the biggest problem in country cricket, to be honest with you. If you have a look, they've only ever produced Travis Burt in the last probably 20 years, and he's a basher. And they'll only ever produce bashers over there in the bush because you've got outfields are slow, big, tracks are slow, so you actually got to overhit balls, which is not conducive to this sort of cricket. It's just totally different way of playing cricket. So lucky for me, obviously, I've adjusted and I don't fall for that trap and just... Obviously a lot of twos and that, and I'll tell you what, hamstrings after 15 minutes, I'll tell you, I've never felt so worse. So
I did notice.
I've got to lose 10 kilos.
He ended up running like his greyhounds after his 30.
What's the furthest distance you travel?
Oh, not far at all.
Oh, okay.
Probably similar to this.
Yeah.
It's not far.
Okay.
Not far. Played a bit of the rep there, which went to Dansdale and Traralgon. So, but that was fun. But when you get divorced, that's the things you can enjoy more, don't you? Bad thing.
All right, Dowling's going to continue here, gents, while we're talking about that. And it'll be Hobbs on strike. Good length delivery, gets forward, comes it up nicely, no run.
So, how's the greyhounds going, mate? Should we ask that question?
Yes, we have to, yes.
Have we got anything for us?
Oh, gee whiz. Oh. I haven't really bet any of mine the last 6 weeks. I've got one there that's a kennel, mate. Could get me in trouble, but it's a place bet tomorrow night at Sale.
Gamble responsibly, of course.
Jet light. Oh, sorry, no.
Full length delivery driven to pop mid off, no run.
He doesn't know the name of it, but it's going to run a place. So if you're back, the whole dog's running tomorrow night in Match 9.
Okay, race 11.
Race 11.
Rico. It ends in Rico, so it's actually that Melbourne Cup winning Rico's brother. One of them.
Yeah, right.
2 Melbourne Cups ago, but he's a cheeky devil, but he's flying, so he's only a base bet.
Race 11, what's that about 1 o'clock tomorrow morning?
No, not at Sale. Sale, that'll be about 10 o'clock at night, 9:30.
Dowling coming in against Steaming, and that's a quicker ball, but wide of your stump, and Ash Barrow puts the dukes out.
You'll definitely have your slippers on by then, though.
And my dressing gown.
Yeah.
Well, fantastic to see you, mate. Thanks for stopping by, and
good on you, mate. It's lovely to see you, mate.
For a refreshment later on.
Still got to get back home, mate.
Keysborough Motel, you stayed there before.
No, I haven't.
Thanks, Bob.
Steve Spoljarek there. Good to see you, mate.
Great
to see you.
Last thing I do is lose my children.
Steve Spoljarek, of course, 6-time Wookie medalist, and of course, maybe
3 times runner-up.
2 times runner-up and 3-time premiership player, I believe.
Yes.
And 2 times runner-up, let me tell you.
Yes, yep. All right, so as we continue, 3 for 17 here, Buckley Ridges. Hobbs on 6, Ost on 4. Now, Hobbs is wearing blue pads, Ost is white. I finally worked that out. I can easily tell them apart now. Chasing what looks to be now a mammoth 225.
It is.
Dowling, tail up, bowling his 5th over. Good length delivery forward. Hobbs pushes to point, no run.
He's bowled an immaculate line, and he's bowled it since the second ball of the game. Just a back of a length outside off stump, or a little bit fuller when he needs to. They're not making any impression on this score. They need to start turning over the strike. I just believe, if you talk to someone like, and Slopes would know, you talk to Warren Ayres, and he just runs every ball. That's the way he played cricket, but you angle the bat, you just get into the gaps. But you've got to start taking your singles and start to put the opposition under pressure.
Hobbs leaves that one alone outside your stump. Dowling's been persistent with that 6th stump line, I would say, from their Slopes, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's around about there. I think, as I said before, he's worked out he can swing it away now.
Yep.
He had in-swing going before, but he's bowling that, and I think, as you can see it mid-off there,
Martin.
It's like Kyle Martin, the champion footballer. Well, his Noble Park teammates have just arrived behind him, it looks like, and he'll come from that end, I think.
I did hear that the Noble boys were going to turn up, and they'll be fully behind Mardo, you would imagine. There's I think, how many, 9 best and fairest or something at Noble? And let's see what he can do with the ball shortly. Dowling first, though. He comes in, and that one's sliced away just in front of point. Well fielded out there by Mitchie Forsyth, and they'll only pick up a single. A little bit of confusion again between the batsmen. And they pick up a run.
Superb fielding by Springy South, isn't it? They haven't missed a beat.
No, they've been absolutely superb. And we did comment on that before the before the inning started that they've dramatically improved in that area, and it could be the thing that the difference between the sides at the end of the day. When you get a run out at the start, you get a nice slips catch versus a couple of sloppy ones from Buckley on the other side.
Well, those catches, but I wonder what it is. He's had a fantastic day, hasn't he? Oh, yeah. 9-time test player. He's dropped 2 catches that would have
and a golden.
Probably held them to about 200, and then he's got a first ball duck. So it's been an unfortunate day for him.
I think
but we know how good
the
he
last 12 out of 13 seasons of footy he's won a BNF, no matter where he's played.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Hey, and there's a little late cut played, a little dab by Hobbs, but Butch was good enough to get it past his outside edge. Well taken by Hill.
You got Collingwood VFL, Frankston VFL,
and then Noble Park, which is it's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah. I love it when Sketchy carries his bags.
And Butch into Hobbs, and that's defended. I did speak to Sketchy at the halfway mark quickly and just said, how'd you go with that big one over the roof, mate? And let's just say he's pretty happy with himself on that one, Craig.
You got to talk to him again.
Butch comes in around the wicket. Short, that one should have been hit.
Oh, that was one. That's a wide.
He committed to a sweep shot there. If he'd have stood back, he would have had to pull that one over square leg wherever he wanted to. But it's a wide. They get a run. 3 for 19. Hobbs 7. Ost 4. Butch 1 for 7 off 4.2. Done his job again for Springvale South. So far. Yeah. And he's patted that one away down behind point, and Martin chases there. Fields nicely. And much to the appreciation of the fans and his teammates, they pick up a single. Hobbs goes to 8. 3 for 20.
Yeah, Butch, this has been a revelation, isn't it? I know he's opened in games before, but in this grand final against their top bats, I think he's done a fantastic job. And the removal of White was just cream the cake for him.
Yeah, down the ground goes Ost. Sort of advanced a little bit there. He picks up a single down to Straker at long on. Straker yet to be utilised, but he'll come into the game soon enough. But it's been a tactic all year, really, for Springy, hasn't it, Craig?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Butch has done his job here. I would... nice and slow delivery there, Goodsy, without taking over from you there. Just turned away.
You're right, mate.
Beautifully watched by Hobbs. But I think he's done his job here. I think they should save the spinners and see Keaton Falatta on the ball, flattens out.
And that one's cut away to Sharp at forward point. No run. That completes the Butch over. It's 3 for 21.
5 overs for 10 runs, I think he's bowled. So,
yeah, 1 for.
Yeah.
He'll probably get to his 7. They might bowl into his 7 and then stop. But, I mean, they might want to look at Baxter soon. They might want to look at Martin. They might want to look at Straker. But, I mean, at this stage, the cards are in the hands of Paul Hill, and he's got plenty to choose from. He's got a few jokers up the sleeve. And we'll see what they're doing here. There looks to be there might be a change here. Dowling's still got the hat on. And it is going to be Kyle Martin. Now, this will be a popular one if he can get a wicket here.
Well, I happened to watch the earlier game. He got a couple of wickets from that very end when I was lucky enough to watch it on the Fog Box when I had COVID.
Oh, yeah.
And he actually slipped them through quite okay. He got a couple of nicks. And
bowls a little shoulder.
Yeah.
So slings them a bit and tries to get them down. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Yeah, if you want. Yeah. Okay. Cam will be here shortly too, Hawk. Because after this, obviously, you'll be doing the presentations at the end of the day, Hawk. We're going to have to get you to take that roving mic out when you do that. But that's still a fair way off here because the Buckley boys are digging in. 3 for 21. Changing the bowler is Kyle Martin. They're going to put a deep square. I like that field position because he can drag him down a bit. He tries to bowl quite quickly. If he does drag it down, at least he's got the protection out there now because we are 10 overs in. They can have the 3 men out. So it's a third man fine leg and deep square.
And sending bowl.
In he comes. First delivery is a good one, and he beats the outside edge.
Swinger.
That one, there he is, and that one lifted off the wicket, Craig.
Sorry, I missed that. I was distracted by Lee Brown, believe it or not. I couldn't recognise him. He's put on about 10 years.
He looks like Van Gogh.
Yes, and that's a good start for Martin, and the Noble boys behind him are very excited about that one.
That was nice and sharp.
Yeah, and then he comes again. As I said, a bit of a slinger, lets it go, and that one smashed through cover, though. Nice shot. Sketcher chasing it. It's a big boundary out there. Will it get there? It's right out to the boundary. He picks it up. They've run 2. They'll turn for a 3rd. It's a good throw, but they get back safely. Good running, good shot, good cricket.
Fair little half ball out. A bit of slide, and then comes off the bat very quickly, and he... Did they run 3 then?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
well, they're past that 10 over mark now. Change the bowl on. So now it's time for
up here, those punches back, I think, as I was talking about before. And it was a good shot.
Yeah, and look, Martin went for a few in the game against Berwick. He does give you the ball to hit. I think he's got the ability to get a wicket too. One of those sort of bowlers. That's a good shot. That might beat the third man fielder. He's getting around.
It won't beat it.
No, he's too good. He cuts that one off. It was quite fine, so he must be fairly adjacent down there at third man.
He's about 40 metres back from the light.
So I just want to shot down and trying to pick that. Just head back to the ball. I mean, you can't also just say, we lost 3 for 4, we don't need to bat 20 overs. I mean, it's still a one-day game, and these guys out in the middle, it's not their fault.
No, that's right. So, facing Martin, that's a good length, that's a good Yorker length delivery, that one. He jammed it out, went him off for no run.
Well, 44 overs to get 200. Yep, here we go with that, Joe.
Yeah, it's about 5 and a half.
That's right.
If you can get it down to a T20 with wickets in hand at some stage, if you can leave
80 off 10 or something, maybe.
140 off 20, can you get it to that?
Yeah, something like that, even 80 off 10. You know, you've got to be there to be a chance. If you're 7 down, you can't do it. But you've got to try and bat with good tempo, and that's what we're doing at the moment. It's just lifted the notch. As Oz puts that one down the third man as well for finger. He moves to 9, Hobbs is on 9, 3 for 26.
Yeah, Oz just starting to spike the ball and stay in the strike over, and that's what they have to do. But, you know, there's no answer. Put the pressure on Springvale out. Put the singles.
Martin bowls. That's a beautiful shot. That's 4. Yeah, beautiful shot from Hobbs. And that takes him onto 13. And we're going to have a couple of change-ups in the commentary box as well. Hawks, all the best for the rest of the afternoon, mate. I know we're going to catch up with you at the end of the game. And enjoy the rest of the day, and thanks for your contribution once more.
No worries, Budgie.
Good on you, mate. Thank you very much. All right. Well, Matty Cox is going to come on as a special guest. He's going to sit in Hawk's chair. And Cam McDonald's back from the footy. So, Cam, I'll get you to take over in a minute once we get Coxie in. Slopes, 3 for 30.
Yeah, as I said, counter-attacking nicely. That was a good over for Buckley Ridges. It just, puts them, not that they're out of the game, it puts them in somewhere where they can start measuring where they need to be, like I said. You can't afford to, as I said, bunt the ball back, and they need to keep it ticking over as well as keeping their wickets. So another delivery from Butch is patted back for Troy Ost. So another good over here for Buckley Ridges. Comes back in the bowl, Butch. And he's looking back at the square. He's got a good piece of that from where he was. And that ball was going nearly to the boundary line, and then through to the boundary line. Fantastic timing. He come down the wicket and he wasn't quite there, and managed to flick it back at the square to the fence. So Cam McDonald back in the chair. He's hello Lakers hat. Welcome, Cam.
Thanks, Craig. Been away for a few hours, and the game looks in Spring South's favour at the moment as we welcome into the commentary box Matthew Cox. Matty, hi mate.
Good mate. How are you, Cam?
Good, thanks. This will be interesting. We tore it up at Carroll a few years ago, Coxie, and they've got us both back together like hail and pace.
Yeah, 100%. There's no Dustin Thickhead this year, is there?
And the grass is not leaning one way with the breeze either.
Good game, I reckon we got here still.
Yeah, it is. It's they certainly need a partnership, that's for sure. They're clearly in a lot of trouble early, Coxie, with these two. They're both Jason Hobbs and Troy Oss 13 not out each, so that's 26 of the 34. So Springvale South Openers obviously did the job.
Well, they put on 30 already in their recovery partnership, so they're well ahead. And next stage is to get it to 50 and onwards.
So they were 3 for 4, Craig?
3 for 4, I believe, Ken, yes.
Wow. They would have been cock... It's out. It's LBW.
A bit high for me, standing back to the right behind it. Went to pull, obviously, and skidded on. And I think it was a little bit high.
I think Hodgie's still in pretty good form here, though. He's probably the form player of the finals at the moment for Buckley, so he's still a big wicket to get, and Troy Oss won't just give his wicket up easy either.
No, we were talking about that before, Coxie, before you come on, and if you had to pick 2 Buckley guys to rebuild your innings, it'd be these 2.
100%, mate. How have you been anyway, Cam?
Yep. Going well. So enjoyed a couple of hours in the sun watching some footy. Unfortunately, Coxie, you and I should be at the G.
Oh, 100%.
Watching the new juggernaut roll around.
How good do they look?
Did you hear what happened today at the MCG?
No, I haven't even...
And this is Junior, and I don't know how many people know of it. They evacuated the ground. Alarms went off and everything.
Really?
At quarter time, yeah. I had a mate of mine ring me who thought I was on the radio to let everyone know they were evacuating the ground. I was in the car. I turned it over to the radio. Jared Waitley said, clearly we don't have a plan what to do here ourselves. We don't know. But apparently it was a fire alarm, and my theory was it was the pies were that hot that it's caused fire alarms to go off at the jury.
Of course they were.
No, that's a legitimate story. They don't know what caused it, but you'd be in a mad panic if you were there.
Oh, bloody hell.
You'd be told to evacuate. First thing you'd think of would be sinister. But anyway, back to the cricket. So, Kyle Martin, talking to footy, that's a nice little segue in. Champion footballer who's now plying his trade, if you like, in the summer with Springvale South, and going along okay. It's the first time I've had a look at him bowl. He's a super footballer, and he's getting through okay, Coxie.
I'll tell you one thing. We played against him during the year, and I think he's going to be perfect for this wicket. The little skidders.
Yep.
As he comes to bowl.
All shoulder, really, isn't it?
It is. It's all skidders. I think, and he'll bowl stump to stump. So he's going to be, if he bowls his legs, he's going to be really hard to get away.
A little bit of wild thing about him, Sean Tate. He's got that little bit of sling in his action. You look closely?
He's got big, broad shoulders, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I thought you meant Ricky Vaughan from the movie The Wild.
Oh, you idiot.
Charlie Sheen.
The crowd's missed you, Ken.
Hope you got your sunscreen on out there too, Slokes.
Yes. And you're going to stay?
That's why I'm sitting in the van.
Otherwise his arms will become like his favourite shirt, salmon.
Well, that's a tough crowd here.
So that was just outside off stump by Kyle. Obviously let through by... this is Hobbs on strike. My apologies to the listeners.
Here comes Tomato again. Just a guy down to third man. I think they need to get a wriggle on here at some stage. One of these two have got to take a risk, though. They can't just keep going at 2 or 3 and over. Because if they do that for the next 5, it's going to be really hard for the next folks coming in.
Yeah, it's true. What's that now? It's near a runner ball. Getting towards a runner ball. High 5s. So it's still very well in the grass. Someone's going to have to get a good 100.
So... big shout there for LBW, and then maybe an inside edge, but neither of them. Ash Burrows called over, and that was a great ball by Kyle Martin. So at the end of the 13th over, Buckley Ridges a 3 for 37, and Slokes, you were right behind that. Did that do something?
Yeah, it nipped in and got him either on the front thigh or the inner thigh, so it was too high for the LBW, and probably going down leg, and there was no catch about either. But a good delivery nonetheless.
What do you do here, though, Slokes? How do you take a risk against this sort of bowling? Butcher's... we all know how good he is, but what sort of risk do you take against him?
Well, he took a calculated one last over and come down the wicket, and he, as I said, he timed the ball beautifully to get it back with a square for 4. I think he'll be looking to do the same thing, and hopefully Butch can flight one up, and you may see either of these two batters go all the way downtown trying to hit it over our heads.
It has to be straight, doesn't it?
It's got to be straight, and they'll use their feet, and they'll pick the right ball once they're down there.
So Butch in the bowl to Hobbs, and he just pats that one back short of the length and pads it back out to mid-off to Jackson Sketcher, who's fielding in the sleeveless vest. So again, Butch in the bowl, another shortish ball, pushed off the back foot to backward point, no run again, so some tight bowling, Craig.
Yeah, he's bowling flat, like I said, but it's going to be interesting to see. If anything goes above the eyes, I think you'll find the bat will come down and maybe attempt to go all the way straight.
So here we go again, Butch in the bowl, another sort of flattish ball and in line and good line and length, and nothing Hobbs could do there other than to push forward and push it to a short cover where Ryan Quirk was in quickly to prevent any chance of a run. So Butcher again, he's getting through the overs, that one on leg stump, and again just patted to where the short leg may field, and Paul Hill just casually walks over, picks it up and throws it back around the field.
Commonly known as C-Max around town, these flat, useless starts that don't turn.
You can make a career out of it though, Craig. That might have been one of yours in, Slokes, half-pitch rubbish that didn't get put away.
Exactly right.
But played it on respect of the name, not the ball.
You had more ball. You actually had more balls, Slokes, I reckon. You invented balls, didn't you?
I've got you in my pocket, Coxie, that's all that matters.
I do you, though.
More than once.
And another great over. This is what... Slokes...
I've got 4 pockets, Coxie.
Jared, can you please see if they can get some serious Coke in this box? But these drinks are not good for anyone.
You can have the rest of them.
No, I'm not drinking it. We've got COVID and bloody meningococcal. Anyway, at the end of the over, 3 for 37 off 14, I think. Yes, 14 overs, so with the 226 needed, so we're still 190, give or take, away from 31 overs.
I think
that's a runner ball now. It's over a runner ball almost.
Hobbsy's not a natural, he's not a goer. So I think he's just got to bat through here, try and get 100, and I think Osty's got to take a risk. One of them has got to take a risk. I think Troy's got to do it now.
Yep. So Martin in again. Short outside off stump. Well, they work behind the square, but beautiful fielding there by
The wildly informed, the most nervous man at this ground is the Naval Park football coach, Steve Hughes.
and they're all down there at deep mid-off, or deep long-off, you call it, Craig, and they're splendid in their blue and yellow polos. So Martin again to bowl to Oz. Full toss. Pushes it wide of mid-off, but only can get the single. So I think you're right, Coxie, about Jason Hobbs. In the semi-final, he stayed with Ben Wright, batted really, really well. Never took a chance, never looked like going out, and all of a sudden he's 60 not out.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit easier at Buckley, though. You get away with a lot more, I think, than you do. It's like...
But Buckley, he got a lot of singles. He wasn't hitting forward.
Yeah.
So he's working it around. So Martin again to bowl to... that was a lot quicker. Stokes, there's that wild thing type ball with the kicker arm action outside off stump, and another dot ball, and the dot balls are being cheered as loudly as a wicket at this stage.
Well, it's good captaincy by Paul Hill, I can see so far. He still hasn't bowled Straker or Ben Blade Baxter, sorry. So he's still got those up his sleeve, and he's getting rid of his fifth bowler now while they're rebuilding.
So Martin into bowl. Square cut outside off stump, and again through the hands of the fieldsman there, but only a single. It was well backed up, and so Hobbs gets one, moves his score along to 16. The score goes to 3 for 39.
I was just going to say that, folks. Strakes is probably, he's the hardest one, I think, out of all of them. The way he changes his pace, he bowls, he knows the ground really well. So, but one of them got to take a risk now against Marto.
So Martin into bowl. Just off the short, could be a run out. Very close. Direct hit from just behind
Geordie White it was.
Geordie White, but Andrew Chapman unfazed, walking in to re-establish the castle. And there's another run to the total, so that pushes to 40. But that was a big risk, but in the end it's so well run because he made it around.
That was a good single. I must say I settled watching thinking he's always going to make it, but the interest for me is who's going to bowl the next over. When Butcher's bowled 7, does he continue on to be one of the 12s, or does someone like a Baxter come on from this end on the next over? It won't be straight, he'll bowl from the other end, I presume.
Yeah, Kyle's coming in now to bowl. Push back down the wicket to him. But, it's a tough one, folks. This is the good thing about the 7 and 12 overs. Which one do you do? Do you risk it now? Because I think if you get one of these throughout, it's game over. So, or do you stick with the 7 and holding up your sleeve? It's bloody hard. It's good. I love it. I think the 12 overs is great.
Thanks, Coxie. Everyone knows my thoughts. It just adds that dimension to the game, as I say, which is out of the attack. And we do see Baxter from this end. But yeah, it's the tactics, Coxie. The other tactic is if Butch had a bowl that 8th over right now and they took him for a 15er, well then there's only one other man who can bowl 12, and then again you can manipulate it if you're the batting team or the bowling team.
Yeah, that's right. Blade probably come straight here. He'll probably come around the wicket straight away and bowl stump to stump, which is even harder to get away.
I think he's going over the wicket, Coxie, to start with, so he's going to bowl left arm over.
He is he?
Yes, you're right. He's going to bowl left arm over to Troy Ost, who's on strike. He's looking at the field. They've got a slip, a third man, a sort of a gully now. He's moving to gully. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on, a wideish square leg and a fine leg. So clearly going to bowl across the right-hander and hope that he can entice the edge, but get the field to the left. So Baxter in to bowl his first ball of the grand final, and it's nearly would have been a great catch.
Yeah, carried.
They carried, yeah. Just bootlace height slopes on the follow-through, but got the hand down, but Oz showed his intent there.
Well, they have to.
Aggressive first up.
There must be a bowler they choose.
Yep.
When I say they choose to get this scoreboard going. They've rebuilt beautifully, but as Coxie said, it's nearly time now. They've got to pick someone.
So Baxter into a bowl again to Ost, who it was tight on the off stump, and all he can do was work it to the gully region for no run. So 2 balls for no score at this over, so a good start by Baxter. Could have easily picked up that wicket. Would have been an absolute blinder, to be honest. Take it off your boots on the follow through, but a good start by the former Premier cricketer.
Just holding his left arm, he was on the elbow.
Yeah, he's got the big the bandage, you'd call it, or what do they call it this day? Oh, short outside off and
compression sleeve. Okay.
Yeah, well, isn't all our clothes compression?
You had a few of them in the bag, folks. Yeah. Got a compression sleeve. Yeah. Skins. It'll be beautiful.
So Baxter, now Coxie, he has changed to around the wicket.
He will. Of course he was coming around the wicket. He's so hard to get away. If he bowls stump to stump, he'll bowl full straight. You have to take a risk to him over his head. I don't know how they're keeping the field up though.
Yeah, they haven't challenged. Just looking to see if they've made a field change, but they haven't. They've kept it. They're going to entice him to try and work this through leg and maybe able to pick him up LBW, trying to hit play across the line.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. LB's a bolt.
Around the wicket, coming in the bowl to Ost. Pitches it up, well played. Ost trying to get a single, but Baxter all over that like a cheap suit, quickly in on it, and no run. A bugbear of mine, I don't get it. They do it, the bowler throws it back to the fieldsman for no other reason other than nothing. Foxy, tell me, what does that do?
Well, I don't even know, to be honest. Oh, you said it's nothing. It actually does nothing.
Mate, it's a bowl. As soon as I got the ball, I wasn't throwing it back to anyone. I'd be walking back. I don't know, but everyone does it this day.
Maybe the bowler doesn't want to shine it anymore.
You're probably not there. So, there's a half volley we couldn't really see, but it was hit upishly on the bounce to Jackson Stepfoot at mid-off. So, again,
ball there, Cam. Just left arm, rolled his fingers over the top, slow ball, climbed in it, and unfortunately for Buckley, he straight to the field.
So this will be the last ball of his first over, and they're yet to take a run off it. So the bowler constrict is really starting to be applied into Buckley Ridges, and it's getting tighter and tighter. So Baxter in the bowl, and he's hoiked one across the line for one bounce, 4 over, deep mid-wicket. You'd call that, Coxie, just a glorified slog.
There's your man.
Good shot, no one out there.
That's right, there's your man, though, Troy Ost. He's the one who's got to take the risk. He can do it. He can clean the fences. He actually can.
They can. We know they were a top T20 side for a decade at least. So when needed to be, they've got batters that can do that.
Yep. So that boundary was the only scoring shot off the blade Baxter over, and it takes the score to 3 for 44. No wrist shot, probably used the angle of the left arm round onto his pads, and he was down sort of low and launched over, cleared the front leg and hit it beautifully.
I don't think it'll be long either till I think Hilly will come up to the stumps as well to try and keep him there. To let, I don't know, he's a massive chance, I think, Blade. He's a really hard player to hit when he's bowling full and straight. So
Martin to continue here, as you thought, Slokes. He's going to try and get through some of his overs, or get up to 7 overs.
Just need the boys from behind him to move across, give the batsman some space behind the bowler's arm, of course.
So he's into his 4th over, Kyle. Whitten has the figures of none for 14, but he's probably bowled better than that, to be honest. So into bowl to Hobbs, who cuts it backward a point, but straight to the fieldsman, right on the 30-metre circle, and there was no run.
His last over was a maiden, so that was a really good over. So he's finding his line, his length, and yeah, as I said, those guys, if you can hear us behind the bowler's arm, move across, please. Another opportunity. And I'll be handing over to Neil Shaw now, guys, so over to Neil.
Thank you, Craig, for your efforts. Get some sunscreen on. So Martin into bowl to Hobbs. Short again outside off stump, off the back foot, but straight to carbon copy of the ball before, Coxie.
It is. I love the way Springy South are going about it here. They're really, I think they're the ones who are pushing the game forward. Yeah, they've got the field up, they're bowling straight, and they're saying, come at us, like, take a risk. But they're just not seeming to do it at the moment.
No, 3 for 44 in the 17th over. Martin in from the southern end, or the Harold Road end, to Hobbs. Well pitched up, well driven, but again, no run. Well,
that cover.
Good field, good the in and out field there, the shortish wide cover, you'd call that.
I think as well though, Cam, as well, there was a big difference when Springy South were batting. That was an easy one. So the boys were just pushing that in, taking an easy one, where it just seems that these guys are they're stuck in a bit of a rut at the moment.
So Martin in again to Hobbs. Short outside off stump, square cut. Oh, just over backward points head, but that's gone for 4. Bit of width there, too much width probably, and he just got it away, but it wasn't far from the catch, but again, nice shot, to be honest.
Right, it's probably the first bad ball he's bowled, or with any little bit of width. It wasn't even a bad ball, it's just a little bit of width.
Yeah, too much width, and probably just short of a length here. He freed his arms there, Hobbs, so a nice shot from Hobbs. He moves to 20 to score to 3 for 48.
Yeah, I can see Strakes warming up here too, and Hilly just gave him a signal. I reckon he'll come on the other end after this over from Lardo.
So Martin in again, trying to bounce back from that ball. Well pitched up ball and well driven, but straight to Jackson Sketcher at cover and no chance of a run. So good comeback there from Kyle Martin. Sometimes you can get a bit nervous when you do get hit for 4 as a bowler. You're really worried about the rest of the remaining of the over.
Well, he hasn't played a lot of cricket either.
No, that's right. So, but into bowl. Again, last ball of the 17th over. Martin into Hobbs, looking to walk at him, but well fielded at short cover, and again, no run. So, good over, only 4 runs off it, and in the last 2 overs, he's only gone for 1 scoring shot. Welcome back, Neil Shaw.
Yeah, thanks, Cam. It's I know everyone's talking Buckley down, but if you have a look at the scoreboard, it's a run a ball. If you get 6 and over, it's the game's right on. So this is a good partnership. 44 or 45 partnership, which is what they needed at the time, and there's still a lot of cricket in this.
I think Moose has just come on and I blame Moose. I think
put some sense into
it. Not sense. I think it's from where we're sitting and watching. I think it looks a lot harder for Buckley than you probably actually think it is.
177 off 28 overs, Moose. I know whose shoes I'd rather be in.
Yeah, well, you would be, but I'm just saying it's not even a possible position.
No, no, of course it's not. But at this stage, Springvale South would like to fancy their chances. This partnership, it's getting towards the 50, it's 44, but they're going to have to get at least another 50, these two, between them, and one of them has Coxie is going to have to bat through.
Yeah.
So Baxter's just changing his field. He's bringing up the square, the fine leg, I think, to a backward square. I can't see it.
No, he's got a deep square.
He's got a deep square for that hoik. So he's gone back over the wicket to change his angle again as he bowls to Oz. They get the single left-handed field throw by Sharp, Braden Sharp on his left hand. But they were comfortably through for the single, and score goes to 49. And Oz moves to 20. So both batsmen are on 20, so there has been that period of consolidation. But
what would you change, though, Moose? Like, if Springy South don't need to change anything, that's the difference. That's what they've got here now that they can afford to do.
No, exactly right. And they've just got to keep bowling the lines and legs. That's the key for Springy South. But Buckley are obviously going to target Baxter here.
Well, they have to. It has to be him, because Straight's going to come on next. Baxter comes in. Bowl on to Hobbsy. And a push straight to that fielder. Oh, he's misfielded, so they get a pick up a 1. But it's still, look, if he's the target bowler, right, he's a hard player. Thanks, Quirky. He's a hard player to target.
Yeah, he is, there's no question, but they have to target something.
Yeah, they have to.
If not 2.
Yep.
So Baxter in again, over the wicket. To Ost.
Ost's got the white pads on.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
And Hobbsy's got the blue pads on.
I'm turning, waiting for the numbers.
Yeah, no, 6 and 5, because Quirky's shaking the van. Can't wait a bit.
So another that was a well-bowled ball, and no run again. So the score remains at 50. Baxter bowling to Ost in the white pads. So coming in from the northern end, left arm over the wicket.
That's a hoik.
Well pitched up. That was. He was trying to go through the cover or through offside there, and he got it off the inside half of his bat, and it's ended up at mid-on. At decent pace, but I think you're right, Coxie. Strake has just picked the ball up and had a practice bowl across the Jackson Sketcher mid-on to mid-off. So I dare say you're right. He will be introduced into the attack.
And then push back to deep mid-on.
So Baxter in again to Ost. Short, just sort of a length, no width to free his arms, and well bowled again, showing his experience.
Great leg. That's a really good length he's bowling at the moment.
Yeah.
You just can't get that away. You can't hit that over the head. He's a fantastic player.
Well, he's played very good cricket, and he's bowling those Premier lengths.
So let's be honest, this is why you get these guys. At these moments. You don't get them to play well in round 4 to 7. So Baxter in again. Again, no width. Oz can't do anything but defend. Straight out to short cover.
Well, length again, isn't it?
That's the end of the over. Not a truer word spoken, Coxie. Always good to have good length.
It is good to have good length. I'm glad to actually be sitting here and on your side this year, Cam, after last year. I heard a bit of the commentary from last year's grand final. What happened? Oh, you very much a little bit of one-sided stuff.
Who was in the game? Oh, Berwick.
Yeah.
See, you know,
no, I've just, it's the first time I've seen you since.
It's funny you say that because the Berwick blokes reckon I go way too hard at them.
Do you?
That's what they reckon. They go, yeah, they're going to give us any love. So you can't win, Nick.
No, it was. On to this game. It was good to see. It's the first time I've seen you since then, though, Cam. I heard the last 5 overs.
You were out that night quite late at Champers, weren't you?
That was the week before. I was at Rui's rookie medal party.
I got a text message from my son saying I'm sitting on a table with Matty Cox and Lee Brown. I said, oh my God, I'm coming down to pick you up now. They can only lead you astray.
For the best.
Yeah, no, he thoroughly enjoyed the evening. So you're right, Coxie, let's get back to this game. Jared Straker has been introduced into the attack, so he's going to bowl left arm around the wicket, which is normal for a left arm finger spinner to a right hand bat.
They need to try and get him to Straker early so he doesn't get into the rhythm.
Yeah. But he's kept mid off up as well, which I like. He's gonna throw. I reckon I think that these bodies bowl a little bit flatter. The left armers, they just go a little bit flatter into the wicket, which is harder to get down the wicket too. Where the Buckley boys, they just sort of a little bit more up in the air. But as Strakes comes in and bowls to Hobbs, who just
used his feet.
He did straight away. There was a bit of an intent there straight away, wasn't there?
So this is an interesting field. Coxie, he's got the deep long on, I should say, as well as the deep mid-wicket. And you're still only allowed 2 out up until the 20th over, aren't you?
No, you can have 3 out.
So this shows their intent. Springvale South, they're not going backwards.
No.
They're not going to jump onto the back foot and try and defend this. They're going to try and squeeze the life out of this game. So
they've got a catching mid-wicket, catching cover, a slip. So they're still, they're on the front foot trying to take wickets. Straker bowls to Troy Ossie, comes down the wicket and pushes it down to mid-on for 1.
Bruce, that's a risk though. He's used his feet, hit it well, but only for 1. It's not like you're taking a risk for a boundary.
No, but he wasn't. He played it beautifully. He got to the full length of it and hit it nicely.
As he bowls straights again, Hobbsy just pushes him into backward point. But there, straight away now, just to be up, this ball needs to nearly go for a boundary.
Well, they've only gone for 2 off this over.
That's right, and so he's going to have to go here. Has to go. As Strakes bowls to Hobbs again, and he cuts straight to backward point.
That was the one, Coxie.
That was the one. You don't get many off Strakes like that.
Short outside off stump, and
you probably don't want to have a bigger risk. I think there's only one more over and there's a drinks break. So,
yeah. But in saying that, Moose, that wasn't a risk then to hit a square cut.
No. As Strakes bowls again, and Hobbsy just pushing him in the cover. It's like
another over.
Yeah,
only 2 runs.
I feel at the moment that they're still just trying to survive a little bit.
I think they're just getting through, and let's reassess at the drinks with 25 overs left.
Yeah, fair point, Moose. Fair point.
But how long do you wait, Moose? If it's still a bad ball, you still got to go. It doesn't matter what over.
But the difference is in Spring South haven't bowled too many bad balls.
That's right, exactly right.
But even still, if you get to the over, this will be the 20th, so there'll be 25 to go after this, and you need 176 if my maths is right, thereabouts. So that's a lot of runs in 25.
173.
Hard to see the others, isn't it? Where the
173. So that scoreboard's just not. It's just gone a bit blurry there.
The fence is a little bit high on the overs.
Yeah, they should have thought of that. Oh, we can try and read this. Like trying to look at through a shower.
But it doesn't help with the other scoreboard saying 3 for 54 either. So
no,
we could actually see the whole game there. So okay, I haven't looked at that once.
Well, yeah. Well, let's move it over. Where do I move this to, Billy?
Oh, Moose. You can see it better than we can from up here.
So, Baxter, back in the bowl. This is his 3rd over. Over the wicket again, bowling to Troy Ost. Well played outside off. Pushed quickly for a single. Out to the wideish, Kyle Martin, I guess. No, sorry, not Kyle Martin, but out to the point.
Which Forsyth, I think.
Yeah, that's right. These players should have their names on their shirts, or we should have been given some numbers with who's wearing what. Commentator's curse.
It's still, even that there, he's still just bowling that. He's pushed in for 1, but that's all he could. That's the maximum he could get out of that ball. So there's not much they're doing wrong here as batsmen. The bowlers are just bowling really well. They've got to give credit where credit's due. As Blade comes in, bowls again to, that's Hobbsy on strike.
Full toss.
Straight back to mid-off, and they get an easy 1. But yeah, so they're not giving them anything to hit. So they're getting maximum value out of their shots at the moment, but there's only so long they can keep doing this for.
This is true. This is true, Coxie. At some stage, I know that there's only 4 balls to drink, but at some stage they're going to have to take a risk because the bowling's not going to give them in. We're not going to give them freebies.
No, that's right. Wade Baxter comes in again, left armour. He's bowling to Troyos, who plays and misses. That was a little bit quicker, that one.
It was. Now, you're going to have to do this, Coxie, because unless I sing out, Sketch, move over 2 feet. Can't see, Sketch. Yeah, Sketch, yeah, move. Thanks, mate. No, all right.
Cam's just gone off on one of these. I don't know what he's looking at.
I can't see.
He's got a screen in front of you, Cam.
That's behind, look. Look, they're bowled. Now watch.
As they bowl, Blade bowls again, they take an easy one.
Watch. This is
yeah. So, anyway, he picked up an easy one. I think Cam's lost it in here for a second there.
Yeah.
He's actually lost it.
You wouldn't say for a second. He's just lost it.
7 seconds.
So, with 2 balls to go before the famed drink break. 3 for 55.
I reckon I might go and have a drinks break on that drinks break as well.
And we'll take a break and we'll try and find out why there's no Coke in this box. Anyway, short of a length.
Beautiful shot, backward up, square. That's going to a boundary. That's a good 4 just before drink. Yeah, that's Hobbsy. That's the one ball you couldn't bowl, and he's bowled it.
It's a very poor ball.
It was.
Hip height, short on leg with no fine leg.
Yeah, he's only got 2 fielders. What's he got? 3 fielders on the onside. He's bowled. Yeah,
with no fine leg. There's no risk even top edge at your safe. And it's a short boundary, so always going to be 4. So that takes Jason Hobbs to 27. The score is 3 for 59 with 1 ball. We will take a short break as they take the drinks break. We will confirm it's a drinks break first, Billy, before we go off.
After Chappie just sprays the ball again.
But
Ray Nichols comes into the...
we must have sworn or something. Blade Baxter into bowl. Last ball before drinks. Short outside off stump.
Straight to backward point.
Straight to backward point, no run. So 3 for 59 off 20 overs. There's 25 overs to go in this DDCA Turf 1 Grand Final. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. I'm sure Billy will put a boss tune on or something like that. Keep the fans engaged. We'll be back shortly for the last quarter, I guess, of the game.
Hey fellas, don't forget we're dining al fresco at Springvale RSL tonight.
But I don't eat pasta. Al fresco? Isn't he a Greek wrestler?
No, we're going to eat in a nice, warm, outside dining area for a change.
Can I still have my big, thick, juicy steak? And my cold beer?
Yeah, of course you can. The extensive menu is still the best value in town. And don't forget the live entertainment.
Springvale RSL. My favourite RSL.
Another 3SER sponsor.
Ever considered volunteering? Did you know the City of Casey runs a DAC L2P Learner Driver Mentor program? In this program, you can volunteer to help a young person get the driving hours needed to obtain a probationary licence. These young Casey residents don't have access to supervising drivers nor a car and cannot get the driving experience needed to get their licence. To find out more, visit the City of Casey website and search L2P or call the City of Casey. Make a difference. Sign up today. Casey Radio, serving the community.
Why not consider the Dandenong Club for your next special occasion? You can book one of the 2 stylish function rooms and have the Dandenong Club staff take the stress and hard work out of preparing that birthday celebration, wedding reception or corporate event. Call the Dandenong Club function manager on 9792-1963 or visit their website at www.dandenongclub.com.au to organise that all-important function. One of Victoria's leading social venues, the Dandenong Club is a Casey Radio sponsor. If you're looking for great Aussie rock on a Wednesday afternoon, you can't go past the Oz Rock Show between 4 and 6 p.m. right here on Casey Radio 97.7 FM.
Broadcasting to the City of Casey, 97.7 FM, Casey Radio.
And welcome back to the DDCA Grand Final. Good afternoon, Jared. Welcome back in the box.
Mate, it's good. It's good to be back. Thank you, Cameron. You did a fantastic job, ball reports. Didn't listen to a word, but...
When have you ever? when have you ever?
Yeah.
When have you ever?
So, no, good job. We'll have you back shortly, Cameron. Coxie, good to have you, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Train. It's good to be here. And been an enjoyable day so far.
It has, and 3 for 59. Buckley Ridges, Hobbs and Oss doing a good job getting him somewhat back into the game.
Yep. But now it's time, innit? One of them's got to push the button now.
Yeah, obviously Straker from that far end, bowling a lot flatter and into the wicket a bit more than the spinners from Buckley did. That was noticeable for me.
100%.
He's going to make it difficult for him to get down the wicket and hit those big ones onto the roof, which is an inviting roof, isn't it? Coxie as a batsman standing at that end.
It's a big roof.
And it's only about 50 metres. But we do see a lot of people get caught at long on down this ground. But
this is it, though. I think Blade, we just talked about, Goodsy, that how Springy South, they're still trying to take the game forward. They're keeping attacking fields. And I think they know they get Slicky out here now. Slick is probably the last of their official batsmen. Recognised ones anyway. So if they can get 2 wickets here, I think it might be really hard for Buckley.
It's an interesting one with Slick. He probably doesn't want to come in with only 5 or 8 overs to go. He's the sort of player that wants to actually bat for 15. Not that you don't want to lose a wicket then, but it would be probably perfect scenario for Buckley is for these two to get him through the next maybe 15 overs, 10 to 15 overs, maybe 10 overs even, and gives Slick a chance to come in late and get himself set and try and, because he's the one that can hit the ball over the top.
He can clear the boundaries. But if I was Troy Oss here now, I'd be going. I'd be looking at over mid-off, over cover, sort of hitting straights with that angle.
All right, Straker around the wicket to presume it's a full pitch delivery and he's blocked it back down the wicket. No run.
So yeah, they've kept the same field as well. They've kept everyone in. They've only got 2. What have they got? 1, 2, 3 players out. So only 2 players out actually. So they've got a deep square. Straker bowls to Troy again, just pats it back down the wicket. But they got a deep square and a mid on. Everyone else in the ring. So attacking still really hard.
Yeah, it's interesting the way you want to play it. Like you don't want to give too many singles away. So they've got that in-out field. They've got a few out, but you've got to try and protect the boundaries as well. So 3 for 59. Straker on again. He's into his second over. He's got none for 2 at the moment. That's a beautiful slog sweep from Oss. That's a 4. That's the shot he plays really well on that mid-wicket. Maybe a bit too straight. He might want to bring him around to that spot.
That cow corner's not really a fielding position, I don't think, for Troy. He's not a slogger, is he?
No, across. I know actually I've seen the end of your game this year at Hallam, and he played a couple of nice shots, and so did Slick across the body by that square, not mid-wicket. So they might want to think about squaring that one up a bit, but lovely shot. He hit that beautifully. So 3 for 63. Straker in, tosses it up. Straker Oster's down the wicket, but goes down to even them 4 balls now that Troy's just faced. That's just, he didn't even look like trying to have that intent before drinks. No. So he's going to go. Yeah, he's going to go. And he's on 28 now, playing a really nice hand here, coming at 3 for 4. Darts that one, but that one's down the leg side. Hill tried to go for the stumping. Barrow puts the arms out. Moose, that looked, did that swing or go on with the arm?
Just the arm, just the arm. Let's see, but good decision by the umpire, definitely down leg.
3 for 65, Straker in again, tosses this one up, goes back to cut that time.
Slower, that ball.
Was slower.
That's the thing that Strakes does. He's a bloody hard player to get. You run at him, then all of a sudden he'll go at your pads, or he just does that there.
Finds the quick one. You can see he's dropping the mid off late in the over, which is what most clubs do these days. Are smart enough to put the...
Well, there's only been 5 off the over, so there's no risk here for Springy South by dropping them.
No, you put the fielder back and try and reduce the damage, and another one's going out of deep cover as well. So Straker comes in to Hobbs, who's batting well, dabs that one out towards point. They're going for a quick single, and it was to the right hand of Sharp, and they got through comfortably. So that completes the over. Straker's finished 2 overs. He's got none for 9. That's 3 for 66 off 21.
Yeah, good over by Buckley Ridges with that 6 runs and getting off the wicket. If you do 6 runs and over for the next 15, the ball game's on.
Well, if you do that, yeah, it's 90 runs, isn't it? So what you'll see from Baxter, though, Baxter will try and get wickets. He's not a bowler that bowls too defensively. He will mix his pace up, but he's always going for wickets. So he gives you a chance in that regard. Interesting that Sketcher's now playing the mid-off role at both ends, which says to me they might be going to pitch up.
I think Springy South have worked this out really good with... They've already got 4, I think, maybe 5 overs out of Mardo, which is when these blokes were just when they couldn't get out. So I think Springy South have really done it well with the way they've bowled. As Baxter comes in and he's bowling to Hobbs, who cuts, and they take a quick single and get there easy. But yeah, it's just, I think I don't know, they haven't done much wrong today, to be honest, Goodsy.
No, they haven't. They've had a little bit of luck along the way, and we touched on it. There's been 11 years since they've won a premiership. They've played in 4 or 5 in grand finals in that time. And talking to Kev Murphy, a long time Springvale South supporter, ex-president, I believe, been around watching their cricket game in, game out for years, and he said they didn't have a lot of luck in those grand finals. A few things didn't go their way, which is always the case when you lose. But he's hit the stumps there, but I don't think that can be out. He's looking well home to me. But yeah, like they've had things like the spinner missed out in the grand final, the leg spinner, can't think of his name at the moment, Bandara.
Blame Trevor Davies.
Yeah, he missed out on one, and I know Jimmy Boyd missed a game through work. He wasn't allowed to play, which was against us. So they've had a few things. There's been a reverse outright.
Yep.
So they haven't had a lot go their way over the time. But maybe with the luck they've had in the first half of this day, it might be just their day. You never know.
I think. I shouldn't predict it, but I think it's theirs to lose, to be honest. I'm going to say it. I'm going to go and...
Well, 157 runs a lot to get. They're 3 down, and obviously their 3 best players in terms of run scorers this year are in the shed. So it's been a great fight back from these boys. They put on 64. They're on 29 apiece. They've shared the load.
This is the best thing about one-day cricket as well, though. It only takes one bloke to get going for 10 overs.
It's not as if they can... Yeah, and that's right.
Short straight, you're going to take a risk.
The other side is you can't just bat for hours here to try and get the team back in. You're still got the pressure of scoring, which is good.
As Baxter's bowling still to, who's on strike? Hobbsy's on strike.
Hobbs on 29 off 58 at the moment.
As he comes in, and Hobbs just pushes forward. Oh, plays and misses.
So you'll keep going for wickets here.
There's that drive. There's that length. He keeps bowling that length, doesn't he? It's really hard to... You can't hit it.
Well, he tried to take that one through cover. Moose Shaw, I don't believe there's a deep cover out there. I can't quite see it.
No, there's not, but he just pushes it again across the batsman. Yep. You know, the ball's there, you think you've got to off-drive it, but it's more that you've got to play a lot more square.
And also, when the ball does swing, he tends to swing it back into the right-hander, so that creates a bit more confusion. There's a nice little dab down the third man, but they've got him nice and fine to protect that short.
It's a better angle than around the wicket, I think, to the way these guys are playing now. I think it's a much better angle, but because he likes bowling around the wicket a lot.
Yep.
So it's made him change, but he's still bowling a really great length here.
Hobbs picked up a single there. It's 3 for 69. Hobbs on 30. Ost on 29. Wade Baxter into his 4th over. He's got none for 16. Up to 3.5. And that's played and missed outside the off stump. And that's a good over from Baxter. Good angle across. Ost disappointed with himself that he played at that, but was well bowled by Blade Baxter, who's had a fantastic year, Coxie. Second in the Wookie medal, and yeah, he could have easily have won it in any other year with those sort of votes that he picked up.
Yeah, fantastic cricketer. Obviously, you'd know him a little bit more. Jared, he played in the 2020s with you a few years ago when you won the T20 Grand Final. And he's a hell of a player. And he loves cricket. He's a bit of a cricket nerd.
Cricket nuffy. Yeah, he is. Yep. He loves it. Plays it 12 months a year.
He loves the game.
Yeah. He absolutely does. He'll go to the Northern Territory. He'll go anywhere to play cricket. And he lives and breathes it. And he would have been so disappointed to get a golden first up. I asked him about it. He said he hit it straight to the field. I said no, and Sketch was up his end. As Straker starts another over, and that one's not ball.
I think that shows the sort of person he is, though. I think he took his own wicket to keep Sketch out there. Yeah, he could have quite easily stood there and said no. As Straker bowls again to Hobbs, who sweeps, and he's going to pick up a couple here. I don't think it's going to go for
I think it might, Coxie. It's going to be right.
Touch it, go.
Yep. There she goes. She's
boundary.
He's a beautiful player through that area. They've got to get a fielder there.
You could even risk now. You don't need the 45. They need to hit boundaries to win. So let him have one down there.
And what it might mean, he might try and sweep a ball that's straight that he could produce a wicket as well. Moose, I'm not sure.
They're doing that straight away. They've done it straight away.
No, they have put him out there.
Drop the 45 back on the boundary.
Yeah, I think you've taken the words right out of my mouth there, boys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with 5 allowed to be out, they had only 3 out. They could definitely afford to drop that man. Hobbs on strike, and it's nearly hit him on the pad, and there you go. He might have been trying to think about pushing an easy single or 2 out to the onside, but
just slowed it right up again.
Yeah, that was a change of pace.
Allow the ball, and again we're going to have to ask for the people to move behind the wicket.
Most in that regard, though, I thought we might have had a sight screen here today. I thought that was part of the deal, actually, to be honest.
No, it wasn't.
To host the grand finals, but that's no disrespect to the Springy team, but I just thought there might have been one there as compulsory.
Come on, Train.
He's darted that one in, and they pick up a single, and they'll only take one. Pack's the good fielding.
Let's not be worried about that. It's all blocked over there, but as the day goes on...
Well, it's not, because people are walking past there.
No, I was about to say, as the day's gone on, I think it's got a bit loose.
I can still see people walking behind there now.
It's probably not the ideal spot for the Springy South for their marquee to be set up, especially the way things are going at the moment. But Strakes is still bowling here. He's bowling really well, actually. and I went to Troy Ost, who just pats it into cover for none.
I'm a bit of a fan. If you're watching the people walking behind, you're not watching the ball.
Yeah, we're still playing local cricket. There's no side screens in every week that we play.
Yes, we do, but we don't have this sort of crowd at a game, and it is the grand final as standalone, so I think we should do that next year. Anyway, Straker comes in, he bowls a full toss, Ulster's down the wicket, he hits it to cover for no run, but that completes the over now, and score is 3 for 73. 23, sorry, might be even more than that, 3 for 74 it is. My cricket just updates after 23 overs. Straker has the figures of 3 overs, none for 14. So, interesting here with the bowlers. Martin's still got 3 to go, Baxter 3 to go, Butcher's bowled 7, Dowling's bowled 5. Is it time to get Dowling back into the attack to try and grab a wicket?
How many's Baxter bowled? 4. I reckon I'd bowl Blade 2 more to keep him at. He's bowled 4. Maybe one more, because he's not going to bowl 12.
You don't think he's bowling 12?
I think Strakes will bowl through at his end, or Butch, and Butch will come back.
So you think there's 2 spinners?
I think there's 2 spinners. I think the way they bowl...
They usually bowl Dowling for 12.
Dowling they
definitely
do.
bowl 12.
Yeah. At the end. I think today might be different.
Yeah,
I reckon they'll bowl the spinners.
I don't think Butch will come back.
No.
Well, that's interesting. Well, look, I'll favour Dowling to come back, but I think that's why I think he's good for 2 up the top end here. But anyway, it's a back cut played there by Hobbs, and they'll pick up a single. He goes to 36. The score goes to 3 for 75. But they do have some options. They're still going to get through another 3 overs from their 5th bowler, whether that's Martin or Sketcher or Ryan Quirk, potentially. I don't think Quirk's the one on today.
No, he's not today. No. If Dowling comes back, he needs to come back now, though.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I think for 2 overs...
He's going to bowl through.
Yeah, I'd think of getting on for a couple of overs here.
Yep.
Try and grab a wicket here. If they can grab this wicket in the next 3 or 4 overs, it's going to be very difficult.
Maybe throw Strakes to the other end?
Potentially,
yeah.
Baxter coming in again in his 5th over. Bowls outside off. Little push by Ost into the covers, and they'll pick up a single. They're starting to score.
They are.
Off the majority of balls, they're getting bat on ball. They're running hard between the wickets. A little bit of momentum, Moose.
Yeah, it's that white ball. It doesn't move much now for the rest of the game. So you nearly see every ball being scored off one way or the other.
This is the bit though now. I think they've still got the field in Springy South. Even though they're scoring, they're still only getting 5 and over.
Baxter in over the wicket. He's on the hip of Hobbs, who's turning it nicely. Another single. 3 for 77. Hobbs 37.
Yeah, I must admit I can't see overs right now. Is that 24th? Is this the 24th?
Yep.
Yeah, so they've still got 21, and over the next 10, if you put another 60, just those singles, even 50.
Got to leave themselves 80 off the last 10, in my opinion, to be a chance.
Yeah,
3 or 4 down.
Minimum. Baxter bowls to... Hobbs plays a big shot. Troy Ost plays a big shot but misses. But so straight away there's 2 men out there. So he's taking it. He's going to take it on.
Boundary.
Yep.
But Baxter will bowl the length that allows you to get under it. That's what I'm saying. He'll try and bowl for wickets. He'll try and get edges. He'll try and get catches and bowls. He'll hope that the batsman goes across the line like that, but it does also open him up to the big shot being played.
I actually think he's the type of bowler he actually can hit over cover because he pushes across you more than against him.
Yeah, you can potentially give yourself some room and be good enough to do that.
Well, put a deep fine in now as well after that shot. So 3 out on the boundary on the leg side of Baxter bowls again.
That's a good one.
That's just beat the bat. That's a great. That was a yard quicker, and
that moved. Yeah, that moved up to the wicket.
That's what he does. That's the mixture of pace he keeps bringing to the game. He just. I don't think he's ever bowled 2 balls the same pace.
No, just change it up. His specialty is one-day cricket. I mean, in T20s, he's played a lot of that over the years. For a lot of clubs too, mind you. Baxter comes in, left arm over the wicket. The finish is over, and it's a nice ball on middle and leg stump, defended down the wicket, and there's no run there. It's 3 for 77 off 24 overs.
Yeah, the last 3 balls all different pace. That one cramped him up. The one previous across him, and the previous one was the solo one. So very, very, very good cricket.
It is good cricket, and it's and the Pies have just kicked away.
The Pies.
Can it be happy looking at the score now?
92 to 50 in the footy.
After the big evacuation you just talked about. But that's a good result for sport.
I'd argue that. And in the district cricket, while we're going to change of ends with the bowling, Casey South Melbourne 1 for 192 they made, and Richmond a 5 for 104. So the King, Will Carr, he's got his team prime position here. Richmond chasing 192, 5 for 108 off 31, so they've got 19 overs. That game's going right down to the wire.
So Straker's still going here, and he's bowling to Hobbs. Hobbs
slog sweep.
There's
man out there. It's over his head, is it? No, he's got it.
Out. That's Hobbs.
Big foresight from the boundary out there.
Oh, Strakes has given him a few words too.
Has he?
Yeah, as he went past.
Well,
history.
Well, Hobbs went for a massive one. He's gone to the longest boundary down there, the Dandy Club signed marquee down there.
Yep.
And he's hit it all but probably a metre short of where he wanted to. And it was a nice catch taken by Forsyth, I think it was, out there.
How good are we going, Train? We said that that's probably not the position to have the bloke.
Well, we sort of...
It actually came a little bit squarer, didn't he?
But that wasn't Ost, that was Hobbs, so that's a bit different. When Ostie was hitting him, he was hitting him a bit squarer. But well done by Straker, backed himself in and tossed it up. And that'll bring the champ to the crease, Michael Davies.
Yeah.
He's batting in the white pads. He is a champ. He's won a Wookiee medal. He's been a champion of our competition for the best part of 15 years. And as I said to you earlier, this is not the worst wicket to lose at about this time. I thought if he could have 15 to 20 overs to bat slick, that's the best chance of Buckley probably winning the game.
100%.
He does, as you know, you played a lot of cricket. Takes him 20 balls, and then he'll get going. But for me, it'd be interesting to see if they bring Dowling on here.
They have to. They have to, because Slicky, his first 10 balls, like you said, he hates being on zero. So he's going to want to feel the ball, I think. If you bowl full and straight, you can get him early, but if you don't get him early, then he can clear these boundaries well.
No problem. He's played a lot of cricket on this ground. He likes playing on this ground. So it'll be very interesting to see how he approaches this.
And he won't muck around. He won't try and he won't pat Strakes on his head either. He'll take the big sweeper.
Yeah, the big sweep. He loves that sweep shot, but they will have the biggest ground
they got back
to defend out there. That's the biggest part of the ground. And he has just walked to the crease. So
now you're in trouble. We've both got wide pads.
Yes, they do. I can tell which one Slicky is.
He's a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Oh, it's Straker around the wicket, bowling to Ost. They did cross. And he's down the wicket and he's defending towards point and Slick not running there. And he's usually a pretty good runner between the wicket, Slick, but he wasn't keen on that one. Just going to finish off quickly on that Casey game because our very own Wookiee medalist from last year, Rowanta Kalapoth, has picked up 3 for 31.
He's had a good year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a massive year, so good on you, really. Back to the live cricket here, of course, and it's Straker doing a good job for Springvale South here. Picked up the big wicket, broke the partnership. Full delivery, and it's gone in towards short cover.
That's the last thing now that Buckley want to do, though. They don't want to have... Ostie's got a bat through. He can't get out here. No. He can't. If they've got 2 fresh batsmen, it's going to be even harder because Strakes he gives nothing away, and he's still, as he bowls to Troy again, he comes down the wicket and hits it to mid-on. Beat mid-on for 1.
Yep. So as we said, it was great partnership, great fight back. Anytime you come into a partnership together at 3 for 4 in a grand final with your 2 best players out, you have to bat well, and they did. They did a great job, Moose, and that partnership was terrific. And as I said, I wonder if it's the right time to lose a wicket.
It's never a good time to lose one, but the partnership under that pressure was terrific.
Yep.
As you said, 3 for 4, brand new ball still, and then you're back in your mind thinking, there's no choice, there's no one after me. You got to play the best you can.
Strakes bowls, Slicker is a big plunger. Oh, he's gone
the quick one there, Strakes. That was about 25 k's quicker than normal.
And the first 4 batsmen out have been their biggest run scorers now.
They have indeed,
with Hobbs out now. So
yeah, they have indeed. But yeah, I mean, obviously you'd expect the top few bats to be their best run scorers. But the fact that the 2 kingpins only got a run between them was a disaster really for Buckley. But
everyone makes goldens in grand final, so
and a drop catch.
Yes, they do coffee occasionally, even the best. That's the end of the over, 4 for 78. And it's Troy Austin 31. Slick Davies just faced the 2 balls. He had to get off the mark. 25 overs gone.
There's that lunge straight away, though, by Slicky. He just hates... He needs to feel bat on ball early. He has to. And that's why straight.
I think Dowling...
You've got to go at the stumps to him.
Even though Straker's bowled really well there at that end, I'd be bringing Dowling on for a couple from the top.
And go at the stumps.
And see if he can test him out around the off stump, because that's where he is vulnerable. But then once he faces 20 balls, we said he can really get moving, and that's what, for the sake of this game and for Buckley Ridges, we need to see.
Yeah. He likes a big game too, Slicky, though. He can perform in these sort of games.
He's a beautiful man, no doubt about it. And Baxter in again from the Nature Reserve end, left arm over the wicket, a big cover drive, it's a good one too. Sketcher chasing that, he's the only man on the ground that could stop it, and he does stop it just inside the rope, and they pick up 2. Beautiful shot, Troy Ost.
That's why you have. I talk about this all the time with our boys. You have your main guys at mid-on in these sort of games because he's a bloody good fielder, Sketch, and not many other blokes would have got there, I don't reckon.
With the vest on, even.
With the vest on, have a look at him. So yeah, he's giving it a little wave. You heard that.
As Baxter comes in, the leg stump line this time with the keeper up the stumps.
I think Moose is trying to get a little word off him here, I think.
Yeah, I reckon he might. Played a fantastic first innings 59 from Sketcher. It was set up the game for Springvale South.
Certainly did.
As Baxter's toiling away here and bowling well, Blade. He's bowling well. He's got 5 overs for 19. He's a man for a big occasion as well as he comes in the number 70. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to Ost, who's back and across and flicking it out towards third man, and they'll pick up a single. And the score moves to 79. Sorry, it moves to 81. My cricket a little bit behind.
So Sketch comes up for Slick, and they drop a fine leg for him because he does like to whip the ball. He's pretty good on the leg side. I think Blade's going to go full and straight here, straight up.
Yeah, the last couple of overs, the run rate's now gone up to 7 overs. Just
wide.
Yeah.
So I reckon they need to keep it around that 8 with 10 to go. That's got to be the game because you can't expect them to narrow it down to 5 and over too quickly when you're 3 for 4. But that's a nice shot from Davies. He punches that one out to cover, but there's no run there.
Well, minimal effort in that shot too, isn't it? Just. I love Slicky. He's a great player. Yeah. I think personally though, he's the only one here who can win the game for Buckley.
Lift it over the top.
That can get it. So they've got to clear the fence. They've got to start hitting the boat.
They've probably got Ben Watson in next, I would say, who can clear the fence. But he's probably the one you want coming in with 5 or 6 overs to go, not with 15. He's probably not going to compile an innings like Slick can. But he can certainly whack the ball. That's that line and length to Slick early that we're talking about. He's a bit nervous on that area, and he got an inside edge to that one behind square and got a single, so he'd be happy to get off the mark.
He's always happy to get off the mark.
Yeah. Did you notice there straight away, I think Blades worked out exactly the same thing. He came around the wicket then to Slick. He's going more at that, trying to get him in front, so...
Yep, and that's that off-stump line. But we've got Ost back on strike. He's played a great hand here for Buckley Ridges. And it's going to be Blade Baxter from the Nature Reserve end, left arm over the wicket. And it's a shorter ball, and he's tried to cut that. Not many have been too successful in that cut shot off that length today. There's been a couple that have been chopped down the fine leg for boundaries.
Another good over for Springy South, though.
It is another good over. It's 4 for 82, Buckley Ridges. And Troy Ost on 34 of 63, compiling a nice innings here. Michael Davies 1 not out of 4. It'll be interesting to see what they do bring Dowling on here. I know Captain Paul Hill standing there at the top.
Talking to Rakes is coming up.
A couple of his fielders there. Looks like it's Jordan White he's talking to. What are they going to do? Have a chat to Straker. Takes his hat off. He's going to continue. Sketcher doing the old long off trick. That's just what I do most weeks.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Same here.
Just to get the K's up. You know what it's like. Us big blokes.
I don't think I would have been outside the 30-metre circle this season.
I don't think I did either. I needed to chase one. But enough self-indulgence. 4 for 82. It's 17 past 4 here on Casey Radio, your live broadcast of the DDCA Grand Final. Davies pats that one back to cover and there's no run, although there may have been one there.
Slicky's not running there.
He's lining up the bigger one.
He's going large here.
Yeah, I think he's bigger fish to fry than a single to point for Slicky.
Yeah, he's going to take him straight back over his head here, I think. As Straker bowls to Slick, that was
he walked across in front of the stumps there and then knocked it down a square leg. They've taken one. Are they going to take 2? Butch gets in quite quickly. They didn't go for the second, but that was very close, I reckon, about of missed Moose.
Yeah, I think Slick was getting in position to play his favourite sweep shot. It wasn't the right ball.
It's just going to be a hard shot for him at the moment when he's just come to the crease with 2 men out there on that long boundary. See whether he can contain himself.
He just loves that sweep shot.
He does, yep. I've unfortunately seen it sail over my fielders' heads a few times too. Strike around the wicket. Ost comes down, he's beaten in flight, but he's good enough to adjust. There's a run-out chance on the Davies. Oh, he gets there. He probably went the wrong end. I think that non-striker's end was the way to go. We had a dive from Ost, but anyway, they got through safely in the end. They got through for a singles, 4 for 84. Troy Ost moves to 35.
It is hard as well. Springy South, it's always flat here, but it is a little bit slow. So it is hard to start when you like straight away and score. So it takes you a few balls. So Slicky's he can't just go for ball 1.
Straker in around the wicket to Davies, who's forward, and it's hit him maybe high on the pad, but maybe a bit of bat as well, and it goes back down the wicket. Strake's asking him, play the sweep shot, mate. He's going, play the sweep shot. He wants him to. He's got him out there, and he's bowling a straight line at the minute, trying to get an LBW. It's 4 for 84. Long way to go. 141 runs. Still a lot of runs for Buckley Ridges. But it is a grand final. We've seen stranger things happen. They need about 7 and over at the moment. But the right man at the crease, can they do it? Shorter one outside off. Nicely hit by Davies, but they got that point fairly deep there for that shot. And that was Kyle Martin who fielded well.
It is good bowling again. He's giving him nothing here. He's bowling that little bit flatter and quicker, so he can't come down to him.
Yeah. He's not going to let him put him on the roof. That's what he's going to... It's a full toss this time, and it's played out towards cover. They get one, but they will only get the single, as it's fielded well out there, and a good throw in. 4 for 85, and that's the completion of another over by Straker. He's bowled well. He's got 5 overs, 1 for 18, and the score is 4 for 85 of 27.
Do you keep Baxter bowling now? How many overs have Baxter got to bowl?
He has to bowl his 7.
He has to bowl 7 through?
Yeah.
Well, he's bowled 6, so you'd definitely bowl this one. I reckon you'd take him off and have a look then, because you've still got Martin for 3, Dowling... Well, sorry, when I say Martin for 3, he's bowled 4 overs. Straker's bowled 5, Butcher's bowled 7, and Dowling's bowled 5. So you want to give yourself... I know you blokes at Hallam do this well. You often bowl your 7s and then have a look at who you think's the best one to go with.
You've got to give yourself options.
Give yourself a look. Well, we've seen it earlier with Buckley. Didn't look like Ali was going to be the man that bowled through. But in the end, he come back on, bowled well. He was definitely the right man because they had a look at him.
It's always harder hitting the pace at the end as well than the spinners, especially here as Baxter comes around the wicket to slick and just passes back down the wicket.
Nice, well forward.
It is the ground that you can get spinners here with the short boundary straight. So,
I'd be thinking about bowling through for the 12th now.
Baxter?
Yeah.
It's a big call. Well, the only thing Ronnie Rose said it's a big call when you've got those options still. Once you've committed, and they are definitely only 5 bowlers. They don't want to bowl any more than 5 if they have to.
Yeah, I understand that, but if you get them so far behind that they can't win...
Well, so here you go. Good shot by Davies down the ground. Not a good shot, actually. There's a mid-on fielder there. I thought that had gone away, but he gets a single. He'll take it. He didn't quite get that one, but signalled a few intentions there. He was looking to hit that one over in the reserve.
It certainly was, and that's where he's got to go. He's got to look to go there when the field's up. It's still kept mid-off up to him, so that's the only probably place he can get a boundary at the moment.
Yeah, well, it is short straight. You do have a bit of a gap between mid-on and mid-off. I think that's where he's lining it up, but unable to get hold of that one. But lives to fight another day. Baxter in, and that's a beautiful delivery. Hill takes it well, whips off the bails as an appeal. I don't think it's a genuine one. It's very well bowled. That angle again from Baxter was very good, and Hill up to the task behind the pegs. He's a good keeper.
I think Moose has got Sketch down here on the boundary.
He's going pretty well, Sketch.
Still a long way to go.
Sketchy not giving us a lot yet. He's a little bit toey. He's got the 2 hats on, but he's fielding well, and he's batted beautifully earlier on. Baxter comes in, left arm over the wicket again to the right-handed Ost, who plays that one out to point, and there's no run.
His length has been just perfect today. He cannot get it away. He's given nothing at all.
Awesome spell in, played off. Keep coming.
You can hear Sketcher in the microphone there. Awesome spell, and it has been. It's been a really good spell. He's bowled with what would be a dead ball in the middle overs to batsmen that have been set, and he's only gone at the 3.5 and over. He's doing a great job, unselfish team job for his team here. And his captain, that's a slower ball, left arm, sort of orthodox that one was, and it was played away on the onside, and he's a very good fielder of his own bowling, and there's no run. 4 for 86.
What do you do here? What do you do with your Buckley? Do you stay in the game as long as you can, or do you try and go now?
I think they've got to bat it down. I think obviously they've got to score, but I think they've got to look at, as I said, I think that 80 off the last 10 is the only thing they can really look at. I think anything beyond that's probably not realistic. Here we go for a big one. And well kept by Hill again. He takes the bails. But Ost lined that one up. Was probably there to hit Cox. It was the right length. It was off the stumps. He just lost his shape a little bit.
It's the most quiet I've ever heard Sketch on the field.
Yeah.
I know we got plenty to say.
Yeah, he didn't want to borrow that move, did he? But I'm sure, I bet you, if they get up, you'll get plenty of words out of him after the game.
I won't be near it.
He's played in a few of these now, Moose, Sketch, so he'd still be a little bit nervous, I think.
Oh, he is. I don't think he's got a premiership.
I don't think he has.
I think he started the year after they won their last one.
Yeah, no, he hasn't got a turf one.
Yeah. Obviously, gun football is Sketchy, and that's been his main passion for most of his sporting life, but he's been a great cricketer for Springvale South as well. And we're interested to see if they win, whether he's taken home a couple of medals.
100%. And he's had a bloody good year.
Here we go.
Here he comes down.
Here we go. This is the move we called for. I reckon it's a great move. I think Dowling bowling to Davies is a good match-up for Springvale South. And it also gives them a look at Dowling for 2.
Yep.
And then he's bowled his 7, and then they can make that choice between he and Baxter if they want, or they can go with both of them. So they're still going to get 3 overs out of the 5th bowler.
They've gone, have you noticed here, the field's gone back now as well.
They've just brought mid-off up.
No, they have too.
But they've still got they've got all 5 out.
As Dowling comes in to bowl to Davies, who's back. Oh, he's back down the ground for 1. There was a little half-caught and bowled chance there. But they've gone, they've got a 3rd man, a fine leg. They've got mid-off and mid-on back, a deep square, a deep cover, and the rest are in the ring. So this is the first time we've seen 5 out, I think.
Oh, this is the first defensive field we've seen. Like really defensive field. I mean, all the fielders inside the circle are actually back on the circle. They've actually only got 2 in at the moment.
Now they've got 4 out on the leg side.
Yeah, but they've got to bring another one in. Who are they bringing in?
They're bringing in deep cover.
Deep cover. So they've got a short cover, a cover point, a backward point, and a mid-off. Hill's bringing in the deep square now. A little bit of confusion out here. Maybe a couple of captains.
Yep.
Seen Jordan White making some moves, and now Hill's making some. And now, as it turns out, they've got 5 in, and they're going to drop the cover.
Well, that's nearly the same field they had to start with.
So a bit of grand final pressure there, I think, on the boys out in the middle. Oster's just standing there nonplussed, waiting for the action to resume. 28 overs gone here. Into the 29th. Dowling comes in from the Harold Road end. It's a full delivery on the pads, and it's whipped away by Ost. He's running hard. He gets 1. It's pushed down there on a strong arm. Not a real strong arm, and they do get back for 2. He picked it up early.
Went a long way wide of him to the left.
And he picks up 2. He moves to 37.
Been a terrific night by us.
Yeah, he's a good player. I think he's one who goes under the radar from a lot of teams.
Yeah.
You think you get the big guys out, but he always gets runs. No matter what situation, he gets them.
And here we go. It's got Dowling coming in from the Harold Road end, and that's a good delivery, nice and full. But the way the field's spread now, that's a pretty easy single for Ost as he bunts that one out to wide mid-on, and they get through for 1. So now that they've spread the field, what we'll see is the runs to come a little bit easier.
Yep.
They'll start to flow a bit more, which gets Buckley into the game, but at the same time it prevents the boundaries. So
that's right.
They've just got to find a way to get the 35 overs 4 down and be around that 140. That's where they need to be, I think, to be any chance. Around that 140 with 10 to go.
As Dowling comes in to bowl, Davies is on strike, and he pushes back down to straight to mid-wicket for no run.
4 for 87. Off 35, Davies on 5. Davies on strike. He's faced now his 13 balls. He's starting to get towards that point where he gets a bit more comfortable.
Yep.
As you said, big game player. This is what he's here to do for Buckley Ridges.
That's right.
He obviously would much prefer to come in at 4 for 140, but it isn't.
Slicky's another one who's like Sketch, who still hasn't got that turf run grand final. He'd be itching to get one.
Dowling coming in again. Good length, and he gets the outside edge of Davies, but it goes down to 3rd man, and Sharp fields it down there, and he'll pick up a single.
During the week, he's desperate for one as well.
Absolutely, would be.
Yeah, he's played in a few losing runs now with Springy South and HSD. So I think if he's going to win one, it's his turn today, and he's the one who's got to do it.
Well, there's going to be good stories, and obviously sad stories on either side at the end of the day, but there's some certainly good stories on either side of each team. I know that Springy South obviously lost 4 or 5 in the last 11 or so years, and there's some players that haven't been successful yet, but they may be able to rewrite a bit of history and pick up their first flag in some time, and then go to the top of the premiership. Most premierships in Turf 1, because Buckley Ridges, the other team, on 8.
There was a good over by Dowling, and it just put some more pressure on the run rate.
As a betting man, I would dare say I'd like to have a bit of money on Springvale South at this current time, though, Jared.
Yes, you certainly would, Coxie. We're 29 overs in, and it's 4 for 91. Chasing what looks like a big score of 225, and they've played their cards here.
Yep.
And it's going to be Blade Baxter to continue, so he's going to definitely bowl 12 if the game...
Moose sitting there,
Moose,
the finger.
1 out of 2 for you. 1 out of 2, I'll pay that.
He's just sitting there, he's pretty happy with himself right now, Moose, aren't you?
No, I just think it's the right thing to do because of the pressure of the game.
Yep.
That leave it to try and win the game. win the game early by bowling these types of players.
Yep. So Blade's going to continue. He's bowling to Slicky Davies, and they've gone with 5 out again here. Blade, this is the first time Blade's had 5 out, I think.
Jack Sketcher warming his arms up there. Maybe he's ready for a trundle. He could be the 5th bowler as Baxter comes in around the wicket, pitched up. Sleek Davies drives it nicely, but well fielded at cover by Carl Martin there. Gets a round of applause from his teammates and spectators. Well done.
That was a little bit more happy, but Sketchy's, I think he's easing into this a little bit more. That was more of a direct clap to his fielding team there.
It's a 30th.
Yes, this is the 30th over as Baxter comes in around the wicket. That's a nice shot from Davies.
Over cover.
He belts that over cover. He lifted it over the top and he's just starting to find his range.
Inside out. That's his go. He will go there.
Yep, he can, as we touched on, it takes him some time, but here we go. We might be starting to see a little bit of momentum building. That is a beautiful shot, and what is most poignant about that, I think is that a word, poignant? Important about that is that it's Baxter's first over past the 7.
Yep.
It's important to attack that bowler when he's just started, because that puts doubt into their mind whether he's the right bowler.
Yep.
So good play from Davies.
I'd be bringing the 3rd man up right now to Slicky and putting in a deep cover and going wide, because
That's the best way to hit Baxter, as I said earlier.
Keep going that up.
Best way.
Yep.
He'll keep trying to go for wickets and he'll bowl that length as he bangs that one in a bit. That's good bowling. They look for a quick single and they do get it. Starting to run between the wickets a bit better now. It's 4 for 96. Davies moves to 11.
Yeah, he's just bowling across that line, so the best shot is through that cover region rather than trying to hit across
Especially
it.
with no fielders out there.
And especially when he hits the ball so hard through that cover area.
So Baxter's coming in now to bowling to Ost, who hits to deep square. They're pushing hard. I don't think Slicky's coming back from their
trying work out there. No.
Just 1, but it's still, that's 7 off the over now, I think, with 1 to go.
Yeah. Yep.
It's been a good over for Buckley, for sure.
Yeah, they just need to string a couple of these together. So it's been great to have Matty Cox on board today as a special guest on the coverage. Of course, we'd rather be playing, mate, but we can't be there every year.
100%.
We'd rather be playing, but it's good.
Our go.
Good, that's it. It's good to contribute in some way as Baxter bowled another nice delivery that was fended away to the covers. I think there's 1 more ball to go. So give us your mail before we let you go, mate. How do you think it's going to finish up?
I think it's going to be really hard for Buckley now. I think because they have to go, I think they'll lose wickets as well.
Yeah,
coming through. So I think Springy odds on as Baxter bowls to Davies. That stays a bit low.
Again, that slower ball.
Yeah, but yeah, I think Springy south from here, Goodsy.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure to be here anyway, boys.
Good on you, mate.
Thanks, Coxie. And as I said to you earlier, mate, condolences to losing your grandfather, and it's great that you've still turned up to do the job. Thanks, mate.
Stuff, mate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Matty Cox there, Hallam champion, of course, and he joins us on Casey Radio as a special guest. So it's been fantastic as Cam McDonald comes back into the van. I think Slokes will be looking to jump on shortly as well. Moose has done a fantastic job for us on the ground as well. It's 4 for 97. Troy Ost on 39. Michael Davies on 11. Josh Dowling going to continue to bowl his 7th over. Cameron, now how many of those, what do you call those, pan rolls did you just consume?
In what time frame? I had 3 in a minute and probably 5 over the course of my little interruption.
That is unbelievable. Oh, you just kept coming back.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's no Cokes to drink, so I've got to do something.
Oh, gee. All right, Dowling. Bowling to Ost, who's done a fantastic job for Buckley. Oh, he's bowled a slower. Is that a slower ball?
Back of the hand.
And that's a wide, signalled by back. Geez, there's been a lot of wides today, Craig. Good afternoon again, mate.
Afternoon, gents. Yeah, that's just a... Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't think it was out the back of the hand, was it?
No, I didn't think so either. Just looked like an ordinary delivery.
I the slow ball, I think they went completely wrong.
It's all blind. I just watched it on Frog Box. It was definitely out the back of the hand.
Well, Cam Forsyth will let us know, Slokes, please.
He's our man. Replay, instant replay man.
Yep, all right. Dowling coming in again from the Harold Road end into his 7th over. Will it be his last or will he continue? That one goes down the ground. Straker gets across. Not known for his fielding as such, Strakes, but he did a good job there, and there's 1 run to Ost. Score moves on to 99. Is it 99 or 98?
99.
99, so they're nearly at the triple figures. Ost on 40, Davies on 11.
We've gone to prime time for the last hour and a bit, have we, Goodson? The A-team.
Well, some might say that, but...
I know.
Moose and Hawk have obviously got official duties coming up towards the end of the game, so we'll let them concentrate on those things, because Hawk will do the presentations, of course, and he's got Moose there to help him. There's a single picked up down to backward square for Davies. Now, Slokes, what's your thoughts on the bowling here? It's an interesting point of the game for Springvale South. Baxter went for a few in that last one. They've committed to him, and now Dowling's into his 7th.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't go another guy into his 8th straight away. I wouldn't double commit. Because Slick's very, very dangerous, and he could plunder double figures off and over, then that'll backfire for Springvale South.
Dowling in. Oss goes bang! That's a massive shot. There's a fielder out there at deep mid-wicket, but he can't get it.
6.
That's 4 or 6?
6, I reckon.
It's a beautiful shot. He loves playing across the line there, the big slog sweep. Mitch Forsyth ran around. He hasn't signalled 4 or 6. The crowd signalling 6 and Forsyth signal 6, and now does Ash Barrow.
What did you doubt me for?
Cam McDonald, well done.
6, clearly 6. Great shot. Mate, this bloke rescues... He's magnificent.
And you couldn't even say it was out the back of the hand or not, because it wasn't.
Well, that one wasn't. That was off the
name of the vision's good.
6. Mate,
beautiful shot, great strike, and they're under pressure, and that's what they need. And Slokes, I don't know about you, but I think if I've been saying during the call when you're off, if they can get to 140 with 10 to go.
10 to go. 14 and over.
That's
20 to go, you mean?
I know. Well, it's already 20 to go. How can they get to 140? 140 with 10 to go. That leaves them 80 odd to win. I don't think they can win unless they're at least at that.
They can't win if they need 80 off 10.
Sure they can.
Well, hang on. There's only 4 more overs till there's 10 to go.
Of course they
They're on
can.
106. What do you want them to do? Make 50 off the next 3 overs?
Yep.
Oh, you're kidding. Got to be realistic.
I am. It's done.
Where's Coxie gone, Slokes?
I would say...
He's going to get me a Coke.
With some kind of tent, I would have thought.
All right, Dowling, a 4 for 107. Troy Ost on 47, a very well-made 47. Davies on 11. He's the danger man for Springvale South if Buckley are to get back into the game. And he tries to drive that one over cover, and he's beaten.
Yeah, good ball, that. It's got an outside off. Slick trying to launch over cover, as you said, to the vacant deep covered position, but well bowled.
So they've still got to get 3 overs out of either Sketcher, Martin or Ryan Quirk. What do you think they're going to do? And when do they use those 3?
Well, it looks like you probably wouldn't use Ryan Quirk at this stage. He has been used sparingly through the year and successfully, but today I'd say he's out of the equation.
Dowling into Davies. Good length delivery and respected back down the wicket.
I think any extra bowler you need to bowl, and this is what that's the ace Buckley have got up their sleeve, is that while Davies is at the crease, he could pound any part-time bowler, and that's a concern for Springy South. So,
well, Martin is in for his bowling.
Well, that's correct, and his last 3 overs were okay.
Yeah.
Earlier, so he could come back for another spell.
But it's obvious to me that if they're going to go after anyone, it'll be that 5th bowler. But how long do they wait, and how long for Buckley how long do they wait to attack that bowler, and how long does Springvale South wait to bring him on?
Well, I think you've got to get 5s and 6s off the others regardless.
And then 10s off them.
And then wait for a 10 off them. If you start trying to get 10s off these guys and lose your wicket, then the other bowlers become more valuable, the part-timers all of a sudden.
Hence I'm saying if they can get the 140, it's realistic with 4 down.
How many? 31 bowled.
31 bowled.
So 119 divided by 14. 8.5 and over. Well, then they have to go 6 and over now. No, but if they need 80 or 90 off 10, they're going to have to go to 8.5 from now. It's technically the same, because they're going to need 85 off 10.
Well, that's true.
So they've got literally 14 overs to go at 8.5 and over. That's a big ask.
That's a massive ask. Massive ask. This wicket is a belter. It's beautiful conditions to bat. You've got 2 blokes that are set now, so let's hope for the sake of the game here, Cameron, that these Buckley boys dig in and try and go all the way. And there's a beautiful shot through mid-wicket. It is pretty vacant out there. They've got a fielder running around. He's going to cut it off. In fact, they're only going to get 1. So
great fielding.
Well fielded out there. I can't see who that is.
Ryan Quirk.
Yeah, great shot, and he's nearly 50. He moves him on the 48, Ost, and what a great innings it's been, coming in at 3 for 4.
Yep.
And rescuing his side and now attempting to put him into some kind of winning position that we're trying to talk about.
Slick's had a bit of a look over the mid-wicket area. I think he's going cow corner here. Yeah, and it's a bloke out there, but Slick's going to...
It's probably a 60-metre hit at most, down at that long, deep mid-wicket boundary. Oh, and that one's down leg, and that could be 5.
That's 5 wise, mate.
Hills missed that one, and it's gone for 5, and a bit of pressure on Baxter here, Slokes.
Yeah, there is. He's got to get it right, especially with that wicket-keeper up.
Yeah.
I think he got a little bit shy. He knew Slick was probably eyeing off that train track. at the Herald Road station, and it was a poor delivery and missed by the keeper. Poor result.
Been a lot of extras today, a lot of wides from both teams, down leg side. Can't quite get the number, my cricket hasn't refreshed, but it's up in the teens for both. That's a good length ball, and it's hit the pad. Has he got a little bit of bat on that as well as it goes down to third man?
Don't think so.
And it is? No, he's going for the leg
call by
ball.
Chappie.
Yeah.
After the bowler said, "You're kidding, I'm not getting one taken off my figures," or added to me.
And don't worry, Blados would know what his figures were.
Oh, absolutely. Every bowler does, mate. They're not putting up that as a bowler.
It's 4 for 114. Buckley just hanging in this game, just hanging in there. By a thread at the moment. Davies, what can he do? Ost, he's going well. That one's back of the length on off stump, and there would have been a run out. They're very fast and sharp there at point.
Good, so that's testament to Buckley Ridges. At 3 for 4.
We'll
thought
go
now
on.
that you're thinking that they're still in it. It's smallish.
Yeah.
But like Lloyd Christmas said, you're telling me I'm a chance.
That's right.
There's still a chance while these two are here. Another wicket swings it back totally. Springvale South.
Really want to see Osk get 50 here. He's batted beautifully. 48 not out he is as Baxter comes in. That's a change of pace perhaps. Somebody pushes into the offside. He'll pick up a single there. Slick has to motor a little bit towards the end, but he gets there comfortably. So
very risky, Jared. Nobody backing up there, and he's thrown the ball at the ankles of the keeper. Very lucky for Springvale South. It wasn't a minimum 2 extra.
And you can see Jack Sketcher there just making that point as well, saying to Clooney, make sure you do come in off the fence and back those throws up. Got to do anything you can in the grand final. You're going to be pretty desperate, particularly in the field. It's 4 for 115, Baxter, and he's 9th over. Bowling to Davies. Will he go him over cover again? He tries to. French cuts it. Will pick up a single. We've seen a few of those today, Kent.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with them. Cue it up. And French cut sometimes is better than a good shot. You can't set fields to French cuts.
No, well, unless you had a fine leg.
Which they did. They didn't get there.
All right, Baxter. I'll be interested to see if he continues after this over. I'll be inclined to make a change at this end.
Well, this is his 9th.
Well, tactically, the batters have tried to exploit the 12 over rule.
Hang on.
They've hammered his 8th and 9th overs. Credit to them.
Yep, it was always a big play to show the cards this early, but hasn't bowled badly. And this is a fuller ball. This one's driven down the ground. Sketcher running around. Can he get to it? He will. That's why he's fielding it long off. And that's a single to Troy Ost, and that brings up a very, very well-made 50. He gets it off 79 balls, and when he come in at 3 for 4 or 5 overs, it's a fantastic knock for a Buckley Ridges bloke that's been there through thick and thin down there, and well-deserved.
Yeah, look, you've got to work hard to get runs in grand finals, and you need hard workers to work hard, and he's one of them, without a doubt. He's one of the hardest working batters in the competition. He's a great wicket keeper. He's a good clubman.
Yep.
He has captained the side before, and he deserves everything that comes his way.
He's one of these guys, Slokes and Goodsy, that doesn't always get runs if they're not needed, but he always seems to perform when they're under pressure. Has for years and years. Like some guys can get runs when things are going pretty easy. Not saying that he doesn't, but he always performs, or majority of times always has a contribution when the game needs to be won, or they've got to try and rebalance the game back in their favour. Been a terrific player for them for a long time, and due reward for his efforts today. 3 for 4, I don't care who you are. No one likes coming in at that stage.
No.
And he's looked calm, composed.
And he's starting to score.
And now he'll push on. He can score quickly once he's in.
They have no option but to score. He's rebuilt the innings, and that's unfortunate. It's his job to keep going as well. This
is Dowling, is it?
No, they're thinking about it. They're not sure.
They go Dowling here. They've committed.
Yeah, they have.
They're going to. It's a big call.
I was going to say last over, gents, the bit that the Baxter commitment past his 7 overs, he's bowled them all in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind someone going past 7 overs, but I think only the spinners should technically. That's a big ask to ask the quicks to come in and bowl 12 overs straight.
But it's familiarity as well for the batsman.
But what this means here, though, boys, is 7 overs from Butch, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. He cannot bowl again. He's done. His day is done.
Well, that's silly.
Well, we'll soon find out. They're backing their top dog, Dowling, who bowled really well in the semi-final, the preliminary final, picking up 4 wickets, and then he bowls a nice full delivery, and that's punched out the cover for no run. White fields it there.
You know what? They're probably, in fairness to them, Goodsy, they're probably going for the kill now. They're going to try and get the wicket now. They're not going to. I mean, the spinners are likely to pick up the tail enders when they flight it up. The tail enders can't help themselves. But the tail enders aren't in yet, so I think that they're going with their strike bowler.
Well, who's the spinner?
No, I mean
Butch,
or Butch, if they hadn't gone with Dowling. But clearly they've gone with Dowling to break this partnership and basically seal the victory, to be honest.
And there's a nice cover drive, but it's well fielded by Wyatt. He's been impressive in the field. He's been a big difference for Springvale South this year. He's attacking batting, along with his brilliant slip fielding and outfielding. He's just pick up and a half.
Plays a good brand of cricket, Goodsy.
Yep.
He's beautiful on the eye to watch bat. Just he's positive. He's just a casual fella, lovely guy, and fields accordingly. If you ever want to teach someone to play cricket, it's a good way to play.
He's actually too nice on the ground. He can't even get stuck into him. Dowling comes in. Bowls well again. That's 3 in the block hole. 3 dot balls. And this is why they've bowled him. They rely on it. They can back his skills.
Well, you don't go out and recruit a guy from another club who's been a district cricketer if you're not going to back him in. Goodsy, to be honest.
The district influence in this team has been predominant today. Butch.
But that's good recruiting.
Dowling,
Good
Baxter,
recruiting.
Yeah, Baxter, Quirk. There's a lot of district experience in this team.
Mitch Forsyth.
Yeah.
Lower levels, yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hill played obviously good sub-district cricket.
Good length delivery pushed out towards forward point. They will get a single.
And that's, I'm not being smart. I'm not sure if he's played at Premier Slopes, but he definitely played a long time for Noble Park.
Yeah, I don't think he went to Premier, but yeah, he's captain. Or did he captain Noble Park?
I think so. Yeah, definitely Kimura. Definitely Captain Kimura. Yeah. But they have got a real influence of district cricket, and especially the fielding. It is showing, I think.
Well, yeah.
You know, they look. It's not the best team on paper I've seen Springy South field in the history, that's for sure. But as a unit, they're very well led. I think coached by Darren Arter, captained well by Paul Hill. And there's a big shout for LBW. Ash Barrow has a long hard look.
Down leg, I think.
And not out Slokes. You're right behind that. That looked close.
I thought it was close, to tell you the truth. I think Cam hit the nail on the head. The only thing, it could have just slid down. And
I should have watched. Oh, we can watch the replay here, actually.
He's our best umpire, so...
I'm just watching it now, Slokes. Dowling, it's just down leg. It's a good decision. It is a good decision. We're about 15 seconds behind on here. I think we had a bit of buffering before, so it's good. We get a chance to look at the replay.
Carrot Ryan to my right-hand side there is straight on the nose. Said it was not out also.
Did he? He would know too. Oh, Dowling it again. Great shot from Davies. He punches that one behind point. That beats third man, and that's a cracking shot, Slokes. You can hear that one off the bat.
Yeah, Dowling knows. He just gave him a bit of width, and Slick said thank you very much. And geez, he did time that to perfection. That's 4 on any game.
Tell you what, they're getting closer to that 140. It's 4 for 122 with
18 off the 2.
Yeah.
8.5, 9. Yeah,
it'll still be 140, and that's 9. Said gives them a chance. So we're running a couple of drinks out here for the batsmen. The boys in the high-vis vests.
And we've got to remember, they're a chance, but they're 3 for 4.
Yeah,
they had to rebuild. I mean, it sounds like we're thinking it's difficult for them, but that's because it was from the start, and it's been a remarkable rebuild. And then they are a chance. There's no doubt about it.
And what I've just noticed there again is that they've gone after the Dowling bowler. Don't get me wrong, his first 3 or 4 balls were very good, but they've ended up getting a couple of boundaries, or a boundary and a couple of runs, and they've gone after that 8th over. So Baxter's been removed from the attack. Sketcher's going to come on. He's taking the vest off. Surely won't bowl on the hat, though.
No. It's got
all right, so this is a big play in the game. I think Ost has to target
3 overs, you said.
Yeah, he needs to bowl 3 overs here.
3 overs here between he and Mardo.
I'm going to say they need to get 30 off these 3 overs of Sketcher. That's what they need to do to stay in the game.
Yeah, they've definitely got to attack him. There's no question. Now's the time. Does he pick up a wicket?
Maybe.
Do they hit him in the train tracks a couple of times?
Yep. He's all very well last week, Craig, I must say.
No matter what happens, it's been a fantastic rebuild, but they do have to go here, I think.
So Sketcher's figures last week against Berwick, he bowled as the 6th bowler, 5 overs, none for 9.
Oh, it's amazing.
He actually bowled really well. I hadn't seen him bowl for years. No, I didn't get a hit, mate.
No.
He bowled quite well. Full and straight, so you could set a field for him.
But he definitely wasn't bowling to Goodsy if it was full and straight. I'm not going for 9 or 5. He's either getting a wicket or he's going for more than 9.
That's right.
I'm glad I don't have to bat very often anymore, Ken. So
this is the best part, mate. You just go to 11 and you sit there and you blame everyone else.
Hide in the field? Did you do that too?
Yeah, of course.
I was holding you.
I just went for a ride just to pick up the one for the next finger.
Well, we
went for the next finger.
We might see our first ramp, or not our first ramp shot, because which he did, but I think there's a deep square leg and nothing else fine at all.
Ost likes the slog sweep. They've got a couple of men out there.
He can ramp.
All right, here we go. Sketcher in for his first ball. It's a beauty. It's in the block hole. He's jammed the bat down. It's squeezed out towards side leg, and they're going to pick up a couple. So that was a good start from Sketcher.
Oh, that was a Yorker in the block hole. Reverse swung.
Pace.
It did reverse a little.
And definitely reversed.
Yep.
I'll have a look at that on the replay here.
Great start by Sketcher, but 2 runs.
Oh,
Two
that's swing.
swing.
That's
It's
swung,
swung, mate.
straight
I
to the leg
don't know what you're watching, Goodsy.
No, I'm just watching the replay. That's all I'm saying. I'm further around than you. I'm almost at cover.
You are further around than me. Not as around as Moose, though.
And that's a good length delivery played behind point. There's a running out chance here if he hits, and he misses. He'd given up. And Sharp was the fielder, and he's already got a run out today, and it was a big one of Sheik earlier in the game. He's had a shot. It didn't look like it missed by much. Davies had given up all hope, but they got through for a single.
And Slick now is like the old-fashioned 1970s cricket when they got out in reverse. Bat under the arm with the gloves coming off, or Slick had the bat under the arm with the gloves going back on.
Now, boys, it's exactly a 100 to win. 100 to win, because a tie is good enough for Buckley.
Oh, you got 100 to win on this?
No, I'm not going to. I'm a non-betting man.
Gamble responsible. If not, gamble well.
All right, 4 for 125. They need 100. It's going to take a really massive performance.
Is it 100 or 101?
100's good enough.
220. Yes. Okay, sorry, Jared.
Sketcher coming in. A lot of pressure on the young, not so young anymore, as Davies belts that one, but it's gone straight to Sharp, who's a beautiful field.
He's walking at him too. That's Slick.
Well, he knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, he knows. He's been around long enough.
He must be loving this Sketcher. The two opening bowlers have the keeper up, and then he's got the keeper back. What's going on here?
And just another news, Cameron, the Pies 100 to 58.
Well, it's disappointing by Collingwood. Would have thought it was a 10-goal win.
Sketcher coming in right arm over the wicket. Good length delivery. Set a field to that. Slick gets through for the single. Martin has a little bit of a ping, but there was never a chance of a run out there. So 4 for 126, 99 to win. Davies moves on to 17. Doing a good job here so far, Sketcher, Slopes.
Yeah, so far. I do think that eventually they'll get a good look at him and attack him. But so far,
I think he'll pick a wicket up.
He could do too. He's had a pretty good day, and that one's through to cover. There's a chance for a run out here if Martin hits. He goes to the keeper's end, and he's fielded well all day, Martin. Unable to affect the run out there, but they got through for a single. Well played, Troy Ost. He moves on to 56.
Important ball this. Does he close the over or does Slick punish him?
Well, it's only gone for 5. So they really will say
the run rate.
Yeah, they want 10s off the fifth bowler.
Well, they still could.
Could do. And they don't. That's good bowling. That's good back of the length bowling. He's gone for a little appeal there, Sketch.
Yeah.
He did hit the pad first, but I'm not sure Chappie's going to give that one out.
Mate, Chappie. Never underestimate the ability of an umpire to get involved in the game late.
6 off the over. Springy South will take that. 4 for 128. 97 runs. 11 overs to go. So
that's a good segue for 97.7.
Casey Radio sounds of the southeast.
3 SER.
We should do that. Billy, how much we get for that live ad?
Well, I think it's a community radio station, Cameron. There's no payments.
Well, not to you guys, there isn't, but they
maybe slipped under the
table. I haven't seen a brown paper bag since I was in primary school, but they seem to keep turning up every now and then.
2 party pies, 1 big M.
The lunch order.
Yeah, the old lunch order.
No, a can of Coke with a packet of footy cards.
Oh, very good. All right, it's going to be Dowling to continue. And you notice Slick's gone for the hat. He's not too concerned about the bumper, and Dowling does bowl a few, so maybe he's inviting him. 4 for 128. Davies on strike. Dowling gets high in his action, bowls a nice Yorker, and that one's hit straight to cover for no run. That's good skill.
Slick's Bay Bruthing it here. She's pointed over cover.
He does like to go there. He hit a beautiful cover drive over the top earlier, and we had Coxie on who called that. He said he liked to hit over that way.
Well, it's very vacant out there if he can get it over the cover's head. But the cover's right on the 30-metre circle, so he's going to have to time it.
He is, and again, we've got issues with people walking behind the bowler's arm. That's happened in grand finals before, Craig.
I told you, didn't I?
Hello, James from Buckley.
What did you say, Cameron? Sorry?
Have we counted in the 3 hours I was absent? I told you this was going to happen all day.
Yeah.
7.
All right, Dowling, bowling well. Bowling with good skill. Getting up high in his action and jamming those Yorkers in, and that one's on a good length this time, and it's well picked up by Martin. He shines at the non-striker's end. That might have been out.
Oh, would have been.
That might have been. That was very close, and, well, you've got great eyes from here, Cameron, as they run away to the other end of the ground. But he got through for the single.
No, you could clearly see the white line, and he was well short of that. Slick had given up. He was on the treadmill, and hoped that it just didn't hit the stumps.
Well, good bit of fielding from Martin. Unable to hit the stumps. Something like that will break the game open here for Springvale South. They just probably, you'd think, just need the 1 wicket and it'll make it a real tough ask for Buckley Ridges. But they're still alive. 4 for 129. Ost on strike, and he blocks that one. Interesting. Thought he might have gone a bit harder at that, a length ball. Blocks it into the covers. They've obviously got a plan. I think they might attack the next over, Cam.
Yeah, but there's only 10 to go after this.
There is, mate. I want them at 140 at this point.
So
129.
95. Well, they need 15 off the next 3 balls.
Well, I think they're 11 behind where I want them to be.
They need 95 at this stage.
Ost on 55, Davies on 19, 4 for 129. Josh Dowling into his 9th over. There's 1 for 32. He goes at that one, but it's hit the toe of the bat. That only goes to cover. Wyatt's doing a good job in there.
It's been a good over. This is bowled well. He's given him no... that one there was a bit of room, but it was so full. Couldn't get it. He didn't give him a chance to get up and under it.
Slopes looks like he's nailing that length.
Yeah, he has, and the line, more importantly. I know there's probably a little bit more width on that one, but sitting right behind the wicket here, he's got his line right this over, the bowler.
Yep, the bowler. Dowling, 8.4 overs, 1 for 32. He's bowled well. Gives it his all every week, the big fella, and here comes. That's a wide one and a shorter one. Is Ash Barrow going to put the jukes out?
No.
Slopes, you're in the best vantage point.
I think, and
Oster's not happy.
No, I think because he moved across. I'm not sure because of Ash. I'm not saying whether this is a rule or it's not. I thought it was a wide. It's maybe because the batter went across that he's played that card. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe if he just left it alone. I'm watching the replay now.
Oh, I definitely walked across.
That's not off the wicket.
Yeah, that's a wide.
I don't care if you walk across. That's
yeah, I don't, but that's what I'm saying. What is the rule and what not? I don't like it either because you just bowl, mate. Well, the batter can do what he wants.
That's right, and then it opens the leg stump, hit the leg stump, and it's out, isn't it?
That's right.
So I don't think that's... I don't think it's good umpiring, to be honest. I think you give that a wide because it's only off the wicket. It's a one-day game.
Well, he may have umpired to the rules. We don't know.
No, maybe he did. I just would like to see them given, I think.
Our replay correspondent says no wide. He walked across a mile.
All right, 4 for 129. And he goes the big slog on that one. He only gets the bottom half of the bat, and that goes out to mid-on for a single. Well bowled, Josh Dowling. Very good over. Only went for 3, I think, Slopes, was it?
Tops, yeah. Three maximum. And thanks to our replay man, Cam Forsyth. He's done a great job.
Yes, 95 off 10, Jared. They're short of where you wanted them.
They are, mate, yep. And that's why I said that figure, because I think unrealistic to think it was going to be any higher. It wasn't to say that they were definitely going to win. That's the way you took it, but yes, you're just a nasty operator.
Yeah, I am. Pessimist.
Yeah. How'd your boys go in the footy?
Noble Park were 8 goals in front when I left at half-time.
Yeah.
Against old Melburnians.
Al McDonald.
He's going pretty well.
Yep.
And Masnod were about 5 goals up on Carey when I left early in the third quarter, and
Jay McDonald?
It just kicked a long one from outside 50 or
that 50. Must have brought a tear to the eye, Cameron.
No, I kicked more like Tony Shaw in my day, but they went like Dacos bullets.
All right, back to the cricket action, 4 for 130. Sketcher, what a game he's had. Can he cap it off with a wicket? And he bowls a nice ball, but it's nicely played out towards deep point. They should get 2 here. Slick's going to come back. Oster's also coming back, Forsyth the fielder, and he's got an arm on him. That's a good throw from deep point. They pick up 2, 4 for 132. This is a big over, Slokes.
Oh, yeah, the most interesting part is the sketcher is not wearing his number 14. It looks like he's got Dowling's second shirt on. Yes. But no, they can build some momentum, Buckley. Long way to go here, long way to go.
All right, Sketcher. He's gone for the line. He's gone for the massive slog. Sweet, there's a man underneath it. Has he caught Eddie Howe? He's thrown it over the fence. Is he allowed to do that?
Yes.
He's called that and thrown it over the fence.
Well, they're asking
Straker, I think they're asking the question, are they?
Yep. Ash Barrow's just crossed like a dead ball cross almost across.
No, well, the batsman's walking off. Jack Sketcher picks up the wicket there, and a bit of back and forward from the Buckley crowd and the Springvale South boys out in the middle, but Oster's almost off the ground now. So Sketcher, Craig Slocum, he's looking like he's going to have a couple of medals around his neck in about an hour's time.
Well, that's about the 4th time today someone's been caught out on that long fence. It's a very, very big hit.
Yeah.
On this cricket ground, and if you want to take that long route, well, you pay the price. As I said, about 4 people have done this. As things start to hopefully
it was a definite catch.
Just be normal. It was a definite catch. I think throwing the ball over.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that.
No, you're not. He didn't mean it.
No.
But it's a definitely. I don't know. But it's definitely caught. He caught it. He held it. He had controlled the ball, and then he threw it up.
But, yeah, let's just get on with the game, I think. But,
all right, well,
and what an innings from Troy Ost. That's been missed in all this commentary. as I said, he
58.
rebuilt and gave him some sort of, and he even hit that beautifully. That's 6 on most grounds, cricket,
yeah.
you know.
And in fact, normally on this ground, that's probably 60. The cones are usually well in from there.
Yeah, that's only when I used to play, mate. So you don't have to run as much.
Well, only when you were batting, not when you were bowling.
Yeah, I know you normally could fit a marquee and inside the ground. I remember playing here a couple of years ago before the rooms were redone. We were sitting well inside the ground out there, and that would have been probably a good enough normally, but it wasn't on this occasion. I think it might have been Straker that took the catch down there, was it?
23.
Straker was the one, 25.
Yeah, and there was a little bit coming from that blue tent over there.
25,
a little bit coming back again as well. But Jack Sketcher has played a game and a half. He's removed Ost, who's batted beautifully for 58. So it's 5 for 132. The game is in Springvale Sale's hands. It's theirs if they want it, Cam.
I thought that Sketcher would get a wicket. They had to target him, as Slokes and you said, Jared. That was right. They had to target him. But that always brings a risk. And the reward for that risk is that he's picked up the wicket and turned the game now. Now, really, let's be honest, Slick Davies has to play out of his skin for Buckley Ridges to win from here.
So it'll be Ben Watson, I believe.
Well, he can hit the ball as well.
He can bang him. Don't worry about that. But this is a tough situation to come in. There's a run out. Sharp picks up, throws to the keeper's end. Great backing up from Captain Paul Hill as he dives away to get that one. And a bit of confusion straight away with Ben Watson looking for the single and Slicker having...
And lucky Paul Hill got around there because Jared Straker was like daylight saving. He was an hour behind.
Yeah, they would have got 2 then. Probably picked that up on Frogbox, actually. You can look at the replay there. It was a yes-no sort of situation. You watch Hill dive away to his left. Brilliantly done. So, all right, Sketcher back on again. And he comes back of a length and he smacks that one over cover. That's going to go before, I think. I can't see down there, boys. So... they're coming back for a second. There was a bit of hesitation with the running again. Watson gets through. Slick gets through. There's 2.
Yeah, very well-timed shot. I thought it was 4 when it came off the bat. But I think Forsyth's come around.
There's a bit of adamant here. He's just going to stand and deliver.
Oh, he will, and they have to. Again, I mean, he unfortunately, like 3 for 4. We keep bringing that up. They've got no choice. In a grand final, there's no tomorrow.
It's only 10 overs to go. And Watson, if anyone, he's going to just go hard here at Sketcher, and he's the one probably over the rest of the tail.
Oh, that's it, Slick, on the way back.
That has the ability to clear the pickets. I've seen him do it many times.
Definitely.
Sketcher banged that one in a little bit, and that was probably a ball that he might have been able to get over towards the miniature roll.
So 1 ball to go. Sketcher's got 1 for 10 off 2. He's done his job.
They win, and he gets through this next over. He's
the man. He's won the Fleming medal for sure.
Or can Slick Davies do something to pinch it? It'd be remarkable if he did. There's a nice shot from Watson out towards cover. Cole Martin sprinting around there. He fields it well. He's fielded well all day.
Well, he's an athlete, let's be honest.
Yeah. Now keep it to a single. Watson keeps the strike. It's 5 for 135.
90 required from 9. 10 and over.
What's that equal?
10, I think, in mortgage breaking world.
There's probably more than that in the mortgage breaking world.
No, there's not. We're honest, good people, man. Want a home loan? Just give me a call. I'll find you one.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. No advertising.
Andrew Sharp home loans.
Well, he's making enough that he can just hand a little bit off.
Yeah. You can go to DS Advisory for some financial advice.
Yes.
He's a great sponsor of one of the marquees today, along with Oceana, Bathrooms, and the Dandenong Club, of course.
What about Springvale RSL?
Our favourite.
Well, we do have the man, Kev Murphy, will be making his way back. That's his favourite.
You cannot tell me that this is community radio. The way you two have just gone on, you've got wages for a week.
No, you got meals for a year. Don't worry, there's a few vouchers coming our way, goods it?
Yeah, there should be.
So Jared Straker back into the attack. Let's forget comedy hour.
Well, we just fill a bit of time there while they're changing the field and they're moving people from behind the bowler's arm. What's that, Ken Cameron?
I'll make a prediction here, Jared, and I'm hardly going out on the limb here, that Ben Watson's either going to hit a ball onto Harold Road here or he's going out.
I think it's an interesting move to bring Straker on.
This is miles over or he's out.
Yeah. All right. That one's a full toss and he punts it straight back down the wicket.
No, it wasn't a full toss.
It's an arm ball. It's a dart. It was a dart.
Nothing wrong with darts at this hour.
Well, there's one darts that's feeling pretty good about things at the moment.
Still be nervous, the coach.
Jared.
Yes, the coach. He was very nervous halfway through. Yep. As you would, it's very hard when you can't have much of an impact on the game. Round the wicket. Here he goes. Goes the big slog, and that one's on the roof. That's what I said. It's an interesting call to bring Straker on with Watson on strike.
Mate, that just didn't go on the roof. That hit the top part of the roof and bounced onto Harold Road.
Yeah, we're still going. It's a cracking stroke.
Anyone want to slide our numbers tonight?
You get the whole lot of it. And there's 2 blokes out here right now, ladies and gentlemen, that can do that. And it's nervous times to get through these next 3 or 4 overs.
Straker's got 10 balls to get through, Slopes. He's got to go for 20 at the most.
I think 35 will come off the next 10
Buckley
balls.
will be thinking 30.
Well, or you can bring Martin back on.
I think you may have to be honest, because I think Ben Watson's just going to continue to go here. He's going to go 6, 6, 6 or out.
Straker's likely to get a wicket too, but yeah, well,
Ben Watson's going to...
Bit of pressure on him here.
He has to... If they're going to win it, he's got to go.
I think another player that I don't think has had premiership success yet, so he'd be really keen for it. Straker, Ben Watson has. So, you know, funny things happen in grand finals, Cam. You've seen it. He has to go again here. 2 in a row to really lift the momentum. All right, Straker around the wicket. What does he do? He darts it in wide of the off stump. And Watson lets that go.
Okay, sometimes it's just as important the ones you leave as the ones you play, Jared.
No third man.
He wouldn't have been able to get up and under that, so that was okay batting.
Oh, what does Straker do now? Starts it again, and he hits it straight down the ground, and it's only going to be a single this time.
So the problem here for Springvale South is the guy coming on strike can also do that.
Yeah, he hasn't. It's not like you just give one. Yeah,
now that the other guy might not be a hitter. They've got 2 of the best hitters in the association at the crease right now.
And Slick's faced 30 balls. It's time for him. He's going to go big here. It's flat short, and he can't get hold of that. That was well bowled by Straker.
Very well bowled.
Bowled it into the wicket, rolled the fingers on it, slowed the ball up, and Slick Davies wasn't able to get his timing through that at all. Good comeback from Straker.
Straker first hand knows exactly the area he doesn't bowl it to. Slick's put him away a few times.
All right, here we go. Big play here. Bunts it down the ground.
Well played.
He's got out of that over pretty well, Straker.
8 from it.
Got over it. Got out of it really well. Still they need 10s, not 8s. When you go for 6 off the second ball.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good comeback.
Yep.
Good comeback, because it's easy to get very nervous.
And it takes the pressure off the captain. He can now confidently bowl his next one. And then he's done. That's the 7 done, and he's got the 2 boys to go.
And Sketcher's got 1 more to go here.
And then you got Dowling and backs to the come. See Blade off there, he's warming up in front of us. Getting ready to go again after Sketcher finishes this over. What a lion-hearted performance it's been from the Springvale South man. Number 73, Craigus.
Normally number 14, but big over this. Big over. They'll be going here. Buckley can't afford not to. So it's fireworks from here on.
82 runs to win.
8 overs.
8 overs to go. Sketcher from the Nature Reserve end. Over the wicket. Good length delivery. Davies can only play them under cover and get a single.
Normally we nail it 10 and over, but we talk about 50 off 5 most of the time that we think's doable. Buckley has now been doing this for
6 overs.
Good, yeah, and plus a few more than that. So it's been an excellent recovery and a fair run chase at the end so far.
Absolutely it has. Still a long way to go. There we go, down the ground. He doesn't quite get a hold of that one, Watson, but he was trying to hit that one well over Craig's head.
You've got Geordie White down at long on, Blade Baxter at long off. They're the 2 best fielders.
Yeah. Other than the bloke bowling. Yeah. That's the luxury they do have this year, Craig. We've harped on about it, but they've got Martin at cover as well.
Yep.
They've got good fielders all around and sharp at point. Sketcher in again. Here we go, that's a big one. That's 6. That's over the top of mid-on, and away it goes. Into the crowd. That's 6 runs from Slick Davies. He's keeping the pulse going here at Alex Nelson. It's 5 for 149, 151.
He just whipped the wrist and helicoptered it.
Didn't get it, but doesn't need to. It's 50 metres.
That would have been a pleasant viewing for Paul Sperring, who loved the whoopage over in England. He'd be watching right now, Paul Sperring. So
a bit too close to the offside for Spez.
There's a man to do it here. He's on strike.
Absolutely. Sketcher. Can he get out of this over? Full again, and Slick goes bang through the covers, but there's
only one
fieldsman out there.
Well, good field placements by Paul Hill.
Mitch Forsyth doing a good job out there in the outfield for Springvale South.
So Sketcher's gone for 20 off 2.4 now. They get 2 boundaries. There's the 30 that you spoke about from 3.
He's going big here, Watson. There's no doubt about it. He's going to clear the front leg and he's going over the miniature railway line. And there he goes, and he gets it for a single out to Butch at mid-wicket. Oh, it's hit Watson in the back. Hello, Walt. How are you, mate? And it's a ripper game going on here now. It's 5 for 153. Who would have thought, Craig, that at 3 for 4 would still be interested at this time of the day?
Oh, look, well, it's been a great effort. I mean, you think it was going to go a bit differently, but they keep coming, don't they?
Davies, good ball by Sketcher. He gets a hand on that, but doesn't prevent the single. It still goes down to mid-off. Davies moves on to 28. The score goes to 154.
The 22 off 3 for Sketcher, so 7 and over. 7 and over. You take that absolutely every day of the week. Every day of the week. But here comes the over now.
Yeah,
we're going to say this every over.
Yeah, we're running out of over, so we have to say it every over.
No, that's right, Cam. I'm
It's 72 of 7, so they're maintaining that run.
10 over. If you get it down to 10 off the last over, Goodsy.
Well, who are you backing then?
These two. Depends who in.
Yeah, well, these two I'm saying.
Well, if it gets down to 1 over with these two in, I'll be back in the batters again.
Yeah, I think 10, yeah, for sure.
Can they keep doing it without getting out? That's the challenge, and that's the game of cricket. That's what we've got ahead of us.
Yeah, stay with us on Casey Radio. It's 8 past 5, and we're going to go right through to the finish, of course. We're going to do presentations. We've got interviews with the players on the winning side. I don't think we'll probably get one from the losing side. It'll be a bit difficult to do, but we're going to all come in here and right through to the
losing sides, Williams.
We'll be right through to the end. Stay with us. We've seen great grand finals in the last few years. Been many great grand finals, and this is another one. It looks like
these two played in the greatest grand final of all time in 1819 at Carroll Reserve, 326 versus 315.
Strike around the wicket. Oh, Davies goes for the big one over cover, and there's no run.
He needs to be careful here, Slopes. Can you jump in behind Striker? Yep. Because if he goes, he could bowl it wide here by trying to bowl it too wide.
Yeah, he could. That one was okay though.
Striker. That's six. That's a massive shot. That's on Harold Road. Oh, Slick Davies has put it on to Harold Road. This game is a heartbeat, gents.
Have a listen to Goodsy. Get up there and about Rex Hunt. Was that your vehicle that it landed on, Jared?
Over there,
Ian Smith's
I'm too smart for that.
An appropriate comment, Jared, for an appropriate shot. What a hit. What a strike. He put it in a bit fast. He tried the dart and it was in the slot, and he just caressed that ball onto Harold Road. I mean,
about 80 metres.
It was a fantastic shot.
And the segue being the heartbeat, can you imagine Jared's strikers at the moment?
Oh, he just needs to get through. Does he dart him at the pads, Cam? Well, got spinning yourself.
Yeah,
honestly, what would you do?
I would be darting him in, no doubt, but I think sometimes the slower the better.
That one was darted a bit.
Yeah. I think because I play him like a medium pacer. I think the slower the better, but it's a brave man that can do that, to be honest.
If he's going to dart him in, he's still got to rip his fingers across the ball. He can't just dart it into the seam up.
5 for 160. Davies on strike. It goes again. And he got the catch and missed the run out.
Was the sitter?
Nearly went onto the stumps, I think.
Yeah.
And he would have been out of his ground, but they stay alive, Buckley Ridges.
I think Jared Straker thought that was coming a lot harder than it was. He was almost taking protective cover, and it come back and he realised and he just couldn't get his hands down from sort of up in front of his chest.
Just have a look at the replay now. It was a faster ball. Oh, and it nearly deflected to the stump. So anyway, they had the luck in the early part of the game, springing south. Maybe Buckley getting a little bit now as Ben Watson faces up. Straker.
Gone.
He's gone for the slot sweep. That's well bowled, Craig. That looked like he ripped the fingers across that one a bit.
That's what I'm talking about. If you just bowl a seam up medium pace ball at that pace on this wicket, you're going to go the journey. But if you can give it a little bit of a rip and it bites and it just holds a little, and that's going to be the difference.
65 runs to win. 64 runs to win, I beg your pardon. 38 balls to go. 37 now and 63. 63.
So they're minus 26. That's how we've got to work this down.
I'll work it down for you. How many sixes do they need to hit? 4? 5?
10 to win.
No.
Well, they only need 63 runs.
That's what I mean. They need 10 sixes to win.
4 or 5 sixes gets them right into this game. Slick Davies on strike. Last ball of Straker's over. It's a big play, and he bowls a good one. Full, outside off. Maybe an arm ball. Davies could only get it back down the wicket for a single, and Straker will be breathing a sigh of relief.
Is he finished?
He's finished. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 34, so not bad figures, but...
So 6 overs remain.
63, they're hanging in there.
No, I'll say there'll be 4 sixes hit if they remain there at the end.
Yep.
So 24 and 4 balls off the totals, and what have you got left?
Well, they need 63, so that'll be 39 off 20 balls.
Okay, so we need more than 4 sixes perhaps.
You probably need 6 sixes.
Okay.
Hit 6 sixes are 36 off. That leaves you 27 off 18.
Yeah, because 4s are hard to hit. 4s are hard to hit now with 5 fielders out.
6 is probably the number, Cam. I reckon you've hit it on the head.
So to keep going and not lose your wicket and keep hitting 6s, it's 1 and over, just about.
Well, this Baxter comes on now and Dowling bowls at the other end. They've got 3 each. Baxter does bowl a length. Dowling tends to bowl more Yorkers, but we've seen on this wicket, if you slightly get your length wrong bowling full, you can disappear straight.
But you know what? And even Ben Watson's such a big, strong guy. He can hit a 6 here, anywhere probably bar the offside square, because it's just too far. But he will fancy his chances still to go 6 over deep square leg. He's a big, powerful man. And certainly straight he's going to be able to hit sixes. There's
He's
no
going to go
doubt.
over Cow, I think. It's the shortest way home for him with that angle around the wicket. That's a good full ball. That's a good shot. That could be four.
That is four, mate.
Jordan Wyatt getting around. Is he going to get there? No, he's not. That's a great start to the first over of Baxter. Ben Watson punished that one through cover.
Well, a good cricket shot.
Pressure back on the bowler here, Jared.
Ben Watson goes to 17 off 13. What an inspired selection in round 13, Craig.
Yeah, well, it's come out, and he's the man here. He's Buckley Ridges through and through. He'll be putting his heart and soul in it, that's for sure.
Only 59 required now. 35 balls. Baxter round the wicket. Oh, it's straight up in the air. There's a man getting over
Sharp,
it.
Brady
Martin Sharp. They go between them. I don't know if he's going to catch this. He's not. The ball's hit the deck. They both looked at each other.
That was Damien. That was Damien. Sorry, that was Kyle Martin.
Kyle Martin should have gone for that for sure.
But Braden Sharp called him out early.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He did. That's the challenge, like I'm saying, these 6 sixes we speak of.
But the wind kept pulling it towards Martin.
Yep, well,
having said that, is that the turning point?
Well, we've seen it in Buckley's, in Springvale South innings. Uruguay dropped a couple of catches and it cost them. Will that cost them? Davies on strike as well. Full ball, well bowled Baxter. No run, got through the keeper.
Bit quicker too.
Yeah,
bit angry he was with that.
He keeps looking over at the cover and the point fielder.
Yeah, well, he needs to get on with it because it's happened, it's been and gone.
Can't change what's happened, Craig.
No, absolutely no. Well, Ben Watson was a bit unlucky in a few deliveries when he bowled.
Well, that's right. Maybe turning around a little bit. And, all right. Oh, it's a Yorker. Well bowled Baxter. And that's really good skill as the ball gets bunted down to third man off the outside edge of Davies' bat. He moves on to 37. Score goes to 168. They need 57, Cam.
Brother. Oh, no, it's 56, 88, 56, brother. 3, Davey.
That was Shane Leonard, was it?
Yeah, and Rex.
Rexy, yeah.
And you're mimicking Rex this afternoon, Jared. You're a colourful commentary.
Tony Leonard or Shane Leonard?
Tony Leonard.
Might have been Tony. What did I say? That's a Yorker. Well bowled Baxter. Well bowled. Good skills that, Craig, and it back yourself to bowl the slower one with the short straight down.
Well, he's an execution bowler, this fella. He's no big in swing, out swing, whatever. But so that's his tricks he has up his sleeve.
So after going 4 off the first ball, he's managed to pin them back to 3 off the last 4. Or 2 off the last 4, actually.
What's Ben Watson got now? What's Baxter got? He comes in left arm round the wicket. Quicker ball. He's hit it straight to cover. Over cover. That's another 4. Straight in the same spot as the first ball. Ben Watson keeping Buckley Ridges alive.
10 off the over, Jared. There we
That's all they need to do. 5 for 172. 53 to get.
I said 4s are hard to hit, didn't I? Just before that last over. Fantastic. First 2 have been hit for a while. Absolutely fantastic cricket shots, both of them. Full face of the bat, hitting through the line.
Smoked both of them.
Also give Moose Shaw a bit of credit. He did say before that's where you'd want to take Baxter, was over the top of cover, so I'll give points to Moose there. First ones for the day. Well done, Moose.
Wasn't a double premiership player for no reason either.
No, and now all of a sudden, Craig, you've got powwows out in the middle, everyone talking to the captain.
You've got more than one captain now, Jared. This is when the pressure comes.
That's what happens, isn't it? Finals pressure. Haven't won a flag for a long time, dare I say it. I'm not saying that to rub it in, but that, you know, the weight of that expectation and pressure in a situation like this can sometimes come to the fore.
Yeah, look, it can, but out of that group that's out there's not too many that played around back then, you know, so...
They're not scarred, what you're trying to say.
No, but
Craig.
it's still expectation is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And on the other hand, you've got an experienced Buckley Ridges club who have won flag, so... You know, we're down to this near 50 off 5 overs that I speak of, and all of a sudden the odds have turned, and this is even money apiece here. If not the batting,
money.
The batting team might be nearly in front again.
You're kidding.
Oh, absolutely. No, well, why would I be kidding?
Are we laying them?
They've been getting 10 and over for the last 8 or 9 overs.
Are we laying them?
Hawk had them at 100 to 1 earlier. They've definitely sharpened in from there.
They're 3 times premiers. Sorry, I did say 2.
Who's that, mate?
Buckley Ridges in the last little bit.
The last 13 years.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
They're hard to win, Cameron. They are hard to win. We know you did really well, and obviously Craig, 6 and 5 respectively, but that was over long careers, you know.
Oh, well, yeah. One every 3 or 4 years in that back.
They're hard to win, and the bloke out there facing up now will tell you that. He's played a lot of good cricket and hasn't been able to get one.
Well, this is his destiny, I guess.
He might bring him home. Dowling on to Davies. Shorter ball, and it's on the hip, and that's well played. Short fine leg in position. Sharp fields that, and they get through for a single. 173, 52 to need. 52 to need, 52 to win.
52 to need. Well, but
how funny is Slick's nearly playing a role here for Watson all of a sudden when as great a cricketer as he is, that just shows you the potential and the damaging impact that Watson can have in such a short period of time at the crease. He's the one now that's his defence clearer.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, inspired selection, because to have that sort of hitting coming in at 7, and now all of a sudden you look at it and you go, well, Goodright can belt the ball. He's done it before in big games, and then Ali, also a big hitter. All of a sudden the tail doesn't look as long when you're getting narrowing the overs down to 5.
Good, good smart cricketers, Slokes, know their role and when to play it, and Slick, put ego in the back pocket, mate. You'd rather a flag than say that I'm going to be the man if someone else is hotter than you, and Ben Watson surely is hot at the moment.
And here he goes, Dowling into him. Goes for a slog and he doesn't get it. Oh, no, there's a run-out chance on. Throw to the bowler's head. Slick dives and gets back. Oh, no!
Dowling let it go or got in front of the stumps.
Got in front of the stumps, Craig, did he?
Yeah, I think he did. I think the ball made its way through and missed the stumps. Obviously, it's always better to get behind the stumps. But on this occasion, I'm not sure if Slick had made his ground, but there was some sort of chance, that's for sure.
I'm just looking at the replay now. It looks like Dowling got it in front of the stumps.
He definitely did.
And then, it's almost like he let it go, but...
That might have been the half chance.
Finals pressure, it's amazing what happens in that. Dowling in towards Watson, who goes big down the ground! That's on the Harold Road as well, boy!
That at the pole! That was going through the front, the Venetians, and that coffee-covered brick house straight behind the ground.
Whoa.
They would have got a rude interruption watching postcards on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, 5 for 179. They only need 46. Ben Watson's on 28, and they've got 2 bowlers is what they can bowl, Slokes. Unless they come back to Sketcher.
You can see the difference in the length that the bowlers are bowling now to the Buckley Bridges bowlers towards Springvale South end of their innings. They're just not digging it into the wicket or anything. They're just bowling half volleys, which... Watson's accepting gleefully.
We said it before, Dowling goes for Yorkers, and if you just get your length wrong, it just sits up and straight down the ground is only 50 metres, and Ben Watson's executing beautifully.
And mimicking you too, Jared, with the cracking of the pad with the bat.
All right, now we'll see fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on.
Short.
He's going to bowl short.
I'm tipping he's going still over mid-on.
He's going short, he's going to try and pull it. Here we go, he goes short, he tries to pull it, it's up in the air.
No one there to catch it.
Because they pushed him back, they get through for a single. They're not going to come back, are they? Sharp's too fast for that. Well, it would have been a disaster to run there, but
the game's changed, Jared. The half chances are going Buckley Ridges' way in the last 15 minutes.
45 runs to win.
From?
For 26 balls.
It's closing, the gap's closing.
19, it's 19, it was 26 a little while ago. Remember I said 26.
Slick's on strike, no helmet. Dowling's going to bowl short, we think. He does, and it's a wide. Barrow puts the hands out.
Way too high. Way too high.
So, is he called it a no ball?
No wide.
No ball above
is that a free hit?
No free hit.
But I can just have a look here. Barrow's coming down and explaining that there's one for the over. As I said, Slick not wearing the helmet. That was way over the top.
Yeah, way over. No, batsman had a bowler had no reason to complain about that. It was too high. It's 2 foot over Slick's head. You can't hit that.
44 off 25 is the equation, boys. Dowling in again. A little bit nervous now. What's he going to do? Pitches it up. It's a good length delivery. Hits away on the wrong side. They're going to get 2.
Easily
they go for 1. And they're going to stay.
Well fielded by Jackson Sketcher.
You would have been run out then, Cam.
Yeah, he would have.
You would have been, I said. You were running 2 all the way.
Oh, we got 3.
Drama here at Alex Nelson Reserve. I can't believe we're still here, Billy. I thought we're going home at 3 for 4. It was an early night, but nah.
I wouldn't have come back if I'd have known it was 3 for 4. The blokes I always wanting to drink beers.
5 for 182, they need 43 runs. Dowling into Watson, short way,
six, maybe. 6.
That's right out the boundary, there's a fielder there, he's caught it! He's caught it! He's just inside the rope. Oh, matter of inches. Mitch Forsyth. Great catch. How composed was he under that one, Craig?
Unbelievable. Another victim of the longest boundary in the association, I would say. Some say that we know the boundaries are short at Harold Road Straight, but sideways, that's as long as you get.
Yeah.
And another victim, as I say, and a terrific catch, to be honest. Had a lot of hang time, had a lot hanging on it.
Didn't he?
Oh, there was a lot riding on that catch, and what a nice cameo innings from Ben Watson.
Well, he's kept the grand final alive. He's made 29 off 20 balls, including 2 4s, 2 6s. Josh Dowling held his nerve. He played the right plan in the end. Their plan was wrong early in the over. They changed it, put the field out on the square boundaries, and he bowled in short and made him hit to the longest boundary, and it was the longest boundary, and it missed by half a metre.
Is that over? Was that the last ball of the over? So that's 41 bowled.
So you've got the my cricket there. How many blokes have been a victim of the long boundary today, sideways?
Hobbs wasn't he? Caught by Forsyth off Straker.
Yep.
Troy Ost caught by Straker off Sketcher.
Yep.
Ben Watson just then.
3.
Springvale South, who did they?
Jordan White caught on the fence.
Jordan White was, yep. That's about it, I think.
So it sounds like we've had more fence sitters in Parliament.
Oh, Cameron.
Politics into the commentary, Cam.
Sorry, and this is the first time ever you're sitting to the right of me.
Yeah, well, let's swap. I just realised we need to swap, Joe. I'm actually on the left.
I know you do.
So the big hitters keep coming. We've got Goodride, is it? Yeah, he can clear the fence. He made 40 odd out.
24 balls to get 18 and 25, 43.
This is
41. I don't know.
43 to win. 43 they need to tie, which is good enough for a win. They're 5-6 for 182. My cricket update.
43 or 24, so it's back to minus 19. We got us down to minus 16, didn't we?
All right. You see White intimating there it's long off that they've got to bang it into the wicket. So Baxter, will he do that? He goes round the wicket. He's bowled a full one, and Goodright plays and misses outside the line of off stump. So there's no run there. So good bowling from Baxter.
So the challenge now, new batters coming in. It's going to be difficult.
Got to get off strike, Craig.
Well, they do. We've got another good fence clearing, Slick Davis, of course, at the other end. And
sometimes, there you go, get off strike.
Baxter round the wicket. Goodright goes the big shot. He'll get one there. Just a single out to mid-wicket.
He's not dying wondering,
Goodright. A single's not the worst result there. Get Davies on strike and see if he can do the damage.
There's no tomorrow, Cam. None of them will die wondering now. It's been a remarkable recovery.
Hasn't it?
Regardless of the result, it just shows you what clubs are like, and some of them just don't lay down, mate.
Michael Davies ain't laying down. That's a full toss, and it's a wide, definitely off the wicket, that one. I don't know why Blade's throwing the head back. That looked pretty wide to me, Craig.
Yeah, it was wide, definitely wide. I mean,
he didn't even think about it.
Might be disappointed in his execution, of course, but
Davies wasn't interested in playing a shot, so to me that.
And it was a full toss going past him, so it was always too wide.
Oh, it's another handy run. 6-184. Full toss again. He hits that one down towards mid-on. That could go for 4. Sketcher gets around there and picks it up right inside the rope. Well done. That's a single off what was a full toss. 6-184.
Love your enthusiasm, Jared. This is magnificent.
I think it's great, Goodsy. Keep going, mate.
Oh, don't worry, I will. 6-185. Getting my cricket up to date.
Yeah, they're miles behind, mate.
40 runs, Cam. Baxter. Full ball, beautifully driven down the ground, but that'll only be a single.
Oh, good cobbled its way down there too.
You'd have been nervous standing behind that one, Cam.
What? Not batting or what?
Fielding.
Oh, turn it. I would have picked it up with your butt cheeks.
Community radio.
I didn't swear. I didn't say anything untoward.
6-186. We're still here at 25 past 5. We started at 11 o'clock. Laid Baxter in.
Oh, well ball.
Slick Davies hits it out towards
the ball, left arm.
Oh, misfield. Are they going to come back? They are.
It could be a run out. Could be a run out. Oh!
And he's got in. Good running from Davies.
Misfielded by Kyle Martin.
And he's fielded everything today too. Fielded really well. So a little bit of nerves, boys. It's 6-187, 38 to get.
Off 3.1.
Yeah.
So 2 a ball.
2 a ball, mate.
Hard ass, but a couple of big sixes changes that again.
What does Davies do here, Craig? Last ball of the over. Does he go for a single or does he go
6 or 1? 6 or 1.
Play it as it is.
Full toss, hits it over cover. That could be
a
single because there is a man out there, Mitch Forsyth, who's fielded well all day. But he gets that single now, so he retains the strike.
37 off 18, Jared.
It is 6-189. Michael Davies, 43 off 49, playing a great knock.
Playing a superb knock. Well, the top scorer of the game is 59. If they get home from here, Slick gets it because he's going to have to be in. He gets the Fleming medal.
If Buckley win?
If Buckley win.
Yeah? Yeah.
Mate, the top score's 59. No one ran through him with the ball, I don't think. Did they?
Well, if he gets him over the line and he's the one in at the end, well...
What was his figures?
Yeah, his figures were 10 overs, 1 for 40.
Yeah, that's good enough for me.
I can tell you what, it'd be interesting if he doesn't get them over the line. There's a lot of 50s. There's a couple of good performances with the ball. Probably Sketchers probably in front with his wicket and 59.
Yeah, 59, yeah.
I like White. I like White's innings.
White's innings was good. And he's fielded superbly. He took an absolute beauty at first.
If he takes a good go, so that makes up. Well, that puts him equal with Sketcher. Effectively, he's taken a wicket, even though he didn't bowl it.
All right, Dowling. And he comes with 3 overs to go. He's got to bowl the...
that one's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, he's ducked it. That's interesting.
That bouncer was okay. It's well bowled, actually.
He hasn't got one above the shoulder for that, I don't think.
No, he didn't.
No, that length was okay. It was just pushing the line of leg stump, but it was all clear. It was over the top of the middle and leg, but Slick's not a massive hooker of the ball, and especially he hasn't called for his helmet. Well, knowing they're putting it in, I'd be calling for the helmet and playing a hook shot myself.
I completely agree. I wonder if that's playing on his mind at all. I don't think he can afford to be ducking too many at this stage of the game, but it's experienced campaigner. He's on 43. This time he goes with the ball shot.
Could be out. Could be out.
He's
lost in the sun.
Fallen short, so they'll only get a single.
Wade Baxter. Yes. I think he lost that in the sun. He was coming in and then he didn't realise. He probably couldn't get it. That's a half chance. Does he dive forward and risk missing out and go for 4? I don't think he could have caught it either.
No chance there. Dowling continuing this attack of banging it in. I think it's the right attack. If he over pitches, Goodright can hit over cover and can hit over mid-off.
Yeah, I think he has to be short of a length here, definitely.
Well, mid-on and mid-off are up. He has to just keep banging it in. Goodright has got a huge hit out. All right, in he comes.
He's going to try.
And he does. That's 6, is it? Oh, no, it's a man here. Oh, he's That's right in front of us. He did move across. He flicked it out the fine leg. It looked like off the bat it was going for 6, and Braden Sharp made great ground. And he got around right in front of our commentary position here and took a beautiful
catch right in front of us.
Overhead mark.
And you know what? To hold his ground, not to step on the boundary. Great catch by Braden Sharp.
Wayne Carey like coming out of full forward there the way he come across. Or centre half.
Well, in the red might a bit like Buddy.
Bit of Buddy action, yes. Well, that could be the game there, gents.
Oh, that's...
Good rights.
Not yet.
Slick's still there.
The main fence clear is still there. It's well inside the boundary for those playing at home. Yeah, I was watching him out. He had a few metres up.
Come on, Craig. We were trying to... Well, we need to colour it up.
Well, I'll colour it up in the fact that ball had plenty on it. It was going for 6, even though he was 3 metres in. And that hit the hands pretty well, lace out.
I ducked behind you, Goodsy. I thought it was coming through the van window.
It was actually beautifully played from Goodright. He got inside the line. It was probably the only spot he could hit it for 6.
So it's called it. So he was going to try and whip it over fine leg. Yeah, he walked across way outside off stump and hit it as well as he could have hit it. He was devastated, really, because you couldn't hit it any better.
It was a beautiful shot.
But again, there's another one caught on the fence. That's 6.
Yeah, well.
6 players caught on the fence. Suppose in one-day cricket, that's what happens.
Well, 7 for 190.
15 balls to get 35.
Ali can bomb the ball straight. He can bomb the ball straight. He can definitely hit 6.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what.
Problem is he's not going to get many...
He won't die wondering. I'll tell you.
You have to bowl short in the
That's what I mean. So he's not going to get any full ones to hit straight.
You have to bowl where the 70-metre boundaries are. Yeah. You can't risk going for a 40-metre boundary.
He's almost got a horizontal bat it towards the roof, I think, towards the rooms.
Mate, they have to bowl short here.
Try and baseball batter. Give yourself some room.
I think Mitch Forsyth in the scoreboard, I don't think it's more than 70 metres.
Yeah, I reckon too. Craig, probably closer to 80.
All right, here we go. Ali, baseball bat style. Goes for it, straight up in the air. This is going to be another wicket. Springvale South are in the driver's seat. And the catch taken by Wyatt. He's in a game. Josh Dowling standing up when it counts. Hussain Ali is gone for a golden, and Slick Davies looks a bit dejected at the strikers in now.
Cricket shot, mate.
Really, it was
a stupid cricket shot.
And the chance going up from the Spring South crowd, the goodbye chant. And it's 8 for 190, and you've got to say
now...
We've
got an intruder! We've got an intruder on the ground!
Kev Murphy running on. Slokes, it's getting close to Springvale South's first premiership in quite some time, mate. How are we feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling, mate. There's still a little bit of cricket left. Well, there's that number 7 blokes out there, mate. You know, anything can happen. You can still hit those 4 6s that are needed. It's just disappointing for the other bats not to sort of lend that last little bit of support for the recovery that they've been really good to create for themselves. It's been a great fight back.
11 years, Craig, and you're on the precipice, or the club is on a precipice of a flag after 5.
Yeah, they've had some bad luck along the way.
Oh, mate, you look at their 5 losses.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's Spaldara beat them on their own.
Yeah, their Dara missing gets suspended.
They had 6 for 114. They had Morty Alec against Berwick. Berwick with the 2 legends with departing. Berwick were playing for them.
All right, Dowling in on the hat-trick. He hits it out towards square leg, Davies. He goes for 1.
No,
will he come back from 2? Sharp's running around. No, he's got there. Good batting. Picks up 2, 7 for 192.
Terrific placement. He knew it was 2. He knew it was 2 all along. He placed it sensationally just past the 30-metre
Well,
circle.
he needs a 1 or a 6 here. Slopes, last ball of the third.
I think he has to go for the 1.
It has to go the 1. They can't win. Oh, they can win if he hits a 6.
But you've got Shiv Patel, I think, at the other end. He has to go for a 1 and just back himself.
And then 30 off 2 or 33 off 2.
Yeah, he's got to get the single. So Dowling in. His last ball of his second last over. It's a short one. Oh, he's not going to get the single.
Well bowled.
How well bowled. Just Dowling. Take a bow, son. What an over. He's picked up 2 wickets and kept Davies off strike. 8 for 192. They need 33 runs in 2 overs. I reckon the cup's coming back to Harold Road, Cam.
Oh, I think so as well. Josh Dowling, they went out and recruited him. His figures, Jared. He's bowled well in this spell.
He bowled well all finals.
Yeah, but he's bowled really well under pressure.
4 for 46 off 11 overs.
Yep, great spell.
He's now pushing for a claim.
Yep, 4 wickets.
If he can pick up 5 for in a game with only 50s being scored.
Yep.
And no one else with more than 4.
5 is equivalent of an 80 or a 90.
Yeah.
And he's won in the game really at the end.
Time of the game. So Geordie White down here at mid-off. He'd be feeling pretty good, but a little bit nervous still. There's Baxter comes in, left arm round the wicket. What do we got here? What can Patel do? He punches someone out the point. They're going to pick up a single, which will give Davies the strike.
Good cricket shot. Nice full face of the bat. Had to get the single. That was his job. And there's a lot to do for Slick, but I still say if there's any man that can hit 4 or 5 sixes, it's this man.
32 off 11. We're nearly at 3 a ball now, Jared. They need a lot of sixes.
6 this ball will make it interesting, Cap. Second ball of Baxter's over. Can Baxter finish off his bowled well today? Played a great team game and a roll. Here he goes, round the wicket, full toss. Davies goes for it, but can only
no run.
Mid-on.
No, didn't want to run either.
Fair enough.
Can't. Has to go. It's on his bat.
Yeah, it has to be. 32 runs still required. Baxter bowled fully. Didn't quite get that right, but probably better, Craig, to be low full toss than short or on a length at this stage.
Well, again, he rolled his fingers, and that's the key.
All right, in he comes round the wicket to Davies. Full toss again. It's well bowled. They're going to take a single this time. Tell you what, it's getting very hard now for Buckley Ridges. Slick's been mighty here, but I don't know that he's got the time to bring him over the line here. And those last few runs in that innings, when Udawati dropped the 2 catches, Butch got 25, they're starting to become telling now.
Well, they are, clearly.
They're coming really telling now. Patel on strike, what's he got? Baxter, full delivery, can only block it back. Oh, no, this is getting very difficult. 31 runs now.
It's impossible.
31 runs off.
No. He's 6 balls in the last over down the other end, haven't he?
No, it's impossible, Craig. Come on.
He's got to hit 2 boundaries.
I know Kerry Packer wants us to work it right through to the last ball, but it's done.
He's got to hit 2 boundaries here to keep it alive. Baxter bowling beautifully. Round the wicket. In there, he's got him! Middle stump. Blade Baxter. And there goes Patel. It's 9 for 194. You can smell it around the ground now. They've come from 4th, Cameron. They've come from 4th. It's not the best team they've ever fielded in terms of player list, but it's a mighty cricket side.
Yep. And
if you can hear us over at the tent, stay on the other side of the fence, please.
And as Wes Nicholas is coming in, they're making some noise, Springvale South.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you?
Their supporters at Cock-a-Hoop.
Yeah, and so they should be.
And with 7 balls to go and 31 required, we're talking 7 fours doesn't even get in there.
And Slick Davies just can't get the strike late in the innings. The Buckley, to the Springy boys' credit, Baxter's bowled superbly here, and so is Dowling at the death.
This is the last ball of...
I'll tell you, I know Blade, he's going for the wicket here. He is going straight to the face of middle stump.
Well, that's the best way to stop the
runner.
run.
And we'll see some unbelievable scenes here. There'll be a lot of emotion after this one. We'll hopefully get Craig out there to do some interviews.
I'll go a quick one right here. Kevin Murphy, how you feeling?
Murph.
Very, very nervous.
Come on, Murph.
He's shaking.
He is. He's running a drink out for the whole
He's come back from a trip away. He's shaking.
Oh, Nicholas on strike. It's got the job in front of him. Baxter comes in. He's going for the stumps and he blocks it. And it's
so 6 sixes.
He needs
6 sixes. They're 31.
31 off the last
6 sixes. Or 5 sixes and a 1.
I'll tell you what. If he hits 6 sixes,
if it's the first 3 for 6, it'd be magnificent.
He'll definitely win the player of the game if he does that. It's not going to happen. Dowling's been too good. He's going to bowl Yorkers, and it's going to be pandemonium here at Alex Nelson.
Well, they're ready. It's like Buddy last night. They're getting ready to charge.
They are getting ready to charge, and I reckon there's a bit of emotion around for some of these older Springvale South people.
Well, take into account, obviously, Ben Goody's mum's passed away, the great Peter Lawler.
Peter Lawler a year or two ago.
15 months ago. Lost 5 grand finals in the last 10 years.
Mary Matheson, wife of Peter.
Yep.
Yep. Here we go. Dowling coming into Davies, a short one.
Smacked.
And
now they can't win.
They can't win. That was going to hit him in the head, and luckily he got down to it.
They can't win. 31 off 5. They can't win.
Yes, Cameron, we got it. Yes, they're well in front. They can bowl a wide, though. They can bowl a no ball. And here we go. There's 5 balls to go. You can see the Springvale South fans jumping the fence, ready to run on. You feel like there might be a wicket here. Davies deserves a 50. He's been sensational. He's 47 not out. Dowling comes in and he plays that one down to third man.
He's conceded.
He's conceded. Of course he has. They're going to get a single there, and Wes Nicholas will face. There's 4 balls to go. It's all formalities, folks. What a massive win. What a massive win from Springvale South.
Yeah, look, it's been great. They've come from 4th. I'm not sure the last team that may have come from 4th position in our association, but it's up and down. But we've always known that on their day, any one of those top 5 sides on the ladder this year could have done this.
Going around the wicket.
Yeah, but we've ended up seeing a great contest. Credit the Buckley Ridges for fighting this out the way they have from 3 to 4. All right, sorry, Slopes.
Sorry, Kevin, I was seeing that. How are you feeling?
I'm nervous, but what I was going to say is we were 15 minutes away from getting beaten by North Dandy and missing the finals.
Wow. There you go. That was true in about round 12 or 13.
All right, Nicholas on strike. Here comes Dowling. Can he finish it with 5 wickets? Nicholas plays it down the ground and he'll pick up a single. No doubt about it, Dowlow is eyeing off this 5th wicket in the final to wrap it up.
And the Fleming medal when he gets 5.
Yeah, could be too.
Oh, be home and hose with it.
Yeah, what a fantastic performance. What a performer in this final series Dowling's been. He's picked up 4 wickets in the prelim final.
The son of legendary St Mary's cricketer Paul Dowling.
And picked up 2 wickets in the semi-final. So he's picked up 11 wickets for the series. Can he make it 12? Davies on strike on 48. And he goes for the big one. He pushes it out. They'll probably get 2 here, and that'll be 50 for Slip. No. They do get back. They're coming back for the second. There's a run-out chance on the non-strike. Oh, my word! Oh, he's thrown it 80 metres, and it's a direct hit. And look at the seams. They come from everywhere. Oh, was that Mitch Forsyth out there?
Mitch Forsyth it was.
What a game he's had in the field. And Springvale South are premiers in 21-22. Oh, my word, what a game of cricket. What a win by Springy South. And I can't believe Cam has been capped off by a direct hit from 80 metres away.
But obviously then cannonballed and took out the stumps at the other end.
Unbelievable scenes. I feel sorry for Davies.
He ended up 49
not out. What a lion-hearted performance from him. But it's jubilation and scenes we haven't seen for Springvale South for the
was
best
left
part.
on 49.
Yep, got that, mate. Yep, and
the solid of the late years.
And Springvale South are premiers for the first time in 11 years. Craig, how do you sum that up?
Oh, look, as I said, the 3 for 4 was the key early. I mean, the run out at the start, and then obviously losing your 2 best players doesn't help. But look, as I said later on, it just goes to show what type of team and what type of club Buckley Ridges are to fight back from that. There wouldn't have been too many to even get anywhere near this and have some sort of game for our last 15 overs. So credit to them. But on the other hand, look, 225, we thought it was par, and in the end it was just enough. But credit to Springvale South, the batters. I thought the difference was an innings of Jack Sketcher, who in the past finals has probably not done that. Jordan White's 59 was all class, but yeah, those 2 innings just out-trumped Buckley Ridges in the end, and there's a few other sort of little contributions, and it goes unsaid sometimes too when you're none for 30, albeit they're only going at 3 runs and over, but that opening partnership could have been the difference as well.
It could have been. There's a lot of things in a close game that you look back on at the end and say that might have been the difference, but obviously the big key was the 2 wickets of drive to do it away early. The run out of Sheik, that was an absolute disaster. Gets him off on the wrong foot on the big chase, and the tone was set pretty early by Springy.
Yeah, you look back at it, 2 run-outs. They caught everything except for the one sort of sharp missed. And look, they got lucky. There were some nice bombs hit. Then Watson threatened to take the game away from Springvale South. And on the other hand, I thought Buckley Ridges bowlers at the death bowled it into the wicket and bowled pretty well.
Yeah.
So that was good as well.
I think Dowling, it was absolutely sensational because In his 8th and 9th over, he went for a few, but he changed his tactics halfway through that 9th over, Craig, and he started banging the ball in, learned from his mistakes, ends up being the hero with 4 wickets. And in the end, he probably could have had 5, but fantastic performance by he and Baxter. Baxter looked tired, but he worked hard to get through.
He did change those tactics. I mean, when the ball was going over the roof and then through the trees and nearly onto some houses across there, he did have to do something different, and luckily for Springvale South, he did that. But what a game of cricket. We always get good grand finals in this association, and congratulations to both sides.
Slopes, I'm not sure if you can, but if you're able to, we can pick you up from out there. If you can grab a couple of interviews for us and try and capture some of the emotion that we can hear through our speaker here, our audio. Cam and I will do a bit of a summary on the game while you walk out there.
Get the Slopes, try and get the captain. Have we got a dump button?
Now, Billy will be all right. He knows what he's doing. I see Jason Clerk. He's an emotional man at the moment. He's half the man he used to be in terms of size, but I can see him out there. A lot of hugs, a lot of kisses out there for the Springy people. There's a huge amount of emotion running through. Cam, what a good game of cricket in the end. Springvale South too good. We just recap that Buckley Ridges innings. Sheik was disaster. It was run out for 2 by Braden Sharper, who had a direct hit. He fielded well all day. Ben Wright LBW to Butch for 1. Ottawati first ball, beautiful catch at first slip by Jordan Wyatt. Yep. It does say Hill in the book, but I know that was Wyatt that caught that. He went for a golden, which is unbelievable considering the summer he's had. Hobbs and Austin went about the fight back.
That a beautiful.
And they were sensational because what they did...
Gave him a chance.
They did. They absolutely. They took it deep, gave him a chance. Hobbs got 37. He was caught by Forsyth off the bowling of Straker. Troy Ost, 58 off 92, played an absolute brilliant innings. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get him there in the end. He was caught by Straker right out in the deep square boundary. Sketcher was the bowler there. So that might be enough to tip him over the edge for the Fleming medal. We'll soon find out. Michael Davies, 49 not out of 58 balls. Still yet to win a flag, Slicker. He's definitely going to get one at some stage. He was mighty. He also got 1 for 40 with the ball. Goodright out for 2. Caught in front of our box here, and that almost could have been 6.
Craig Slocum's out there. He's got the ever slim Jason
Quirk. Slopes, we'll go to you straight away, mate.
Well, if I get upset, it'll be because of Pete Lawler, not Jace.
Absolutely.
Right on. Me too. Well said, mate. Yeah. How you feeling? The last premiership president of this club was the late Pete Lawler, and what do you think?
Unbelievable. I'll tell you what, Buckley, geez, they just don't get up to they, but no, we deserve one, you know. Look, the boys, they work hard. 5 in a row, I think we lost 6, haven't we, since our last one, so, you know, for beat upstairs, you know, I'm with you, mate, it's for him, all the work he did, but the boys, you know, the whole club, all the legends of the club, that's going to be a massive night. I'm blown away.
Yeah, look, and just looking, look at the sides there, and that's a first premiership for every player in the Springvale South team, and it's amazing when you're coming up against such a strong unit with multiple premiership players in the opposition. Does that make the win better?
Absolutely. I mean, we're always thereabouts, you know, year to year. You don't want to lose them, but you can't win them if you don't make them. So, you know, like we had 3 boys coming up going, I can't watch this, you know. So it's just an all-in atmosphere at the moment, you know. It's just going to be a massive night, you know. And you know, for the old boys around the club, you know, Darcy, you know, what a legend, you know. Darcy to be part of it as well. So, yeah, mate, I'm blown away. Absolutely blown away.
Well, thanks for your time, mate. We'll try and grab someone else. Congratulations.
Yeah, very good interview that. A bit of emotion from the 2 old stages there, Cameron. And
well, rightfully so, mate. Yeah. It's a big thing for a club, and Pete Lawler was a much-loved person at this career club and did a lot of work as president and you know, confidant for people that probably needed a chat and whatnot. And as Quirky said, they've lost 5 in a row. Emotions boil over. They well deserve it. They've been a magnificent cricket club. Magnificent. Let's not kid ourselves. 18 times in the last 21 seasons they've made finals. They give themselves a chance. I know Moose spoke about a couple of weeks ago. They keep losing them. Mate, you can't. Not everyone can win them. They're hard to win.
Gents,
we
found someone.
Who have you got, mate?
Hang on, he's pulled a Sheila already. Actually, he's done well. Very popular man, our Jack. Not you, Wettering. We've got the Sketcher variety.
Fantastic, mate. Take it
away. Some losing ones. It's a bit emotional. How is it, mate? What does it mean? It's your first one.
Oh, fucking.
Oh, dump button.
So just to finally get that, it's just massive here for everyone. Super proud and certainly remember that.
Yeah, most wouldn't know, mate. You're the spiritual captain down here. We know Hilly runs the ship on the ground. You've driven this. You've got recruits. You've got the boys together. A little bit extra in it for you.
100%. Like, you get blokes like Dowlow to the club, Geordie Wyatt, and best mate Marto comes on board. The culture was already super without them, so to add those quality people, just super. It's the closest the group's ever been, and that underdog mentality just helped us heaps, where normally every other year we've sort of been favourites, but finish fourth was probably a blessing, and we knew that Buckley were going to be a super team, so we knew that we had to be at our best, and we certainly were.
Now, I made the comment earlier, the difference for me is that you've contributed some runs and so have some other people. How does it feel now? You've contributed and you got a medal.
Oh, I haven't got the medal yet, but yeah, it's good to contribute rather than just leaving up to the too few, but I think everyone contributed, you know what I mean? It wasn't left to just the one bloke, so everyone did their bit, even Mitchie's run out at the end, like just little things like that. I'll remember that forever. It's just unreal.
Well done, mate, and I don't have to tell you to enjoy the night.
I think that's easy.
A great interview there, Slopes. That's fantastic. The raw emotion of your first premiership, Cam. That's a long time ago for you, but I'm sure you still remember the first time you the winning runs hit or the winning wickets taken.
Well, or the Weather Channel calling the game off with my first one. So, but anyway, we were going to win that game, ironically against Buckley Ridges. But it's not about us, Joe. It's about this cricket club and what they've gone through. And you know, they're a hard cricket club. They play cricket hard, but they're a great bunch of blokes off the field. I know Slopes just said that this is a new group of guys, but I mean, I played at Berwick and that's probably their biggest rival or our biggest rival, but I was driving here today thinking I've never ever felt any animosity towards them or any dislike, or you want to beat them when you play them, of course, and you get it, not angry, but you get aggressive with the game. But they're a great bunch of blokes, and it's, you know, Quirky and guys like this do a lot of work. Peter Matheson, Ray Nichols, all these unsung heroes that put their life and soul. Every club's got them, don't get me wrong, but it's a nice reward for those guys that keep coming back week, and it means the world to those guys. You know, they're not playing the game. It's easy enough to stay at home and go, oh, you know what, I've done my bit, but Springvale's always been a very, very strong club with a great culture, and you know, I couldn't be happier for them, to be honest.
No, it's a fantastic win, a great story to come from fourth. As I said, if you looked at the lineup on paper, there's not a player that had played in the premiership. We just found out.
It's a great result.
And you don't think it's like, you think of the past eras with Slocum and Quirk and Sharp and Fuchs and these sort of guys. And they haven't got those sort of players here today, but they're building a new era of cricket.
Just on the
presentations now, Craig, are we?
Yeah, they are, yep.
If we can grab a feed from that somehow, mate.
I'll try my best,
Yep.
And the ladies for the excellent job they've done all day in the canteen. I'm not calling you a lady either, fellas, but fantastic job. And the President's lunch was well worth being at, so thank you very much. And thanks to you, Quirky, for providing us with this facility today. We had 3 or 4 sponsors today that put in money to ensure that the grand final goes as smoothly as possible. And those sponsors are Oceana Bathrooms. Rob Walton is the prime asset there. Nova Portables, the Silver Accounting, Sonny is the prime man there, and of course our major sponsor, the Dandenong Club. To the 2 umpires, congratulations boys, first on being appointed, but I thought you did an excellent job. Well done, Chappie, and of course you've set a fair standard, Ash, so we expect nothing less. I might say both the umpires have decided who the Fleming medal will be today, and that player will be presented with the medal by Sandra Lawler. Where are you, Sandra? We probably all know that if there's anyone on earth or in heaven that will be more pleased than that win today, it'd be Peter Lawler. So we've asked Sandra to present that medal. And that medal today goes to Josh Dowling. Thanks very much, Sandra. Okay, the first two medals we will present will be to grand final umpires, and the first one is to Andrew Chapman. Well done, Chapman. Thanks, Barrow. Thanks to the umpires. Now, if we can list of players. Good man. As I said earlier in the presentation, the performances today by both sides, particularly some of the individuals, was absolutely outstanding. And I thought the partnership between White and Sketcher almost put the game beyond Buckley Ridge's reach, but both those innings were fantastic innings in the grand final. But then, after losing three very quick wickets of three very, very good players, we saw Osty, Hodsey and Slick Davies come out and put a shiver up the spine of most Springvale South people at this ground today, and I congratulate them for that. And of course, Josh, with 4 wickets, mate, you've already got 1 medal, and congratulations to you. Okay, can we have those names, mate? Yep. Sonny, do you want to say a few words before we go ahead with this medal presentation?
Thanks, mate. Firstly, DDCA, what a come through all the COVID protocols and stuff like that we've got through. So I think we all need to cheer the DDCA for a start. Good luck, folks. Billy, Corgi, well done. It's not easy to get to grand finals and win grand finals. So enjoy the night. To other boys, commiserations, obviously. Just not good enough on the day. But we take, a lot of pride in getting to finals, playing cricket. I think cricket's a winner today. So thanks again, everyone. Thanks to all our supporters. Club's open. Let's have a good drink tonight.
Just on behalf of the club, we'd like to thank the DDCA for the opportunity to host the grand final today. It's a history-making day for us, not only to participate in the grand final, but to host it, and we hope everyone had a great day. To Buckley, I tell you, blokes, you give me a heart attack every time I play here today. Full kudos, Sonny, the boys. Every time we come across you blokes, it's never going to be a 3 for 6, everyone's going for a low, but I'm telling you it's not all over, so just, enjoy the night duration. Thanks again for a fantastic game. Thank you. And to our boys, it's a fine company, you can't win unless you make them, and we've lost our fair share in the last decade or so, but, today makes it all worthwhile, and it's going to be a big night for the club, so thanks very much. Thanks.
To receive his medal is Mitch Forsyth, right?
Just come back to me there, Billy. I think we've lost the feed. Oh, it's picked up again.
You there?
You just lost the feed for a minute, Sloke, so okay. Maybe step our way a little bit if you can.
Hold on, mate.
That's coming through loud and clear now, so we'll take it back to you, mate, for the presentation.
That one. Jordan Ryan. Great night, son. Great night. Jack Sketcher. effort, mate. Good on you. Blade Baxter. Great year, bloke. Great year, mate. Braden Sharp. I'll show you on me how easy they are to get now, mate. Good on you, son. Etienne Book. Beautifully bowled, mate. Beautifully bowled. Kyle Martin. Good on you, mate. You've done a terrific job. Jared Straker. Well done, mate. Josh Dowling. Where's that other one, mate? Good on you, mate. Oh, beautifully today, son. Liam Hamilton. Thank you. I'll take it. No, you've done well, mate. Yeah, okay, what's his name? Chris Osborne. Okay, other than the players, we've decided to award a medal to Chris Osborne, Aussie. Well done, Oz. Thank you very much. That's all right. Thank you. Is this the last? Who? Darren. Oh, okay. Paul Hill, captain. Well done, Billy. Terrific effort, son. And last but not least, Darren Arthur. You want to say anything? Billy, did you want to say a few words before we go, mate? Thanks. To Ash and Chappie, super job, thank you. To DDCA, obviously, COVID and all that sort of stuff playing its part, but put on a great show the last couple of years, so thank you. To our club, all the stuff you do behind the scenes doesn't go unnoticed, and you can see all the crowd support here today, so we really appreciate it. We know that that's what makes it easy for us to do our jobs on a Saturday. To the Buckley boys, we've got so much respect for you. The off-field stuff has been blown up a little bit, but every time we come out here, it's a battle, and I've got a lot of respect for you. And we knew no matter what happened, it was going to go down to the death. So super season, commiserations. Our boys, just so proud. We knew we could get here. We probably did it the hard way. We stuffed up a couple of things throughout the year and then a bit of rain and did it from fourth, but I knew we'd be here and we're going to really enjoy it. Thanks, Ellie. Well, that's it for our season, of course. There are a couple of presentation nights, but I know Buckley will be after you next year, and so will a couple of other sides. I think you've won 9 now, so that's the most premierships in Turf 1. And Buckley's one of those on 8, so they'll be after you. Just hang on. Sorry? Yep. Now, Darts and Hilly, come out again, mate. I forgot the biggest thing here. Congratulations, mate.
Looks like just
that's it. That's it,
Slopes. So the Premiership Cup has been raised. I can see the champagne getting sprayed over there, Slopes.
Just missed me, thank you.
Just missed you. And fantastic presentation by Hawk there. Well done to Mick Hawking and the DDCA. And well done to the Springvale South Cricket Club. Have been great hosts. And Craig, 2 years in a row, we've had home grand finals come up with victors, so it makes it a pretty easy rest of the afternoon or evening for the boys. I'm sure they're going to celebrate long and hard, not have to go home for maybe a day or two, Cameron.
2 days, I reckon, and great to see that Berwick's been awarded next year's grand final.
Going on that trend, that'd be nice as we can see the boys. Craig, grab one of those blokes, can you?
Craig, can you get a photo or get someone to get a photo?
No, there's been some photos, the papers here. We've got,
Yes, but is it the right paper here, the great leader?
Yeah, no, I think he is, that guy. We've got Butchie. How you feeling?
Oh, feels so great, so great.
So great.
Happy. The boys have done proud. Super effort from everyone.
Good on you.
Unreal day.
A lot of effort goes in, doesn't it, mate? How much have you actually put in?
I've done a total of 2 training sessions. There was a pre-season training and there was a Tuesday night when no one was there, so it's 2 of us. So yeah, it's been a hard work.
Mate, go in and sing the song, mate, and go and enjoy it. Do you want to hear the song, boys, or we go back to the band?
Yeah, absolutely.
Craig, a photo of this.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of photos, mate. We'll pass
You'll get a photo, Cameron. Cameron's worried about he's got to get the quill out tonight.
I'll feel real Mark Howard. I'll put the mic in.
Yeah, get in there, mate. Absolutely. Might get wet, Craig. And there it is, the song for Springvale South. They've got another song which they'll probably sing in the rooms.
Which won't be where?
Newton Faulkner. No, they sing a bit of Dream Catch Me. I know that they belt that one out, Craig, later on when they get the stereo going. Yep. And I'm sure we'll probably be able to hear that from over this side of the ground. But fantastic scenes for Springvale South Cricket Club on their home deck, Cam. They get to sing the song right out in the wicket. It doesn't get much better than that.
Oh, it doesn't, and it's well deserved. And as Quirky said, you got to get in them to win them. And they've had a bit of bad luck over the journey, but well deserved. And I'm sure that they'll celebrate well and hard. And you know, for the losers, they'll come again next year. They always do. They always recruit. They always get good players, and they put a mighty effort. Let's be honest. From 3 for 4, the game was shot, and to get it down to literally the last over or the last 10 balls before really it was a formality then. A great effort by the club, Buckley Ridges.
That's that song there, Jared, as I sign off. Thanks, well done, good commentary. Thanks, Billy.
Well done to Craig Slocum.
Setting off.
Well done to Craig Slocum. Fantastic contribution throughout the day. Lovely insights from different areas of the ground. It was great to have the van here this year, Billy, and we were able to access some players, some interviews, which Craig done a magnificent job of. Of course, we had the fog box, which was terrific.
Yeah.
But able to have that in the van with us was super. Cam, we've got to thank Billy for all his time and effort that he's put in this summer. It's been absolutely fantastic. He volunteers. He doesn't get paid for this.
All we do, Jared, let's be honest, you put a fair bit of work in with a run sheet on Friday night, and we all log in at 5 minutes to 9 on a Saturday morning. Billy does all the hard work putting it all together. The unsung hero of the team.
Yeah,
behind the scenes. Great supporter of the DDCA. Always has been, always will be. Local football as well, you know, the footy season. So, Billy, thank you, mate, for your efforts. We get all the laughs and the jokes and probably some accolades and some criticism. But, mate, we can't do it without you.
No, fantastic, Billy. Fantastic job all round. Great support from Casey Radio, who have stuck with us all day here today. What is it now, Billy? 6:05. We'll wrap it up, Cam. Just quickly summarise the game. Springvale South batted first. They made 8 for 225. Best of the scorers there, Jordan White with 59, Sketcher with 59. Ryan Quirk got 33. Best of the bowlers for Buckley Ridges, I'd say, was Ali for sure, with 3 for 31, and Michael Davies 1 for 40. And then in return, Buckley Ridges were in all sorts of trouble, as we discussed. They were 3 for 4 with Ben Wright and Uddawadi out. It was a run out by Sharp that got things going, a direct hit.
A run out to start and a run out to finish.
It was indeed from direct hits both times. Yes, indeed. Josh Dowling was the hero. We heard just then in the presentation he won the Fleming medal.
Great effort.
Could have gone either way there. Could have been Sketcher, could have been Wyatt.
Yeah, well deserved. He won in the game in the end.
He did. He bowled super at the end. 11.4 overs, 4 for 49. Butch was super up front. 7 overs, 3 maidens. 1 for 13 from the left arm.
Beautiful.
Cameron.
Music to my ears seeing hear that.
Cole Martin, to me, was as a team player. Played his role. Batted at 9, come in and threw the willow a bit. Ran hard between the wickets and then fielded well. 4 overs, none for 18. They would have taken that at the start of the day. Blade backs to 12 overs, 1 for 58. Not his best figures ever, but
it was better than that.
He was better than that. He bowled at the hardest part of the game both times.
He went for 5 and over when they needed 8 and over.
That's right. He did well. Jared Straker, 1 for 34 off 7. There'll be no happier man in Australia to win a premiership, but I reckon the Strakes, geez, he's worked hard. And at one stage there, he was a little bit nervous when a few balls disappeared over his head, but he fought back well. And Jack Sketcher, 3 overs, 1 for 22. He capped off on a marvellous game with a wicket and 59 runs with the bat in the first inning. So there it is. That's the summary, Cam. That winds up a magnificent summer of cricket on Casey Radio. And in the DDCA, of course, we're a bit COVID affected. We started late, but we were able to rally and get the job done throughout the season. Well done to the DDCA. Well done again to Billy and Casey Radio.
And well done to you, Jared. You do all the work. We just come on and get the laughs.
Good on you, mate. Well, appreciate your help, obviously, Cam. Everyone that contributed throughout today, of course. We had Coxie in for a bit. He was sensational. Mick Hawking, Neil Shaw, the big moose, and the other big moose, Matty Moore, who, to be honest, just disappeared.
He's here.
I think he might be drinking a few cans.
Oh, was he on? Did he come on?
He was on when you were away. Thank you again, Cam, for all your efforts. So we'll wind it up here, Billy. And what do we got next, Bill?
We've got the news now, we've got Foo Fighters.
We've got the news now, a bit of Foo Fighters.
Sad day
bit of a sad day for your Foo Fighters enthusiasts. And that'll be it from Alex Nelson Reserve signing off on Casey Radio. We'll be back next summer on 97.7 FM.